So a few days ago, there was like a news item from Khan 11 saying, for the first time in decades, Jewish terrorism surpasses Palestinian terrorism in the West Bank. Now, that might sound like some Zionists are coming to their senses, right? However, that's wrong. Why? Because when we look at what they would constitute as terror attacks, in order to make that demonstration, I'm going to tell you a story about something that happened a few days ago. A 14-year-old child was shot in the West Bank, and for 45 minutes, soldiers stood on top of him, looking at him, bleeding to death. He threw his hat at them, begging for help. His mother was standing 200 meters away, screaming for help, but they did nothing. But that will not be constituted a terror attack. 8 months ago, a 23-year-old pregnant woman was waiting in a checkpoint with her husband. She was 8 months pregnant. The new command from the IDF said that everybody that looks in a suspicious way on the ground must be neutralized in every way possible. She got out of the car to stretch her leg. 8 months pregnant. Not a lot of women here, but I can tell you need to stretch your legs. But apparently she looked funny on the. Shut up, let me finish. Shut up, let me finish.
But this is like a conversation.
Let me finish.
We were having a totally different conversation.
She was shot dead. So when we talk about terror attacks, we need to understand that Israel has a very specific way of framing this and presenting this to the world. So it might be very nice for Zionists to say for the first time Jewish terrorism surpasses Palestinian ones. However, that's not been the case for years because the IDF has been slaughtering them for years. So whenever you engage with Hasbara, these are the kind of tactics that you need to look out for. I hope that was correct.
Yeah, I was curious about Mood. Are you familiar with the group Combatants for Peace? And are you involved with them?
No, peace fighters. I follow them on Facebook. Peace fighters.
Yeah, that's them.
Yes, I love them. I follow them.
What are they about? Tell us about them.
The same. They are supporting. They are pro-Pali, and they go always, protest, support the Palestinians cases, other stuff. I respect. They are very kind people.
It's Israelis and Palestinians.
Exactly.
This is what we need more of. We need more of this, like allyship.
That's correct. We need to organize also. The left leadership. I can organize such charities. I don't want to call them military organization. I don't like organizations. Let's say we like charity. We make charity to support our case, in a peaceful way.
Jindeep.
It's a good one. You got what I mean?
Jindeep, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Go ahead.
Can you help me explain to people how dire the situation is? And this is not the time to talk about Kumbaya peace talks.
I don't know.
The symbol.
If you're referring to the character in the room, it's very frustrating.
Guys, the situation in the West Bank, I adore Jindeep, and I'm terrified for his safety, because the West Bank is the target now. They're closing in on everything. This is, as much as I appreciate the desire for dialogue and peace-building conversations, this is a different ballgame. We're in the midst of a full-on ethnical cleanse between the river and the sea. Everywhere that there is a Palestinian, they're putting the boot down. I don't know how to be more clear about this.
Yes, we agree.
We have to prepare.
I think 1940.
The meeting with Asian Medani الشامل.
Dude, you're gonna be quiet. Sorry, I can't talk to you. Just be quiet for a second.
Asian Medani Prince.
What I find interesting here, as an observer, I'm trying to listen to Palestinians mostly. It's very interesting to hear all the diversity, and from on-the-ground Palestinians, non-on-the-ground Palestinians.
Shocking. They're humans with pluralism and multiple opinions.
Excuse me, Emrose, stop it. I'm not who you think I am. Stop it.
You literally embarrassed yourself right now.
Stop it. I didn't call them not human. What I said is it's helpful to hear the different views Of course I knew they existed, but it's helpful to hear them because I don't necessarily go in those circles and have access. This is why I come here to listen. You don't know who I am. So fuck off.
Triggered much?
I like your profile picture, Caleb.
You know, Emeralds, for someone who's trying
Why do
to
you want his picture, Mister?
you seem to unify everybody in hatred against
I
you.
like it. It's beautiful.
Nachman!
Very nice.
Ribono Shel Olam. Welcome to my live stream broadcast of the Emrose Show and Buttercup, as well as Palestinian terrorists. You're not gonna believe this shit you're gonna hear. Crash outs.
You're not
Hello?
my future one state.
Hello. Welcome to the show. Hit the like button and subscribe right now. Good Fridays here. Hello? 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 Good Shabbos, Ribono Shel Olam. It's almost Shabbos, just one more day. Hello?
The state is
Yes, I am part of.
Sorry, I had too much coffee this morning.
Lebanon and Syria and Jordan. It goes beyond
Yes.
your river to the sea.
Yes, I am the
And if
Jewish
you're-
master.
We're not going back to Ottoman times, Betty.
I am not. We actually literally are going back to
Ban
Ottoman
Jewish
times.
Arabism. How is that?
You
For
decide.
fuck's sake, Ben. We were talking about something that happens
We
right
decide
now.
by
No,
ourselves.
hold on. Ben,
Yes,
we're talking about
pan-Arabism
something that
can include
happens
Jews.
right now.
Get out.
We are talking about something that is happening right now, literally to a friend sitting on the panel with us. Like in a few months, you might not be able to talk to him. Do you understand this? Or this is just a video game to
Oh no, it's not a video game to me to have my land occupied. It's not a video game to me to see my people. Which, by the way, I see the Palestinians as my people. I don't look at someone from Palestine and say, "Oh, you're a stranger" or "You're different." No, he's absolutely no different than me, in no way, shape, or form. Actually, if anything, some
Why are
parts
you
of
canceling
Palestine are
the
closer
identity?
to me, Ada Damascene, than someone from Aleppo or Raqqa or Deir ez-Zor or Hassan.
And how does that change the fact that a military that is after genocide is slowly closing on our friend Jindib here and on 2.8 other million Palestinians in the West Bank?
Yes, and that military is like 20 kilometers away from Damascus too. My homeland, where my family is. What does that matter to you? No, because it's not part of the river and the sea? Doesn't matter?
Yes, right now there are no tanks and bulldozers heading towards
There are
Damascus.
literally tanks right outside of Damascus.
Okay, sure. Then I discriminate and I prioritize Palestinians. Sue me.
If you were in one state, I would.
Good luck.
I
I will sue you under Sharia law.
Doing the citizenship. I thought there
You
was a
can't.
pathway to
You
citizenship.
can only take to Sharia law, and Sharia courts in Israel only applies to Muslims. You can try to take them to a rabbinical court, but I'm Jewish, so I have supremacy there. You're fucked. Free Palestine.
And my homeland, in which thousands and hundreds and thousands of people are being killed, and no one talks about it. My homeland. How about that?
Actually, there's a group of Jews on here talking about it for 40 days now. Or however long it's been going on.
Margaret. You remember me? You know how
Oh my God, baby! How you doing, Wood? Oh, baby, Wood! How you doing, bro?
You again. Nice. I'm happy.
I know he's my favorite person too.
Butter, is he still flirting with you?
Every day. Nice partying with Emeralds too.
Oh fuck! Wood, look at you, bro. You got 3 bites
It's
ready
not
for you.
flirting. It's
We're
just-
joking. We're being tongue in cheek. He's happily married. He's just adorable.
Do you know what happened in Jericho a few days ago?
What happened? Tell us.
That was a turning point. Settlers came with bulldozers. Usually when they come to bulldoze Palestinian houses, the military is involved. There's some sort of an official or pseudo-official representative there. But this time it was just 15 settlers with huge bulldozers that simply tore through an entire block in Jericho because they could. Nobody did shit. That's what we're facing everywhere. And Jandeep is literally in the heart of that fucking hurricane.
Also, Judy's family, you know, she went back to visit them. They have it hard. They live in like a refugee camp, so really things are really difficult. They've never really had good freedom of movement. They've always been like laden with checkpoints. There's literally like a settlement literally facing her home, and there's like soldiers pointing guns at her home. You know what I mean? Like, this is her life.
It happens on a regular basis.
But since she went back, she says now you really can't travel even between the village and the city.
No,
you have to
you
live
can't.
like a 10-minute trip is now like a 2-hour trip, you know?
2 hours is a good scenario.
Whereas like the settlers
I
have
think
these
for
nice
all of
roads.
us that
I saw a video of Bill Clinton today. He's been cited.
A lot of them, by the way,
Hello?
are improvised checkpoints, right? It's just settlers that decided that they want to badger and harass Palestinians, so they do. And sometimes those checkpoints result in a 23-year-old woman, 8 months pregnant, shot dead because she looked funny at the ground.
Yeah. I'll put the link in the chat so people can keep up.
Ribono shel olam.
Is basically they unleashed
Ribono shel
questions
olam.
and they're
Ribono shel olam.
by the system, by the army, by the security forces, and they come in, they bulldoze wherever they want, they take over
Ribono shel olam.
They will ask them, how can we help you?
This is called the M. Rose Buttercup Show.
A few days ago, that settlers complained to the army about Palestinians coming to plow their agricultural properties, and Israel uses an Ottoman Empire decree from 1859 that states that if a landowner
Cultural.
doesn't tend or live on his land,
Keyword of the day is cultural appropriation.
the king or the ruler can take that land. And settlers were complaining that Palestinians were coming to plow their land. So the army prevented those Palestinians from coming. And if they can't prevent them from doing so for 3 years, boom, there goes your land. And that has been done for decades and decades. But it's the first time that we have proof that the army actually fulfills settler requests to such actions.
Yeah, try to explain that to anyone who is engaged with the Palestinian issue.
I'm trying to explain so much things here, but people are nuts. Yes, this is why Article 3 and that one, or the glass, or the search to October 7th. Like, I'm sorry.
Most people try to Most people try to engage in good faith. If they have a bad idea, I think the general consensus is to let them say their bad idea and then reply to it and counter it. And that's just generally that's what sort of the quorum, you know? We're all a little autistic on this app, so people get into minutia that doesn't really matter.
Respectfully, the level of enabling that you people give to gaslighters and manipulators is almost as high as I expect. Yeah,
It's very necessary. It's very necessary for them to last night the person I kept so that he speaks is to expose. This too exists along with Ambrose.
yes, but you.
This too
But
exists in the
it's
world.
not about existing with me. It's about acknowledging reality. You can't subjectively decide what is real and what is not. You can't erase
It
things
is
that
not
you said.
subjective, right?
I know, but this is what we're
Na na
allowed
na
to
Nachman.
perpetuate. If
Na 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 Nachman. Oh, na 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 Nachman.
letting them isn't no. Letting
Na
them
na na Nachman. Yeah. Na 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 Nachman.
It's not about shutting them down.
Na na na
It's about
Nachman.
not personal
Na na na
attention.
Nachman.
You can't allow people to say
Na 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 Nachman. Oh.
it just doesn't.
So they could say it and then you respond.
Na, na,
right?
na,
It's
na.
not.
Again,
Na, na, na,
that's what
na,
I'm saying. Don't be
There are followers of the Rebbe. Hello?
No, it's not. Reality is not subjective.
But I
Na 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 Nachman. 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 Na 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 Nachman.
If we don't engage in conversation in good faith and at least trust that people
Hello?
because of ignorance and not bad intent.
But good
Hello?
faith also
Na
includes
na na
integrity.
Na na na
Once
Nachman.
people
Na na na
and
Nachman.
refuse
Na 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 Nachman.
for what it is, literally, the proof is in front of you, and you still continue to say that up is down.
The proof
That is not
is
good
in
faith.
front of
That's
you.
not integrity.
Na na na
I'm sorry.
Nachman. Na 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 Nachman. Na na Nachman. Na na Nachman.
There's a reason that Israelis and Palestinians between the river and the sea find it easiest to communicate because we don't have to explain every little detail. So the conversation can get deep and productive and interesting far faster. So we don't mind explaining everything you need to know, but you need to accept the fact that you don't know.
But I think you wanted to expand the conversation.
That is the
which is what came on
premise.
this app.
You have to admit that you don't know in order to be involved in the conversation.
Listen.
That means listen, don't talk. We are the disseminators and the source of the propaganda.
2 + 2 does
Na
not
na na
equal
Nachman.
5.
Na 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 Nachman. Na na Nachman.
And say it as if that's a legitimate argument.
I don't know anyone that said that. I didn't hear anyone say that.
I just gave an example.
I'm
We
saying,
give you multiple
I think even if they say something that's wrong, like I don't know, in America we have very liberal free speech. You can even say the Nazis. Civil rights organizations allow the Nazis.
I know the Islanders was That's not the
No, it's not the Islanders. This is ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, defended the Nazis in Skokie, Illinois, which is a Jewish neighborhood in Chicago, right?
Hello?
And this is sort of the basis for free speech in much of the West. In Chicago. Chicago.
What did you, Chicago, you said, wait, Chicago, what?
Skokie, Illinois.
Okay, that's why I got it confused. I thought it was,
It's
I've
like
been
a,
saying
it's a
Milwaukee
suburb
for
of
like a year.
it's a suburb of Chicago, yeah.
Oh, this is embarrassing. I've been saying Milwaukee for like a year. Okay.
But you
No,
get the idea. It's just that we have very liberal.
Yeah, but that's not-
we
that's
believe
not-
that if you have a bad idea, you counter it with a better with.
But it's not about ideas. It's about facts. Separate your personal interpretation of reality to what reality is. Yes, people can have different interpretations of reality, but we need to agree that up is up and down is down. That's the problem. You put actual reality in people's faces and they flat out ignore the fact that it's there. So that's not good faith. That's not coming with intellectual integrity to a conversation where you aim at learn and evolve.
I think
That's coming to a battle and using dirty methods to do it.
Emrose, I think you encounter a lot of because of
That's
the
projection.
sort of milieu that you hang out with Palestinians and Israelis. A lot of times, you
Hello?
to assume people's intentions. With not thinking that for most people, Israel-Palestine is not on the forefront of their mind and their experiences. So you assume Hasbarist intentions, and a lot of people, when they literally are coming from a completely different point of view, their cynicism is rooted in their own experience, from their own country and their own politics. So I think sometimes you think that they're dissenting or disagreeing with you because they're trying to defend Israel, and it's not the case at all. And so I think you have to just be a little more open-minded about people's
No,
intentions.
that's a different. I don't care.
Many
about
people are not Jewish. They don't know much. They don't give a shit about Israel.
Do you know why it's easier to talk to the hardcore right wingers in Israel? Because there I call them the rah-rah genocide crowd, right? We both agree it's a genocide.
Rah genocide.
That they celebrated, but at least I don't have to fight over reality. And that is the biggest problem. They ignore reality.
She doesn't have to fight over reality. She has to convince other people that her reality is the real reality.
No, I'm I show facts and they ignore it. I'm talking about me watching.
I show them facts and they ignore it.
Reality. I actively provide information.
I gotta feed these into Sora.
And they flat out behave as if it never happened. Or that the graphs is actually something that it's insane. It's insane. It's a manufactured hallucinations, and I don't think you should be enabling it. I'm not saying these people should not talk, but be very, very, very diligent in making sure that you do not enable those like insane delusions.
Rose, I think when you hang around this app, you start to get to know people's backstories a little bit, and you start to understand their opinions, whether it's coming from ignorance or it's coming from, their own personal political. Like you start to understand a little bit more how the sentence is going to end, so before you interrupt them, right? And so I think if you get to know people, stick around on this app and listen a little more and get to know where people are coming from, you'll learn that people are motivated by a whole spectrum of things, and I think you can
Like I said, it's not the motivation.
Like I can tell people's going down.
The motivation is propaganda and projection and conditioning. All communication is hypnosis. The Emrose Show. Hello?
There are nuances to everything, right? Some issues are black and white, such as the one we're dealing with at the moment, right? But even within those come nuances on very negligible levels. Even those we attend to because we allow for that freedom. Now, you can surely refute it if you have a good argument, if you're a rational person, such as yourself. But then one must be heard, is what Buttercup and I are saying. Allow for that hearing so as to refute it.
And you never know. And half the time, I think you sometimes leap to the way they're gonna end their point. Is when you only hear the first half, you often can't tell what their point is going to be, and then it's easy to jump to conclusions based on your previous conversations. But I think if you get to know people a little bit, you'll realize that their intentions are not.
So someone lays out an argument for you, and let's say 2 paragraphs into the argument, he states a fact that is inherently wrong. And I do interrupt. I don't have self-control when it comes to that. I fully acknowledge that. That's like a flaw in me that no matter how much I tried, I cannot control. But it is what it is. Take it or leave it. The point is that you cannot keep bringing info about alternative facts. There has to be a way out of this. I've been talking about this for a year. It's impossible to have these conversations when people keep denying reality. We need to establish what a
People keep denying reality! It's impossible! 1 year I've been trying to convince people that my reality is the real reality! And nobody accepts my reality!
We agree on what reality is. If you can't agree on reality, then fuck it. Let's just burn the whole place down.
But then what's the point of engaging? You wanted to engage and create momentum. You
Yeah, but I
I
don't want to fight about reality. It's not about. There's no
You're fighting over
negotiation about
minutia.
reality.
You're calling people Hasbarists over little semantical differences.
Like what?
You have to let those things go. Like whether they use the word Palestinian Arab or they use the word Palestinian 48.
I didn't call them a Zionist over that, but I made sure that everybody knows that Israeli Arab is a derogatory term with a very specific intent behind it, and it's extremely important to avoid using it. If Palestinian 48 wishes to refer to himself as a Palestinian Arab, but he can do whatever the fuck he wants. But I know what the intention behind that term means. And it's the same as you telling me, well, it's okay to use the N-word occasionally. It's just not.
You could use that.
N-word alert!
I understand.
N-word alert!
I understand the feeling. I absolutely
You
understand.
understand in ways that I will never understand.
Can I use that
But
word?
it's like you said, if you tell someone 2 plus 2 is 4, and they'll come back and argue, yes, it's 4, but, or it's not 4, it's 5. Basic facts, basic things
Or our numbers
are not
real.
accepted at their value. I understand. It's very frustrating. And the use of the term Israeli Arab is a little too much. Huh? Now you can see right through the thing. You just don't see right through it. They don't understand.
This is why I always point it out, because it's so evil and so little people are aware of it.
You just can't control people. It's good to make people aware, but you can't say you may not speak that way because
No,
it is.
it is a very good indicator for people's intentions. Because
I don't think so. I think people ignorantly say it. People don't.
Buttercup, No, Buttercup, when I take the time to explain and I give the full rundown where it came from, what it was designed to do, how we can see the same policy applied in other practices, and they still cancel that, that's not good intentions. That's not integrity.
I think
That's gaslighting.
So Emrose, Jewish Israel, they ask for Jews. A lot of us are familiar with people, Arabs, whatever you call, Palestinian Israelis, whatever.
Palestinian 48.
What is the only correct thing about Palestinian 48? The only correct term for them.
A
They're
Palestinian
aware.
with Israeli citizenship, it's
Okay, so that's allowed. So they don't know. They hear people describing themselves as Palestinian Arabs, so they think that are Arab Israelis, and they think that's fine. And so you telling them this is the correct term and this is not the correct term, it's kind of like it becomes like a little excessive.
so what do you
Like
think
I've
happens?
never even in my life heard the term Palestinian 48. No one's ever used it in any context in a newspaper,
Buttercup,
in a
there's a
journal,
reason.
anything.
There's a reason for that. They know that if they identify as a Palestinian, there will be a price to pay. Don't forget, these are people under occupation.
So if a
There's
Palestinian
nothing
himself
tragic.
told me that, I'd believe it, but no one ever has, and I know many Palestinians.
I don't know what else to say.
I trust you. I'll take your word for it, but no Palestinian has conveyed that to me.
Tindin, can you try to explain it? I've tried. Maybe it should come from a Palestinian.
Yeah, the frustrating part with Emrose, I think, is what Emrose is talking about is when you do not accept very basic facts, it becomes very hard and very cumbersome to have and engage in a meaningful conversation with anyone. Like
Can
a
you
very
explain why
basic.
No,
Palestinian?
but she's obsessed with the terminology. She says
Can you explain to her what Arab Israel
Yeah,
is?
the term has been, well, listen, Emrose, I don't know, you're not old enough to remember the terms they used to describe us, people living in the West Bank. I remember the term they used to use, the inhabitants of the administered territories. I remember that term.
I don't
Vividly
remember
clear.
that.
Well, because you're young. You're young. I'm much older than you. You're young. So they use those terms. We used to be called the inhabitants of the administered territories. That's what. So when they use the term Israeli Arab is to strip away, to deny the existence of the Palestinian people.
okay, so that's fine. So that's a better way to frame it.
Yeah.
Acknowledge Palestinianism.
But
Why can't you say Palestinian
And
Israeli?
some of my arguments with people, I used to tell people, like, would you get a diarrhea if you call those people Palestinians? What would happen to you? Why don't you just call them Palestinians? Why do you use
I don't think for most people it's intentional though. So if we get stuck on it every conversation.
Butter, this is the thing, right? Buttercup, we can never assess true intention. Okay, so I get the whole idea of like someone's intent or someone's prior whatever belief systems or opinions. I get that. But and I really think that's true. The moment you remove identity or the way particular people want to call themselves, you have made them non-existent. This is the fucking problem.
And that's actually one of the things on display.
I want to expand on that for a second. There's an entire report, if you want to send it to you, that they're telling me, it's called the divide and conquer policy. Part of that policy entails fragmenting the Palestinian society. By not allowing Palestinians 48 to identify as Palestinians, to have Palestinian insignia, to learn Palestinian history, you're erasing them from stripping them from the Palestinian identity, fragmenting and tearing them away from their people. And that's one of the practices they use in order to implement the divide and conquer policy. It's a very comprehensive, known doctrine that they have used for years. You can see the same doctrine being applied in Gaza, with the Gens, with Abu Shabab, the Hebron Sheikh. There are many examples, but this is why this small terminology carries so much weight.
It does, and it works, and it has been working very, very well for the last. Yeah, I mean, look at us. We're Palestinians from the West Bank. We're Palestinians of East Jerusalem. We're Palestinians in Gaza. We're the Palestinians of 1948. We're the Palestinians in refugee camps. We're Palestinians in the diaspora. So it works. It does work.
And that tiny term represents all that doctrine so fucking well. And Palestinian 48 will rarely, unless they feel very safe, identify as a Palestinian because they know the price they will pay for that.
Tell me about it.
But it's like saying those
Yeah.
it's like saying those guys who are gassed, those two guys who are gassed and gas shipped, without giving them a freaking identity to ever be remembered, to ever have a social memory of tagging along with that
poison
creative
gas.
It's something like that.
You have
It's
destroyed
so
the stamina of men.
So
It's
I'm not
so
advocating
easing
erasing
the
their
ordeals
Palestinianism.
that
It's that I don't think
Don't say Palestinianism.
not you.
their Palestinian identity. Remember, you're like really nitpicking and it's
No,
not right.
it's the not
I'm
will
bound to
term.
contradict myself.
Can I say something?
But I don't know about it not will, so I wasn't trying to mimic it not will. So I know that's you make these connections no one else is making,
I
okay?
refuse to be the big
So
dog,
obviously,
beast,
the Palestinian
savage and
identity
strong,
should be recognized in the names of the way things we call people. I guess my issue is that because most people, as a journalist, as a person who thinks about language and being precise, most people don't know that this term Palestinian 48 refers to people who live in Israel and have citizenship. So a way that might be that people's minds would click and know what you're talking about might be Palestinians with Israeli citizenship, Palestinians who live in the who have Israeli passports. But like Palestinian 48 is not a well-known term that is widely recognized. In America, we're in the West, maybe in Israel, but not.
No, it's not. It's also not in Israel. And I don't expect people to know, and I'm happy to explain. I'm happy to explain. My problem comes when I give the explanation and they reject it. And they start attacking it, despite every possible proof that I present. I have no problem. This is what I'm here for. I come with a lot of information only with the one purpose of sharing it. But if I share it, and no matter what I have as concrete evidence to back my claim, they shit all over it. That's not good faith conversation.
Okay, that's not hard to detect, Emeralds.
Well, Emeralds is facing a double-edged sword. On one side, she has the Zionists who know about this and reject her opinion, and on the other hand, she lives it day by day, and she knows the insides and outs of what's going on.
These appalling
And
blasphemies from the
it's very difficult. I do understand that. When I came to Clubhouse, it's only been not too long for me to be amongst everybody else. I'm Greek originally, and and I speak Arabic. So I grew up in a culture where Palestine and the Israeli conflict has always been in conversations growing up, because I grew up amongst Palestinians so I understand that. And Emrose speaks it from living it. And it's been very difficult. The whole Zionist agenda has been to, for example, my cousin's kids in Texas, their books, before Tel Aviv before Jerusalem was determined to be the capital of Israel, they already had changed the textbooks in schools way back then that Jerusalem is the capital of Israel. Excuse me. There's so much, it's like a fish, it's like a salmon swimming upstream against all of this stuff. It's so difficult for you. But I would say, don't change your story. Your story is good. And from people like me, who I see you as a beacon of light for the Palestinian cause. I wish more people are like you, regardless of what the narrative or how you approach the issue. You're approaching it from the heart, basically. And I think that's a great thing.
I second that. I think you're speaking from the heart, and you're a treasure, and I hope you don't leave Clubhouse, and your perspective is deeply valued. And I think this conversation, helped us understand each other's perspectives coming from, even though politically we're aligned, I think sometimes we have differing views about how to communicate it. And I think that's why it's important to have these conversations, because I think it creates.
If we were completely aligned, I would be worried. That would indicate that there's a problem. If we didn't have, pluralism between the two of us.
Yeah.
People should not be always completely aligned.
I think on the basics, on getting rid of the occupation, on what the outcome should be, on justice for Palestinians, I think there's no daylight between us. Obviously, there's always going to be nuances.
I have a privilege that I have an obligation to exploit. I am Jewish and I am Israeli, which gives me an ability to shed a light on the truth that other people cannot, right? Most of the Hasbara counterpoints I am immune to. They can't call me Nazi, they can't call me Hamas, even though they do, but they just look stupid when they do, so it doesn't matter. And I have obligation to do that, whether it's small like this, or my 800 people spaces, or what I do in my job that I can't talk about. But the point is, it comes down to actual acknowledging reality. And this is what we talk about at work all the time. Like, we are living in an age of fluent information, which is a blessing and a curse at the same time. But if there are voices, and it is Jewish privilege, it is Jewish supremacy. I acknowledge it. I use my privilege and supremacy in order to fight against it from within. And I have an obligation to do that, because I will be privileged whether I like it or not. So I might as well use it to fight the wrong.
These figures are unstoppable.
And
They will flush
information
their existence.
is super important.
Facts
Facts are super important, because if you look at the basis of this, how many times have you had conversations about this when you ended up arguing about some minuscule detail from 1954 about who said what to whom for 2.5 fucking hours, right? This is why there is the Witness Project by Lee Mordechai. We realized very early that one of the best things that we can do, because we can't stop the genocide, no matter how much we try, but we can damn well make sure that nobody can deny it. And nobody can say, I didn't know, and I this is why I didn't do anything. We will make sure every fine, every legal detail is cataloged, registered in real time. And then when time comes for justice, Palestinians will have everything they need to get their justice. And this will finally be fucking over. But if you bring facts to the table and people look at it as if it's a unicorn or a flying monkey, then these people do not come in good faith.
I think I agree with you 100% that it's like urgent, and there's a massive problem of disinformation in our society where people are living on two different realities with different sets of facts. I don't think the solution is shutting out those people. And then there's like a lot of people who are just confused, right? There's such an abundance of information and conflicting information. They don't know what to believe. I think the vast majority of people are right in the middle. And if they say something that is using the wrong terminology, or they omit a detail, or they accidentally, or they're focused on minutia that you think is irrelevant, I think in my experience on this app, in 90% of the time, it's not coming from a place of malice. It's not coming from a place of a negative intentions. And I think that to be effective, we don't. I think we need to engage those people, not shut them down.
Yeah, but how many times can you give the same?
Sorry, you're cut out. You gotta go. We lost you.
Because they're never going to accept reality. They were never going to accept reality. They're just jerking you around. If people come in good faith, and a lot of people are confused and ill-informed to no fault of theirs, and I am more than happy to give them all the information they need. And I have the receipts for everything I say, because I know my shit and I know this game. But if you provide all that, and they still stick to their guns and get like hysterical and attack, then why waste time? Because they were never going to come to this conversation because they want to learn. If they wanted to learn, then they would actually take serious time to investigate what you have presented. But they don't. They just throw a fucking tantrum.
Can I bring up a specific example? And this is not to attack you or corner you. I think this is like a really healthy, constructive conversation, because it clears some stuff up about like where I'm coming from, where you're coming from. So yesterday, Zeleny, who is a liberal by all accounts, he doesn't support the occupation. He thinks the occupation is illegal and needs to end immediately. He believes what's happening in the West Bank, based on the decision by the ICJ, is effectively apartheid. It's not exactly apartheid, but the same severity, and it may as well be apartheid. And his interpretation of that ICJ ruling is literally the same as yours, effectively. There's no practical difference. He still thinks they are ordered or legally bound to remove themselves from the West Bank. It doesn't matter, and you're getting hung up on minutia. Why? Like,
what I'm getting hung up, that respectfully to, his name of it.
Zeleny.
Delaney, it's not intentional. What I find frustrating, I have my own interpretation. Delaney has his own interpretation. But respectfully, none of us matter because every fucking person who works in this, does this for a living, has the same interpretation. The ICJ ruled apartheid and racial segregation. We went over the details. We can go over the details again. But even if we have a disagreement, if you don't have the intellectual integrity to say, well, respectfully, with how much I revere myself and how much of a whatever, I might have an IQ of 240. Don't think that's not even an IQ, but you get my point. But you still ignore the fact that every interpretation by a professional actually says the opposite, then you're not being honest. Then you that's a superiority complex. I'm sorry.
So it's a fallacy.
As smart as you might be,
Go ahead.
it's not about me or Zeleny or anyone. It's about understanding that there is reality, there are facts, and sure, we can have our own opinions, but even if you interpret it differently, if you can't see that you might be wrong on this because everybody else that are actually qualified to do this don't agree with you, then you don't have the capability to self-reflect and course correct.
But it's all subjective determinations of who's qualified.
Basically,
I could literally, and I do say this as someone who believes it's a genocide. I could find 1,000 American professors, probably 1,000 French ones, 1,000 British ones, 1,000 Israeli ones, even some Arab and Muslim ones that will say, yeah, it's not a genocide. And they'll say that it's not his fault and it's the Palestinians' fault. And I'll say that they're experts.
So let me say it's a subcategory of racial discrimination, right? So even in that, he's positing that although like 3 things may be right in a statement, if there are 3 things given in a statement and 2 such things are right, that statement is still right. So he's sort of like dissecting it also based on semantics, etc., etc. I understood what he was saying, right? And he's bringing forth an idea. Oh, yeah. But that's okay. He's bringing forth an idea that in the future, if at all, someone like declares this freaking genocide as a non-genocide, right? Whether it be through academia, like how Sultan said, with the manipulation that exists within it, especially for such a like sensitive political issue, don't be that shocked, because this is how they're doing it.
And he's also saying that the outcome is the same. The actionable action doesn't change. It's if the outcome you want is for the occupation to end, he supports ending the occupation.
Yes.
It makes no practical difference. If we're all on the same page, that we say the decision is that it must end and it's criminal. So what's the difference of the semantical?
It's the integrity behind it that I insist on. But crap, I just want to say something.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I forgot. Shit.
I mean, he's exposing the lack of integrity.
Sultan, you said that you can bring Muslims, whatever, experts. Can you, please?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll wait.
Gemini, AI, all those exist. I mean, I'm not gonna do
No, I'll wait.
Okay, how about
Please bring the professors. Bring the professors, Muslim, Christian, Jews that have published opinions publicly saying this is not a genocide. I'll wait as long as it is.
I don't see why you're like arguing as if like they don't exist. I mean, you're literally Israeli. The average person in your country thinks that not only is this not a genocide, but that it's the Palestinians' fault. And this goes
What
all
does
the way
that have
back.
to do with anything?
Because you're saying that, they don't exist. These professionals, these
They
experts.
don't. You said you could bring. The thing is, Sultan, hold on, let me finish. Let me finish.
No.
But I was
How
talking.
about you let me finish?
I was talking and you interrupted.
No, you asked me a
Yes.
question and you interrupted 10 times to say a bunch of nothing. Right? So how about let's calm ourselves a bit and think rationally for 10 seconds. I live in the United States. You live in Israel. The 2 biggest supporters of Zionism over the past entire history of Zionism. Right? That support didn't happen just from random Bob on the street or Shimon in Tel Aviv saying that, it's not a genocide. It happened because all levels of society had enough people that said, yeah, this is not a genocide. In fact, Israel's not doing anything wrong. In fact, it's all the Palestinians' fault. Now, I actually happen to know professors myself, because my parents are professors that work in some of these fields, and yeah, they do complain regularly about some of their own colleagues saying that, yeah, this is a genocide. But frankly, considering that you actually believe this like absurd worldview that there are no experts that say this wasn't a genocide, I don't even see why we waste time listening to this.
Because Sultan, if it was so easy to produce that list, you would have produced it right now.
Bernard Lewis.
Hold on.
That's just one off the top of my
That's
head.
one. Okay, that's one. Who else?
I don't need to really go further. Benny Morris is another. He doesn't think it's a genocide.
Benny Morris never spoke about the genocide.
He doesn't think
Yeah,
it's a
he
genocide.
defended the incursion, the operations in Gaza publicly.
But the point is, though, it's not hard to find people that
It is. It is. I would like to see a public opinion or op-ed by Benny Morris openly titled "This is not a genocide." Can you produce that, please?
I already told you Bernard Lewis. Bernard Lewis.
Okay, Bernard Lewis. Who else?
Yes.
Who else? Who else? I know Bernard Lewis. I know Bernard Lewis, and I know
Open Gemini. These are your friends. Okay?
you can produce. You said I can produce it. Right, then please produce it. I'm not. No. You said.
Because I'm not. Because
The thing is, Sultan. Listen.
the next time you say
I'm not going to do an AI search because I know it doesn't exist. Because I know it does exist. For the millionth time. I don't know how many times I have to provide documentation and receipts to your people. Sultan, there is one paper produced by 6 scholars saying this is not a genocide. Then there was Bernard Lewis and John Spencer. That's it. On the contrary, I have 58. Just that I remember, and I have the list of them that I can produce. Multiple organizations, the UN Committee. So no, it's not the same. And if we can't look at these two sides of the equation and say, okay, one paper by 6 people and one of them extremely questionable and his ability to be objective considering he's being paid directly by Bibi, versus an enormous amount of experts, many of them Jewish and Israelis, every possible organization, the UN Committee. And if we can't look at these two sides of the scale and say, well, it's kind of not the same, then people burn the whole place fucking down.
Yeah, I can respond to you. First of all, I just
for fuck's sake, not you.
No, let him speak. You interrupted me, so let him speak.
Yes,
this is so
hold on. Yeah, I just put the link. Oh, she left as you.
But I mean,
Yes.
This is incredibly stupid. I believe it's a genocide. I don't think Sergio does. But it doesn't change the fact that, it's not going to be hard to find any accredited professional, right? Any accredited historian, genocide scholar who supports Israel and says that, this isn't a genocide, right? Now, I think those people are dumb. I think they're, biased. All sorts of things under the sun, but to just categorically say, wait, one second, Prince, but to just categorically say that, these people don't exist, and anyone who thinks they exist bro, there are accredited historians.
Okay, well, you made your point in multiple ways. You got.
I made my point multiple ways. I mean, I don't think I made that point to this idiot in the audience, son.
You have already.
He interrupted 20 times.
She gets it.
No,
You made your point, and you made your point. We heard it.
Can I continue? Prince.
Okay, but be brief, Sergio.
Okay. First of all, Prince.
I'm in my mom's basement.
You speak to Vlad, okay? Please. In Arabic.
I'm just along for the ride. Oh, you're just along for the ride? Yeah. I'm in my mom's basement. And I ain't got no more Miller High Life. No more Miller Life. No more Budweiser.
First of all, I put link on the chat.
Johnny Benny Morris.
And she also speak about the United Nations and human rights council. They made the statement that was a political statement. It is nothing. It's nothing to do with the international.
Benny Morris.
The UN, there is a UN special
Hello?
genocide, and there is a
Hello.
who is the head of this commission.
Hey, we're not debating genocide right now, honestly.
Yes. But let me finish about this because it's very important to understand to your audience that she stated that there is no genocide. She's the higher expert inside United Nations. She head of the commission inside United Nations, and she made a statement because she just looked at this for 2 years, okay? And after she just said there is no genocide, guys, she was fired for 1 day from the United Nations.
Okay.
That's why that's what the United Nations is. But it's not the Benny Morris. It's not something like only the historical. It's the head of commission on genocide.
Okay,
inside the-
we heard you. So Sergio, I think the bigger issue is whether or what facts are worth debating, what nuances are fair to debate, and what is just people denying reality. And I think it's something that as a society we're struggling with. Our media ecosystem is very confusing and hard to trust at this point. Everything's so polarized. So I think that's the larger question we're having here about to what extent these facts can be debated, and to what extent the truth is knowable, to what extent things should be taken as fact or they can be questioned or challenged.
Yes. And yesterday we talked with you about the partisan sources, and I just checked today that New York Times, New Yorker, Guardian, and many others, they just openly endorsed Kamala Harris before the elections. That's
Okay.
what you must know
So
about the partisan sources. Okay, next time when we will speak.
Yeah, you could take
Yeah, I want to ask a question. Oh, Prince, can I ask a question quickly? Are you guys seeing Sultan Sergio, Prince, everyone in the room? Are you guys seeing the many variables to assessing this as genocide?
I didn't say anything.
No, I'm saying is this how it's done? Because all of these variables are not being met.
Yeah, the thing at large is genocide is a very subjective determination. That's why if you look at the definition of genocide and look at the definition of ethnic cleansing, it's not really clear where one begins and the other ends.
I see.
So it's really up to each person to say, okay, I'll give you a personal example. So my people in the 60s, 3 million of us were starved to death. Not a single accredited university describes this as a genocide, even though this was deliberate. We have the orders, listed.
Where are you from? What country was it?
I just told you Nigeria.
Not necessarily because it wasn't, because the optics and the investment and the interest and there are many other things that you mean.
No, I don't.
That's why I asked for the variables.
I don't deny
You're
that.
talking about the 60s.
And that was a point Cora was trying to make yesterday, that there's various motivations for experts.
I'm agreeing with all of that, but the point is, at the end of the day, accredited.
No, that's a stupid point, brother. There's a big difference between 1960 and 2026.
I mean, as it comes to this, no, because at the end of the day, in 2026, as in 1960, accredited professionals, accredited institutions, all these so-called experts that you say would say that
I feel like
this is
the
genocide.
brown people are complaining. Why are you complaining?
No one's
But
complaining.
you are complaining.
I don't care. I support what happened to the Igbos, right? Fuck them. Anyway, the accredited professionals that you would say should have determined this was a genocide, said no, it's not. So when we're talking about accredited professionals, why do their opinions necessarily matter so much? All facts should be debated, but we just have to find evidence.
Can I say something when you're done, please?
Yeah, please jump in there.
Okay, please don't interrupt. I want you all to pay very close attention. So, Sultan, you said that the definition of a genocide is often confused with ethnic cleansing. Am I correct?
You can just already make your point. I don't really care.
No, I want to make sure that I heard you correctly.
You barely heard me the first time I was speaking.
Can you clarify? Okay, from what I heard, you can correct me if I misheard you, is that you said that there was no actual definition and that is often confused with ethnical cleansing. However, that is factually incorrect. The definition of the genocide was written by Jacob Lemkin, a Jewish Hungarian Holocaust survivor and lawyer. There is actual the genocide study, the Institute for Genocide Study named after Lemkin. I'm sorry, but there is a very, very clear-cut definition of a genocide, and it is part of the Geneva Convention. There is no confusion regarding this. And anybody that wants, I don't know how to, I'll put a link to an image in the comments or something, but just Google definition of genocide. Literally, images, definition of genocide, you will get multiple images with 5 counts, the exact definition of genocide, as written by Jacob Lemkin.
People get hung up on things like in whole or in part, or it requires to be a substantial number of killings.
He
These
said,
are not
he said that
quantifiable.
it's oftenly confused with ethnical cleansing. It is incorrect. Genocide is a very precise legal definition.
No, because all subjective.
He's getting rejected.
These are all
Now,
subjective.
Buttercup, look here. He's going to reject this, and this is gaslight.
How about gaslighting? Gaslight. You see, this is why I didn't speak when you asked the question. These are all man-made legalistic definitions, and legalism change, especially subjective to the organizations who determines them. Yeah, different organizations.
There's different
All laws are illegal. All laws are man-made. Like, what are you saying, Sultan?
Yeah,
It's literally in the International Geneva Convention that most of the world signed on.
The case law is pretty solid, right? It's not subjective. It follows a certain scientific method.
Absolutely, it does, but that's what we need to
Actually,
know.
case law is extremely subjective. It's actually
Exactly.
the way.
Which one? Which one?
Case law evolves a certain way, and it creates precedents, and then the precedent is what it is.
Yeah, but whether or not that precedent is applicable is subjective. That's kind of the point.
Exactly, which is why, okay, you say that it's so easy. What did
You
case
said
law say?
there's often confused with ethnical cleansing, and you literally use the phrase, it's hard to know where one begins and the other ends.
You don't want to be interrupted.
Did you
I
not?
don't understand this.
Did anybody else hear him say that?
No one can hear me speaking. Everyone can hear me.
But you can clarify with him.
You guys are way too far with this. Now you're into
Well, I guess she wants to argue about everything.
I think people, with all due respect, Sultan, you like to argue. We
No, who's the one arguing now? I'm not the one who went down, came up, just
we're going down this like rabbit hole, which is again like not.
This is
relevant. You both agree it's a genocide.
And you say no. You did say A, B, C, and this is the reality. Deal with it.
I'm the one who wants to argue.
Over that, you're an enabler. This is what I was trying to tell.
Anyway, look, we can move on from this because frankly, this show about Zazuli we're gonna understand sense. And I already said it's a genocide to begin with. So why you're all arguing with me?
Where's the genocide? Where's the genocide?
Who's Riri? Riri, what's your deal?
No, I'm just asking where the genocide happened because you keep saying genocide. So I really we don't know you.
You don't know. I think you're gonna have to go down because you're not coherent right now.
Yeah, but Ambrose, you just asked a guy, a sultan, to provide you a Benny Morris article directly in a headline that he...
Okay, we got it. You made your point. Where are you talking about it again?
I want to ask Ambrose. Ambrose, are you accept this?
Look, Sultan, are you there?
Yeah, what's up, Prince?
Sultan, okay, listen. Obviously, there are two groups, two camps. One says it's a genocide, and one says it's not. Now, who the people tend to tune into, they're experts. And there are experts on both sides. But is it the case, or is it not the case, that the experts on the camp of claiming it's a genocide is much larger, more significant, with evidence to prove the claim, as opposed to the other group?
Well, what I would say is that their numbers don't even matter. What matters is the evidence they provide, and their evidence is scarce, which is why,
Looking at the evidence, the statements by the general leaders, the politicians, even one of them came out to say we use nuclear weapons in Gaza, the starvation statements, the evidence from boots on the ground, that the absence of any mechanism to protect civilians, opening fire on civilians no matter what the target is. Does that bring you closer to at least believing that there might be a genocide?
No, yeah, that's why.
Okay, that's all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why I say it's a genocide.
I don't know why you guys are making such a fuss out of this.
Because she keeps saying that, oh, experts this, experts that. Experts said that Israel should exist. Experts say that Israel's not committing any crime. Like, you know, it's a very...
Saying to put our faith in the experts at all costs and not question and not even have discussions with experts. She says we can't even discuss the arguments the experts are making.
Yeah, we have to discuss them.
The experts make arguments and we should engage with those arguments, or what's the point of making the argument?
No, that's fine. I don't think she's wrong for saying that, because at the end of the day, this is not a political matter.
Look, Omar Bartov made a very...
It's a fallacy. It's a fallacy for appeal to authority.
Hold on. I love how people say that it's a fallacy. When they get sick, they go to the authority, which is the doctor. When they get arrested, they go to the authority. You don't say it's a fallacy. Hold up.
Many recommended doctors. It's because someone is telling me I'm fucking. I have a.
We always resort to experts.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Just because I'm disagreeing with you?
No, because you guys always do this fucking clubhouse pseudo intelligent shit. Intellectual shit. It's not intellectual. It's not.
It's analysis. It's critical thinking and dissecting. That's all it is.
It's not.
What is wrong with you, Prince?
Hold on. You can have your opinion on whether the Earth.
It's not an opinion. It's not an opinion. That's what we're trying to tell you.
If it's not an opinion.
We are trying to come to facts and to some kind of truth value through critical thinking. Why do you think these are opinions? You think some of us just come here to you shut the fuck up, man.
You're interrupted.
Let him finish.
You guys love doing this shit when you don't have the knowledge.
Land your point.
When that shut the fuck up, I didn't make my point to Lander, idiot. When that white kid shot the two guys during the Black BLM riots, everyone became a legal expert. Your fucking opinion doesn't matter because it's a matter of the law. You have to study the law. You have to study the cases prior in order to come to some form of conclusive analysis. None of you have that.
Okay, Prince, I think...
So it is a matter of opinion.
Prince, I agree with you that the bottom line is when in doubt, you rely on experts, right? I think what we were discussing yesterday is that in the absence of a final judgment from the ICJ, which is the ultimate authority, what we have is different levels of authority. So we have a UN Commission of Inquiry, right? And that is a very high level of authority. Under that, we have academic opinions, and that's a lower level of authority, right? And under that, we have...
Commission on Genocide also.
On the same level, yeah, that's what we're talking about.
It's a higher.
So we're ranking, we're giving different weight to different authorities. And Emrose was arguing that academic takes is the same level of any court decision. That's just simply not the case.
Of course not.
It is the case that academics are involved in this scholarly work. It is the case that academics were involved in the drafting of the Geneva Convention. It is the case that the people on the court are not just...
Hold on, Buttercup, that is not what I said.
Clarify.
Hold on, can I want to say something? Please, nobody interrupt. And can you please, did you look at Sergio's name? Can you please look at it and then drop him?
Sergio, is your name Rose to imitate Emrose? Is that why you changed your name
Can
to
you
Rose?
please drop him?
So what? It's my
I
name.
can't drop him because then you can't... If I drop him, Emrose, I can't bring you back up. So I can either drop everyone, but I can't keep taking down the hand raising and then turning it back on because then I can't drop people. Do you understand? I can't bring you back up because you moved yourself down too many
Fuck
times.
you,
So
Emrose.
if I drop him, then you can't move yourself down
Wow,
again.
this
Then I have to
sucks.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
sure.
a glitch, okay? Just don't go down
This
again.
sucks. Okay, so please don't interrupt. Look, I'm going to clarify. I did not say that academia is the equivalent of a court ruling, ever. Never in my life have I said it. What I had a problem with is Sultan claiming that he can produce multiple names. Should you no?
But you interrupted 20 times before, but
Absolutely.
the first time for
Okay, he's muted. Go.
What I was bothered is by Sultan, and please let me finish this so you'll understand. He said that he can produce dozens of names. Now, I know for a fact that is true. However, I can produce, and I have to you, Buttercup, yesterday, a full list of organization, a full list of 58 scholars, most of them Jewish and Israelis, because it's very easy to find. The scholars that you are talking about, if they exist, have barely published anything public, let alone have conducted multiple interviews and conversations on the matter publicly and intentionally. And if we can't see that those things do not have the same weight, if you put them on a balancing scale, right, they will not balance. One will be significantly heavier than the other. That is my problem. Academia is not a court ruling, but when you have dozens of academics and organizations and institutes that say one thing, and yes, a few on the other side, but definitely not a match, and we keep claiming, well, this is it's a draw. That is a lack of integrity.
The issue, those same institutes also say 48 Israel, for instance, is not occupied territory. That the Israeli government, including the current Israeli government, is the correct legal sovereign jurisdiction over that. Those same institutes.
What did they say?
Yeah, they say 48 Israel is not occupied.
In what organization?
The UN.
Yes, I agree with you.
Okay, perfect. But you disagree with that?
I disagree with that morally, yes, but I don't dispute that is the legal ruling.
Perfect. Well, so when you want to say that, we should defer to experts, okay, I ask which experts? Because those same experts say that, Ben-Gvir.
But this is the parameter.
No, they didn't. No. Hold on.
You asked me not to interrupt. You're doing a very good job.
Let him finish, and then Emerald's go. We'll give you the mic.
This is amazing. Anyway, those same experts, right, and those same institutions, you like their conclusions when they agree with stuff that you say, right? And like I said, I think it's a genocide. But then you don't like them when they disagree with stuff that you say. So
did I reject them or not respect them?
This is about the 25th interruption. At this point, I have to assume it's because I'm black. Are you racist against black people?
Is it racist?
Perhaps it's because all you're trying to do.
It's because you're black. It's because I'm black. Why are you so racist to black people?
Absolutely. When the black people are just saying something.
Really? Again?
Why
I think you're racist against black people. I think MLK died for nothing.
How the hell do you want to have an intellectual conversation?
How can we have a discussion when you interrupt every 2 seconds?
It's the right
You can't even have a dumb discussion.
Again,
much less an intellectual.
for the millionth.
For the 1,000,001th time, you've interrupted me. Forever.
You're making claims about me that I have never said.
At this point, it must be because I'm going to call you.
You're being intellectually dishonest, Sultan. She doesn't even know that you're black. How is she supposed to?
Well, she keeps interrupting when she keeps making the most.
She knows she's from Nigeria.
You're going to say false.
Yeah, she knows
You're saying false claims about me.
Yeah, because you keep interrupting. All I've done is ask.
Interrupt when you say incorrect things about me.
How about you? Yeah, because I'm speaking. It's not you speaking. I let you speak uninterrupted the whole time.
You made your point, Sultan. You made your point very clear.
I've been trying to. I would have been if it wasn't for one person. But
Guys, it's getting really tedious. I'm gonna just say time out in a minute. Move on. You come.
All I'm saying, okay, institutions, they make questionable decisions. So there's only so much that we can put our stake and hope and faith in them. And yeah, you're racist.
Oh. He's being an idiot.
That's it? Okay. Well, first of all, I did not reject institute or international resolutions or decisions, nor did I ever claim to. The fact that I think that they are immoral, yes, I get to say that. That doesn't mean I contest them or claim that they are not real or fictional, which is what a lot of the people here do. And again, this whole thing started because of something very specific that you said. Why won't you acknowledge that you were simply wrong?
Because I'm not. And because the beginning of word genocide.
You said you could provide
Yeah,
dozens of
again,
experts.
because I'm black. I'm sorry.
What does that have to do with you being black?
I'm going to get the white hood for you, right? I think the white hood is appropriate. Anyway.
Well, then you're full of shit. You're not even black. You're just fucking stirring shit around.
No, you're right.
At the end of the day,
now we have KKK Rose
at the end of the day, it comes down to something very simple. You said you could very easily produce. You said you could very easily produce dozens of experts,
Yes, I can.
which you have not.
No, I have.
I, however, have. Then
ChatGPT
please
is my
produce
friend.
them. Please produce them
ChatGPT is
now.
not racist.
No. I did not refer
Okay,
to
so
ChatGPT.
Sultan, fucking
I provide you everything, but you cannot.
ain't racist unlike you.
Okay, so alright,
This is the time for all of you to be intellectually, to have intellectual integrity and say, you made a claim that you cannot back up.
But I can.
The other side made a claim that they can back up.
We're not even debating the genocide. What we're debating is the veracity of like how much weight to give academic scholars over other authoritative sources. But we already have a more authoritative source, so it's kind of moot. We have the UN Commission of Inquiry that is already.
We need to acknowledge that somebody can't say, I can produce dozens of experts when he can't. Because that's misleading information.
We've already met a higher threshold of credibility. Why do we need to compete? Why do we need to
allowing misinformation to be?
Why do we need to battle each other
without
different?
addressing
There's only one person
Then
battling.
people can say whatever they want, however they want, and nobody will challenge them. And 2 + 2 = 5.
So the outcome we want is the same, right? We want to demonstrate that it is a genocide, and the way you do that is by using as strong and airtight and foolproof of an authoritative source as you can. And a UN commission is far more authoritative than a list of scholars.
Provide sources. Buttercup, he hasn't provided anything.
He agrees with the genocide. He's on your team. The outcome is the
It
same.
doesn't matter. It's about. Forget about my team. People make claims that they throw into empty space, and you just let them. If you're going to make a claim, back it up. Otherwise, we can all make every fucking claim in the world that we want.
But the stakes of this claim is not the same level of whether it's a genocide. He agrees it's a genocide. He's
The
convinced.
integrity is the same integrity. If you can't admit that you phrased something wrong and take it back, then there's no point in having a conversation.
You
can't produce dozens of experts because they don't exist. Just acknowledge it.
There's only one of us who wants to argue about meaningless things like this, and that's
We're debating over the threshold of proof. We're not debating over whether it's a genocide. We should focus on high stakes things that actually matter and will make a difference in the world and make people stop dying. It's not going to make more or less people die whether or not Sultan trusts academics.
Yeah, the question is, okay, so like I think Buttercup, I'm on there with you. 90%, like a great deal number of people who aren't supposed to be biased, who are supposed to be fair and look into what's going on in Gaza, basically have established that it's a genocide. Now, what's the question? What is after that, right? Okay, it's a genocide. Now, what next, right? I think we can move on to the next point.
But that's exactly what he's contesting.
No,
He's not contesting whether he can produce.
I'm sorry, but if we're going to address this, you said we're talking about the credibility of proof, right? He made a claim.
Well, I mean, I guess I can.
If he cannot back it up, and we cannot demand him
There's always
to
going to be
retract
people
his claim because he
But it's
cannot back it up.
Emeralds, we have a higher standard.
It's not.
Yeah, there are unfortunate. I hate to.
We've already demonstrated that it's a genocide. If you consider, academic scholars credible, then you certainly consider a UN Commission of Inquiry
It's not
credible,
about
right?
that. It's about the way we conduct a discourse. If he can throw a claim into the air of I can produce dozens of experts, but doesn't back it up, then he has the obligation to retract that statement.
No.
If you make a
I'm
statement
never gonna
and
retract
people
my
are
statement.
asking you to back it up, then provide the backing.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna retract my statement.
Fine, Sultan, if you don't want to distract it, just produce your ChatGPT generated list. Go, do it.
Why would I waste?
So we can move the fuck on, okay? This is tedious.
I've been trying to.
Produce
It's
it.
your friend who doesn't want to move
Put
on.
it in your PCR now so we can
I've
move the
been
fuck.
trying to. It's your friend who
Buttercup, it's
doesn't want
crazy.
to move on, Buttercup. You just don't
Put it in your
want to.
PTR so we can settle this. If you can in fact find a dozen.
I wanted to move on minutes
Yes,
ago.
but if you can in fact find a dozen scholars, if you can find a dozen scholars.
Move on.
Move on.
Move on.
You're just
Move
making
on,
your
move
friend
on,
This
look
is
like less
stupid.
of the genius
Next.
because she wants to
Next.
argue for the sake of
Sultan, yeah, okay, fine. We
Next.
just let's move on.
Okay.
please.
How about Rose and Sultan don't talk for a little bit?
Yeah,
This is ridiculous.
this is tiring as fuck.
Yeah, this is like the epitome of Clubhouse right here.
Yeah. And it distracts from the larger point, which I think is making connections and helping bring people to your side, or maybe being open to learning new information. I mean, that's the purpose of these conversations.
Okay, but we can't move on until Sultan retracts his statement.
No,
Sultan,
Sultan,
go down.
stop your trolling.
Next person to bring this up goes down. Sorry.
Yeah.
All you're saying is burden of proof is on you when you make it. And Sultan did say, like, go open Gemini.
Marius, please just ignore it, move on. You're fucking feeding the troll.
I'm just giving
You're feeding the troll. You're feeding the troll, Marius. So,
Anyway,
so
it's a really
it's
nice
been
He doesn't want you people to realize that he can't back it up.
Rose, go down. Rose, go down.
Wait, Rose,
Rose, go down.
Emrys, I love you, but this is really like
integrity.
Rose, go
I
down.
thought the next
Please.
person to bring it up
Sultan, go down.
Are you not a woman of your
Buttercup, throw her down. This is ridiculous.
I'm not throwing her down.
Why? You just said you would.
They shut me up for giving
No, you're not credible, Buttercup.
Listen, we're all we've all harped on like irrelevant details in our lives, and it's fine.
I mean, one person is doing it a lot more than everyone else, so just...
All right, final
Sultan,
warning.
stop it.
Okay, final warning. Next person to bring up the fucking
Do you
list.
promise, Buttercup, this time?
Yeah, the next one
Okay.
to do it gets muted, and you get one mute warning, and then you go down if it's the second time you
So
bring
as
it
I
up.
was saying when Sultan was saying,
Don't feed
Hey,
the fucking
all right,
troll, Nargis.
that's your final warning.
Okay, but let's be honest.
Can someone like
Okay, that's your
another
final
conversation?
warning too,
Anything
Sultan.
at all? Come on.
Nargis,
Tell us a
Sultan,
story
and
from-
Rose just
Moon,
fucking
tell us
get
a story
down.
from your childhood. Mr. X, tell us more stories from your childhood. What kind of a house did you grow up in?
Thank
Did
you.
you have animals? Did you have a farm?
Don't do this. Buttercup.
Why not?
Come on.
"Oh my God, it's gonna be long."
Why not?
One thing I can say, if I can get a bit meta here, Buttercup, is there's always going to be people using like what if this particular detail without looking at a situation, just saying, this is wrong. And their purpose is to muddy the waters and stall for time. So if, and let's just for argument's sake say yes, absolutely there's genocide going on in Gaza. Then the next,
We all agreed there's a
yes,
genocide.
yes.
The
So
question
then what is
what-
next? What is next? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
So-
you wanna
so
talk about
should-
the topic?
Yeah, I think that is
All right,
a better
that's fine. Let's do it. Next topic. What's after the genocide? What does accountability look like? What does justice look like? First of all, the war criminals need to go to jail, right? Or be
Yeah.
tried.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Bring the filthy out, expose them, and then build. Rebuild. We destroy, we build. We destroy, we build.
Yeah, the people of Israel deserve a much better leader than this.
But how much
crazy-
culpability
No.
do we give to the rank and file soldier versus like the military leader versus the leadership of Israel versus the people who didn't necessarily participate in the genocide but like tacitly supported it, right?
Right,
Like
yeah.
propagandists. Like what level of
Absolutely.
culpability do each of them have?
That's a very hard question,
I would love to hear Emrys' opinion on this. I feel like she would have a
Hard and yet like necessary to address, I think. Matthew, do you
I mean,
want to-
this was
Yeah,
public
well,
after
I
the
mean, now
Holocaust.
I think the most practical thing is to look at how other nations that committed similar crimes were treated, and it's the same thing. If there's got to be a methodology for dealing with things like this. How did the Hutsis and Tutsis or whatever? How did any other nation that's committed crimes? How were they? How was the situation
You know what, Matt?
rectified?
You know what's sad, Matt? Like some of these nations went unrecognized.
Yeah, 100% they did.
Yeah, so I'm trying to avoid that, I think, on a greater scale.
Hard.
This is not just understood as another event, another war.
but something of great consequence, right? And this is how we even kept the Holocaust alive, by repeating the stories, by bringing it up, by exposing oppression, oppressor, etc. So such should be, I think, the means by which we're going to expose this whole thing and keep it alive in some sense, right? Alongside.
Oh, that's one thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then other nations, like, you know, the Turks did horrific things to a lot of people, but
Yeah, like the Armenians.
as far as I understand, they didn't, they weren't punished all that much for it.
And the 100-something countries don't even recognize it as a genocide.
Yeah.
Just saying, so.
No, but Sultan is right. This is why I said, like, much of it gets buried in the freaking crumbles of history, whilst some others are glorified, and this should not be the case if we are truly the human family.
Well, look what's going on there, and again, between Russia and Ukraine. I mean, the Russians killed 7 million Ukrainians, and then they're going through a similar thing now.
Oh, you mean Holodomor? I mean, that's also not recognized as a genocide by really much of anyone.
Absolutely a genocide.
Well, I mean, according to which experts? Okay, but according to which experts, though?
Well, I don't have it on me now, but I know that it was documented quite thoroughly and approximately 7 million.
Most academics in Russia, the US, and everywhere else say that, yeah, it's not a genocide.
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of people that say it is. So let's say it is. Let's you know, if a whole lot of people are killed, then let's suggest it was.
I think actually, I don't think the academic consensus is that it was a genocide.
Exactly. But you see why they act things like expert opinion. It's better to just go on evidence. Yet 7 million people die in a famine organized by the Central Politburo of the Soviet Union, where they were confiscating grain from people. Yeah, that's a fucking genocide.
Yeah.
I don't need Harvard, Brown, Cambridge, or the UN itself to tell me that, yeah, that's a genocide for it to be.
Yeah, personally, I don't need to either, you know. Personally, I don't need that, you know, either. I mean, it was, there's so many hundreds of thousands of photos of what happened and so many millions of documents.
It helps to have someone, in Amrose's defense, it helps to have someone who's deeply knowledgeable about international law and all the technicalities and all the minutiae and how it compares to previous genocides to give you, to help you curate an opinion. But these people, they put their, Omer Bartov in his New York Times article, he's one of the first people to lay out clearly with evidence. We didn't just take his word for it. He presented evidence, explained why it met the definition of a genocide, so that we could be convinced. And so, like, it helps to have these experts who are deeply knowledgeable about it.
Of course. What I'm saying is that some people are so very biased that they tighten the definition for genocide. They make it almost nearly impossible. Like, you know, no genocide has ever been committed, except for, you know, one that fits my particular narrative or something like that. Some people tighten it up, and
virtually every genocide has been disputed anyway by someone, right? Like,
yeah, exactly, and that's not really the greater point. The greater point is that even the people that are on this quote-unquote whatever in-group or side that's committing the genocide, they're suffering too because they're losing their humanity, and it's just not good for anybody, you know?
I don't think that word increases solidarity very much. I think it just creates polarization and confusion.
It does.
Let's focus on solidarity between our peoples and third parties. It's so funny that all the third party nations, they like to watch the fight.
There's probably some people that, you know, are thoroughly anti-Semitic and thoroughly anti-Muslim that would like to see the Jews and Arabs kill each other, you know? I'm sure there's people like that.
Thing, yeah, a lot of countries are anti-Islamic and in this. But anyway, let's focus on solidarity. We like kebabs. We like falafel. We like taking care of nature. There's a lot of cool things.
It's a matter of trust, isn't it? It's a matter of people trying to trust one another.
Actually, I support climate change.
And I would say it's a matter of like even.
I also hate falafel.
It's also
You get what I'm saying, but
tolerance, you know. Yeah.
let's discuss things that bring us together.
Well, no, because again, that doesn't.
That's a
solve,
good idea.
No, but that doesn't solve anything, right? Like we're all human.
Yes, it does.
Oh, I think it very much
I was
does.
in graduate school for peace studies. That's fine commonality.
That's lovely.
It's necessary.
There are 1,000,001 commonalities you can find with someone who's trying to stab you, or someone who's like, literally like eradicating half of humanity or anything like that.
Yeah, you both like knives.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't like knives, but the point is though.
Anyways, the order of business today is love and solidarity. Why derail that?
Because because titles like that, where'd he go? I don't know where he went. Anyway, the whole blind love and solidarity thing is like kind of misleading the topic. Not because love and solidarity are bad, but because, you're trying to address an issue of justice. So love and solidarity without justice is meaningless.
That's true too. That's true too. I mean, if some folks in the West Bank, if their intention is just to take land and to get some land, and they're not going to compromise, you do have to lay down a greater law and say, hey, you can't do that. But what you can do is you can make a house next to an Arab and then bring in the love and solidarity and say, hey, look, you guys aren't so different. Please don't kill each other. Okay. And I think it's also a matter of self-awareness where, again, because I had PTSD, or still do, I suppose you never really get over it, but it's kind of this sort of self-awareness where you realize that the brain tricks you into seeing evil things and bad things where they don't always exist. Distrust is a very viral sort of thing. Hatred is a very viral sort of thing. And again, it probably goes back to Austin's peace studies.
Okay, but again, did the Arab who lost his get his house back? Did the Arab that was arbitrarily detained by the Israeli military, did he get his, what's the word, compensation?
Justice, yeah, he needs it.
For that matter, I'll even be fair, just to throw a bow to the other side. Did the Jew who lost his family in some, bus attack, get justice?
No, both sides have to get justice in a fair way, and it has to be divvied out in a very careful way. Because if justice is divvied out to one side and not the other, then you have bad feelings all around, right? Exactly. I was thinking about this. Like, if I was in Kyiv and I was Ukrainian, I would hate, probably, honest to God, I'm just human just like everybody else. I would hate every fucking Russian that I ever saw. I would hate them to my guts. I just would.
You're pro-Zelensky,
Well, I'm Slovak, and the Russians do bad things to us too. Yeah. But I'm just saying, it's an example, because I'm human, I shouldn't generalize like that. Probably there's millions and millions of Russians that absolutely hate Zelensky, but my mind would want to generalize. My mind would want to go to the default position of every Russian is evil. I hate these people. There is nothing they can do to ever make me change my mind. So that has to be dealt with as well.
Okay, but you can think every Russian is evil. In fact, you'd be justified from that perspective, because the overwhelming majority of Russians don't believe that Ukraine should even exist. But it comes down to what you do with those actions, right?
With those feelings, right?
Yeah. Do you decide to just blow up a random bus station of Russians, throw suicidal drones at Russian apartment buildings, certain presidents of Ukraine decided to do, or otherwise?
And then, if I did that, then just even more bad feelings, right?
Yeah.
Right. So it's a fucking hard. It's a catch-22 all around. This distrust, and then especially in Israel and Palestine, because they're so small. You know, and everybody on either side has such small margin for error. And I would even posit that everybody in that area, Palestinians and Israelis, all have PTSD to one extent or another. Josh doesn't go that far, you know? Everybody's hardened, their hearts are hardened. And then, like, how do you deal with that, you know?
No, not like that, brother. We are living in peaceful way. We are busy with our trees, with our crops, with our neighbors, with our land, this and that, and we expect the settler to come and die. Something like this, we try to cooperate between each other, take care of each other, something like that. We are not interested to help anybody. Many times we catch.
I'm not going to say
catch
I'm trading for
settlers.
silver to a Rolex.
We surround them. We
And
catch
I'm only
them.
going to pull out the purse after I choose what product I want.
It's
I'm
very
going to
famous.
solid. If not,
And then start crying as usual. You know, ugly, stupid, young people, ugly. And we live with them, you know. We give them the behave. You Google it, Kusra, you write Kusra.
14 karat.
The village.
Prince, do you feel that you're at
What
peace
else you have? That range.
given all that's happened?
Always believe them.
Well, I asked Prince if he was do you feel you're at peace?
That man, listen to me, I used to go out at times when I am still young.
Let's see what we can get. We had our options. We see which one's better. And we keep on going. I want to ask you, how much are you over here?
I understand. I live just making that decision. Okay, brother. But Prince, would you say that you're at peace and the majority of your people feel at peace?
I'm not asking for any. Are you giving it away?
Yeah, I mean, a good question. Any of the Israelis or the people who feel tied to that side, do you feel that you guys are at peace? Mood seems to suggest that
How can
everyone's
you
just
be
like,
at peace when justice is not served?
I mean, Mood says that everyone is just going around picking olives, you know, and frolicking and singing Kumbaya.
We are a fucking poor villagers and we get used for foreigners. You may imagine if somebody, for example, listen, this is very important. Through the history, we get used for foreigners. We like foreigners. Wallahi, we like foreigners. But those fucking bastards at the beginning, wallahi, my father told me that we get benefit from the immigrant at the beginning, you know?
Oh, yes.
They established our
Made
village.
you fight each other.
Listen, brother. Wallahi, I swear God, you know, the beginning of the immigrant for the Jewish, the same for Armenian and the Greeks and other, you know, Greeks happened in Europe. We welcome them. We get no problem. Not only the fucking mandate, the British mandate, we as a people, you know, we welcome them. They come and live neighbors. They rent places.
How does that work out?
It was the pastors who made them fight each other. It was the pastors who made them fight each other. They were throwing Bibles at each side and said, "Oh, go fight."
Yeah, at the beginning, you know, we don't imagine that they are going to make militants and they are going, you know, to make war against us, as we are not ready for a fight or any other stuff. You get what I mean? We don't have any weapons. Usually we don't have much weapons.
Listen, we have sometimes being a doormat, you know, is just being polite and kind, but sometimes it doesn't work out.
Brother, something happened like this, you know. Still, we was, you know, simple people there was, you know, they are happy, some people, villagers, they are happy to kiss girls from the back of the glass, and they pay money. She put her... This is reality. They are happy, you know, to see...
What time period was this?
تربرب عليه يعني.
It's a funny thing. So Amos actually used to talk like this at the beginning. Yeah, I don't know if you guys knew him from.
Yeah, but he learned. But he learned.
Oh, but he learned.
Yeah, after October 7th, he went like
Exactly.
You believe it, brother? They used to make the Palestinian announcement and the flags and other fucker stuff, and they sell it to the Arab.
anything.
They make money.
Coexistence was not good for his existence.
Listen, please, sister.
Baby.
Baby, yeah, baby. Always you are my baby. Ever, forever. This is real, you know. Our people was, even though, our Palestine is rich.
I have to give a
crops.
disclaimer to Benny Goy. Disclaimer.
What, Benny Goy?
أنا بني boy.
I'm Benny Goy. I'm just giving the disclaimer, okay? You mentioned doormat, and I mentioned lack of, absence of intelligence. This character does not represent Palestinians in any way, shape, or form.
No. I am telling you, simple.
But he was a fighter for the PLO.
I was a fighter, yes. I am proud to say that. I am soldier.
Wait, hold on. Which group did you fight for?
I was the militant Palestinian Liberation Army.
والجبهة الشعبية يعني؟
نعم حبيبي، جيش التحرير الفلسطيني.
جيش التحرير.
I'm an old man. I'm 65.
جيش التحرير؟
جيش التحرير حبيبي. انا مع اليرموك، مع لواء اليرموك في الأردن.
Okay.
It's in Jordan, I have when I get sentenced, I have improvement, if you like. I still keep it. They give me 7 sentences at that time, and I, already, I confessed that I belong to the. I am a soldier, They caught us. They caught me, my friend. I don't care, Buttercup. Don't afraid from me. Nergis, nobody afraid from me. Caleb.
Wait, hold on. How old are you?
Nobody afraid.
مو جيش التحرير كان بسوريا.
No, hold on. How old are you?
I am 65.
Yeah, you.
Yeah, the math is not mathing, bro.
You were 10 years old, bro. Get the hell out of here.
What you said?
جيش التحرير was in the 60s, wasn't it?
So you were a soldier.
Story.
So you were a soldier in Jordan مع جيش التحرير الفلسطيني, right?
لا حبيبي.
What year?
This is exactly in 1975.
Okay, and in 1978, 79, you were 16 or 17, and you blew up on you exploded an explosive device in Naples, right?
That's correct. نص لسانك ولا جندك ولا حل عن فقر ولا عندي لليوم. I still have. This is what you call it, when you the sentences, The sentences when they sent us to the home.
I know you were arrested by the Israelis. When I know إنك كنت عامل في إسرائيل. غير هيك, just leave us alone.
Jindeb. I know somebody, his name is Jindeb from Deir al-Hatab. What is his name? Let me remind. He was jailed in the same period with me. I was the youngest boy, the youngest prisoner.
What's going on?
I was the youngest prisoner in 1976. I was a youngest prisoner on all. Sorry.
Fucking dancing prince.
You got what I mean? I have evidence. You can get when I go back, to visit. I will take pictures, send it to you.
Put a picture in your PTR. We want to see.
What PTR?
In your profile, we want to see the picture of you as a soldier.
Not now.
We're gonna have I also wonder of you and Amos, both in your uniforms.
I don't want to.
Yeah.
I'm not interested.
I want
Well, we are young.
This is most.
And we are old. Listen, Buttercup, anyway, to be honest, what happened, our story is a fucking sad story, in my village, we get warm because we have already business with some companies at that time and some famous people, from Sasson, this is very famous family, big family from Iraq. If you ask Sasson and Jacobi, Abraham, Sasson, Jacobi, those names, big names, big families,
Sasson is
We get-
from my people. Sasson is the Persian one.
Sasson.
Are you Persian?
Not Persian, Sasson. The family name Sasson.
How do you pronounce it, Ibrahim?
Abraham Sasson.
Yes. What about him? What are you saying about them? That they were. You know them?
In Blappes, he's a joint venture. He was a joint venture with my father, a long time ago. Before,
He's
this
his
is
Jewish
the
friend.
I'm talking.
His father's Jewish friend.
Not friend, adventure. They have
They're investors.
He's friends with the Sasson family.
Mossad and
Yes.
Oh my god.
Well, take it easy. Before it is different, the situation is different.
The situation is different. The Sassons are literally known as the Rothschilds of the East.
My teacher, my friend, my teacher is a Jewish.
Well, Mr. X is loaded. He has like 4 houses. He has a house in Jordan. He's in a house
Yes, and Nablus also.
in Nablus. This guy is like a.
Jerusalem, in Jerusalem, Allah
He has 4 fucking houses. This guy, it's believable. He's in
But
business.
it's not his wealth. It's the Sasson family. The Sasson family is connected with a lot of very interesting things at the end of the Ottoman Empire that
I don't know shit about them. Tell us. No, he can address it. What is this?
I don't feel like mentioning it. It doesn't. We can discuss it later.
Don't allude to
There's a reason.
Actually, ask ChatGPT. Like they.
Even if you try to go through the history of the Sassons and so on and so forth, I don't think he would understand. He wouldn't understand anything of it. Anything about it. He wouldn't. I don't know. I don't know how this character is put together. Also,
he's right.
Yeah, he's.
What are you? Well, okay, listen, Jindib. We can coexist. We can live together. But the problem with the mentality sometimes, if they believe in it, they don't like to see you. Buttercup, you believe it, Buttercup?
Do I believe your dad was in business with Sasson? I don't know the Sassons.
I used to hide my name in Tel Aviv. Nobody know my exact name. You believe it? I'm still young. I don't like anybody. My name in Tel Aviv, Sasson.
Wait, your name is Sasson?
No.
You hided your name because you have a high-profile name. You have a famous name.
No. At that time, I have another name. I used to use another name, while I'm in Tel Aviv.
This guy is
He's a gangster.
You believe like half of the stories, right? But like there's
He's
still
a gangster. I want to dedicate a song to I love Daniel in the audience, with your permission, Buttercup. Here you go, Daniel. I love you.
Allah.
Or Hatikva. We can play Hatikva.
Hold on.
Hatikva is a beautiful national anthem. It is a beautiful.
What do you want me to play?
You could look up Hatikva. Hatikva.
Spell it. H-A?
Hatikvah.
You're really okay with that?
Of course.
Why not?
Okay. I'll give you credit.
It's a gorgeous song.
What is it?
Objectively, it's the really
Song of Hope. National anthem.
yeah.
Okay.
I bet Mood knows this.
Who knows about?
This is someone's taught it to him.
Is this the one?
Buttercup.
Pepper?
Buttercup.
Yes.
קוראים לי ניסים.
Oh, they call you Nisim? They give you a Hebrew name?
Yeah.
In your past life?
I just remember. Nisim, Nassim. I used to call myself Nisim.
It means you're miracles. They call you miracles. That's what it means.
Really?
Yeah. They said you're a miracle. That's what they named you.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know.
You're a miracle, all right.
Is it now my turn to play music?
They call him Nisim.
Yes.
Yes, can I play something now?
Yes, please.
Of course.
Let me play something first.
You gotta turn on music mode for your music to work on your phone.
Okay, let me know when.
Change your sound mode to music and then.
Okay, let me know when somebody wanted before me.
Betty wants to go.
Seriously?
This is how you know that is out of touch. This is how you know.
This is how you know what?
It's how you know you're out of touch with the current zeitgeist of even the peaceful fans. You're just, you're wild.
I like the song, man. What do you have against it?
It's a lovely song, but you're just like, but it's like.
Okay, do you want that song or something else?
Yes, sing. Go, Nemros, it's on you.
I'm trying to sing like a song. Okay.
Buttercup, a song or something else?
Whatever you want, your choice.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't want to be an emperor.
Oh shit,
That's not my
this is a really good song.
I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world, there's room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful, but we have lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's souls, has barricaded the world with hate, has goose-stepped us into misery and bloodshed. We have developed speed, but we have shut ourselves in. Machinery that gives abundance has left us in want. Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind. We think too much and feel too little. More than machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness. Without these qualities, life will be violent, and all will be lost. The aeroplane and the radio have brought us closer together,
The very nature of these inventions cries out for the goodness in men, cries out for universal brotherhood, for the unity of us all. Even now, my voice is reaching millions throughout the world, millions of despairing men, women, and children, victims of a system that makes men torture and imprison innocent people. To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed, the bitterness of men who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die, and the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes, men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, and what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle, you are men. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. In the chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man, nor a group of men. All men, in you, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create us. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world, a decent world, that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to build, to do away with national barriers, to do away with greed, with hate and intolerance. Let us fight for a world of reason, a world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite.
There was a remix to this one.
Rest in peace, Johnny Chap. Amen.
Like it.
Love him.
Love it.
Yeah.
Get chill.
Big seller. You know Charlie Chaplin. You know Charlie Chaplin.
Now, do you want to go for something fun?
Yeah.
But it's possible mostly Palestinians will laugh.
It's okay.
Let me give it a try anyway.
Charlie Chaplin was a Zionist too.
David Horowitz, when he was in California, was one of his mentors. Stephen Miller has been architecting this career since he was 16 or 17. You know, the Duke thing, you just got lucky.
Yeah. Well, it was an opportunity that presented itself, and he had, like I said, Fox News became the platform where he could go, and they were more than happy to give him the space to rant. Imagine being right under those circumstances.
I know. It's really horrible.
If you keep saying stuff, sooner or later, something you say is going to be right. Like Alex Jones, every one in a million things he says is actually right.
I mean, it's just one of the biggest stories of any of our lifetimes. I mean,
You think of it as that?
the Duke lacrosse
scandal?
Scandal?
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cultural event. Oh, absolutely. I mean, for sure.
The Rolling Stone one too? I mean, they would go in the same chapter, maybe. You know what I'm talking about?
No, break it down.
The woman drove sexist hazing practices that were taking place.
Oh, I remember that one. Yes,
Yeah.
I remember that one. No, this was bigger. This was bigger because of the faculty involvement. It was bigger because, remember, the prosecutor.
Yes.
Yes, this is a huge. It's strange. It's a strange. Mel, you should know about this one. Mel said, "Fuck Duke for giving him $20 million." I did lucky.
No, they had to.
Yep. They're lucky it was only $20 million. It was really bad.
Yeah, my best friend, her big sister, was at Duke at the time. Shout out to the Duke Deltas or whatever. Yeah. It was huge. It was huge. And I think a lot about, and I have thought a lot about, I'm so glad I didn't have a public platform at that time. Because I would have been out there. I would have been. Just those people got so humiliated. People who put their whole lives and careers and reputations on the line. And the instinct was not wrong. I don't think the instinct, but man, they got really harangued.
So I'm looking at his Wikipedia. He left. Look at the pictures of the Duke. What a beautiful campus. Wow, I'd like to see it one day. It's beautiful. I've never seen it. He went to Breitbart after. So he went to work in Congress. He said Sessions correct, and then he was at Breitbart. I mean, remember he met Richard Spencer. Y'all remember Richard Spencer?
Yeah, of course. He was his name. As far as I'm concerned, he's still important. As a Ku Klux Klan or whatever he is, Nazi, Aryan, what is
I mean, when's the last time anybody really thought about... He's pretty low-key these days. Okay, but sorry, keep going.
He fell off. Yeah, he fell off. But still, I was going to say, Stephen Miller's career, pick the ideology, but he did get luck. I mean, he did happen to be at the right place when this came. But he is, y'all know I like this, he's a model for many people who want to get to the highest levels of their field, who on their own dint, personality, and likability would otherwise not get to the highest levels. I was looking at Wikipedia, he used to call into the Larry Elder Show when he was in high school. To your point, Kim, that he's been architecting this forever.
Yes. I mean, the thing that I recognize in Stephen Miller, I know a lot of people who've been ideologues since they were children. I might be a person who's been an ideologue since I was a kid. He had vision.
100%.
You know what? Another example, Ben, is immediately after January 6th, you notice how Trump people were distancing themselves from Trump and everything. Stephen was the only person who stood by him through and through, and pretty much kept doing the same thing again as he did with the Duke lacrosse scandals. And in fact, it's my understanding that he was instrumental in getting Elon Musk to help him fund whatever lawsuits he was doing against the Biden administration, and then eventually connecting Elon with Donald Trump.
Oh, that's exciting.
So, yeah, he's a believer. Yes, he's a believer. There is a podcast episode of the New York Times. This was done over, I remember listening to it about, it might have been about a year and a half ago, something like that, where his name came up again. And they did a really good profile of the man, how he managed to get himself all the way up to the powerful position he's in.
It's obviously not OJ, but I would say post 9/11, I can't think of another cultural call celeb and anti-call celeb. I can't describe it the other way. That matches the Duke lacrosse scandal. And what's interesting about it, I think a lot of people forget about it. It was on the eve of Obama. So Obama coming in roughly 2 years later, people kind of forget about it. But there was still a lot of simmering, obviously in him and others, from the Duke lacrosse scandal. I mean, the woman is in prison now. I don't know.
Yeah.
Have you kept up with it?
For something else, not for that.
No. Yeah, she killed her boyfriend or something.
Oy.
Oh yeah, and then she admitted that it was a scandal. I mean, we all know that.
So
But
you
yeah,
She
the
did an interview
prosecutor.
last year.
Shut the fuck up, guy.
I got it.
You think she
You're lying,
created?
brother.
You think this created an enormous anti-black backlash?
I don't think so.
So why is it so significant?
Oh, I just think it was more like an anti-woke. Like, when do people get woke? Someone write that rule, the history of what y'all conservatives call woke. This is there. This got a lot of people into that.
Yeah.
Believing all women thing, the backlash of Me Too. People don't know it, but it's in the background.
It's there. It's also the way that the faculty of Duke got involved. I think that
But that thing continued. That wokeness continued.
I remember distinctly being like, oh, maybe I should put Duke on the list because there was a big letter from the faculty, right?
It was.
Yes.
The 15 or the 6, there was a number that they had.
And I just thought, oh, wow, I want to go somewhere where the faculty are so brave.
Yeah. You know the irony of that? You could have
No.
gone there. It just wouldn't have been Duke. Many of them left. You may have ended up in a place where some of them were because they left.
So this writer came from the Seattle Times. He was a new New York Times reporter from the Times, experienced there. They gave him what they call a double truck spread inside, which means 2 full pages facing each other, which they rarely do. And the whole thing was completely wrong. And he was, as I said a moment ago, he was my mentor. He done this is the thing about investigative reporters, are always looking for something, and they can be wrong. He did a report on judges in Seattle, and the day before the publication, you give people a heads up, this is coming out. The judge hung himself.
Oh, shit.
That stuff.
Well, in this instance, to be fair to your friend, I mean, people were just lying to him because we know that the DA, the prosecutor, was disbarred for lying.
Of course.
I mean, Mayo, that's the other part. I don't know if you know. The prosecutor lied about a bunch of evidence and got caught. He not only got fired, he was disbarred. He may have actually faced criminal.
But I wonder if he did any shooting.
There's some street food for you to eat. Yeah, why are they coming to us? God damn.
So I remember the 30 for 30. I knew that something had happened to Naifang, but I just looked this up. He was the first prosecutor, Naifang, the first prosecutor in North Carolina history disbarred for trial conduct.
Yeah. And the only one. First and only still.
Wait, were they convicted at trial?
No, it's him. No, they no.
So what was his trial conduct that got him disbarred?
He had lied about, hold on. He had lied about
they were acquitted?
Let me pull it up. Hold on. Let me tell you where it was.
Maybe it's for professional conduct, because I thought they sort of threw the thing out before it went to trial. These kids' lives were, obviously they had to withdraw from Duke and everything.
Oh, they graduated.
Oh, I thought they withdrew.
Oh, no.
Maybe they withdrew for a while, then went back to get their degree.
Yeah, they graduated.
Okay, he withheld exculpatory DNA evidence showing that genetic material from multiple unidentified men was found on the accuser and none from any Duke players, and then misled the court and defense about those results. He made inflammatory prejudicial public statements proclaiming the player's guilt during an ongoing investigation, violating ethics rules on pretrial publicity and defendants' right to a fair process. This is from scholarship.law.duke.
Yeah, there's a name for that obligation to provide exculpatory evidence. I'm looking it up now. It's an important, it's an important part of due process. I'm looking it up now. I think a lot of prosecutors do it. He just got nailed for it.
Yeah, that's what it was. Here it is. So the evidence, the exculpatory.
It might be. I'm checking now. It might be.
The exculpatory evidence, he would have submitted before the trial, so it never got to trial. And then, watch this. The soon-to-be senator from North Carolina, Roy Cooper, was the attorney general at the time, and he dropped the charges against the 3 lacrosse scandals. against the three lacrosse scandals. Oh my God, against the boys. I'm telling you,
Brady material, they call it. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I'm telling you, Mel, brother, you gotta watch. They got documentaries. You gotta read about it. It was huge. I mean, it was really huge. People were. Oh, and there was another one. I remember this was also the time. Yeah, there was the one that Norm said about the Rolling Stone, but there was also the Rick Pitino scandal, where he was getting prostitutes. Remember this? He was getting prostitutes. I think it was at Louisville. Y'all remember this?
No, but maybe if you hum a few
Yeah,
bars.
he was getting prostitutes. I think he got fired from Louisville basketball team because they were bringing in prostitutes.
Yeah, I remember
It was
that.
like this thing around college sports and recruiting, and He Got Game had come out maybe not too long before, and it kind of exposed. When did that come out? He Got Game.
Yes,
2000.
this is in my peak of wanting to go to college for sports journalism. This is
Yeah, He Got Game was 1998, and then we saw how like they would bring in the girls, but Rick Pitino under him, they were bringing in basically similar to like the lacrosse thing, bringing women to strip or whatever, and then they would have sex with them. It was like a whole thing. So yeah, so when people are like woke culture war stuff, I don't know. A great book would be from Duke lacrosse scandal to the Gaza protests. I just think that is a really good set of bookends for understanding that, what the right wingers people call woke era. Yeah, Bieber said a woman tried to extort Pitino for an abortion. It was like a real thing.
It was so wild. It was.
Yeah, I want to go back to those days. I want to get away from ICE agents shooting people and then lying in sworn testimony, and then the DHS have to come out today and say we have video of our agents lying, and they're now being investigated. It's like we'll be charged, and the guys, we apologize, they have to let go, and the federal judge lets them go. I can't believe that's where we are. That's insane. Nappy-headed hose was around this time.
Oh,
Nappy-headed
yes.
hose.
Imus.
Nappy-headed hose was which year? 2007. Oh, it was the same year.
Yes.
Wait, is that a rap group?
No.
That was the Rutgers team.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Why are you making that joke?
It's because it's funny.
I just answered it too. That was crazy.
Nobody laughed.
I have a question.
So, you know,
I don't know my feeling on that.
these things, no, we don't. We can't do gender wars again today. You know, I think, it's two sides of, the same coin, right? Because I think that while the anti-woke stuff, that this stuff incites, the anti-woke fervor on one side, as somebody who was on the other side, all of that stuff did also rile up the wokies. Like, I do remember coming of age during this time, coming into, a feminist identity during this time, fighting for my life every single day in AP Gov.
That was its ill effects.
And in AP European history. Because of these conversations, it's like Hegelian. Like, we created each other. We exist.
Because of these what, Conrad? Because of these what you said?
It's like now I'm worried. Am I using Hegelian wrong now?
No, I thought you were going to say conversations. But
No. Well, because of these kinds of public conversations, yeah. Wait, you don't say conversations because of me. Like, I don't say conversations like that.
But you know what, man? I would start that book earlier.
Where would you start it? What would be
in the mid-90s?
But then you have 9/11 in the middle.
I understand that. I do. I get that.
I mean, what would be the event you would start it with?
Oh God, what would be the event?
Because I feel like it was the Duke lacrosse. So for me, it would basically be like I feel like the Duke lacrosse scandal woke up and a sense of feeling aggrieved and victim among white men. They're like, oh, look what they're doing to our boys.
We're under attack.
We're we're under attack. I feel like that started with the Duke thing. I don't. Maybe it was earlier, but I feel like that.
I think it is early because I would think about the bombing in Oklahoma City.
But that's a different demographic, right? Like there's something.
Yeah, it's a continuum.
But there's
when I think about Timothy McVeigh, he was 26 years old at the time.
But he was. Duke is it was a big thing where I was from because it was a certain kind of white boy. It was the people who expected to become the masters of the universe.
A lot of words. Yeah, they're not white trash.
I don't want to say they're not white trash.
It's just a lot of words.
They're white boys.
Yeah, they play lacrosse.
Hey, I apologize. Sometimes I'm a little prolix. Fine.
Not the prolix.
Not the prolix.
Wait, Mel, you didn't know about the Don Imus one either? So the Don Imus one, I remember watching it live because I used to watch You Have in the Morning. It kind of built because somebody first, it was either him or Bernard, whatever is like the ball guy. He said, yo, those are some hardcore hoes. Hardcore hoes. Some nappy-headed hoes. They actually said hardcore hoes correctly. Oh, Beaver, he was from Jamaica. He was not here. He's in Jamaica. God. I'm a buzzer, but a bossy, but I got a mossy. Got a buzzer, but a bossy. Got a boom boom and the rum back a yardie. He's from Jamaica, so he wasn't here. They started off by saying hardcore hoes, and then they went to
This is Imus.
nappy-headed hoes.
Yeah, yeah.
I think he was becoming demented or something.
Mel, what did you just copy and paste?
That's Imus's excuse.
He was a shock jock.
Well,
doing?
I mean, he was a shock jock on. He was on MSNBC, wasn't he?
NBC, yeah.
Yeah, he was always a shock jock. Yeah.
But he wasn't like this.
You know what? Yeah. Okay, make excuses for him.
I'm not making excuses. It was fucked up. Well, I'm not excuses.
He always said things that were provocative. Now, they're not as provocative as his counterpart at the time.
Epithets. Oh, Stern?
Yeah, Stern, yeah.
Stern got away with everything.
He got away with a lot.
There was a lot of N-word on that show.
I still can't believe that they were suspended. I'm actually shocked. That actually kind of shocked me. I can't remember offhand if there was advertiser backlash or it was from the public, but I'm just surprised in 2007 you got suspended for saying nappy-headed hoes on the Imus show.
Yeah.
Like they said wild shit on the Imus show.
They made a huge deal of it, and I remember Al Sharpton getting involved.
But isn't that also a reflection of the wokies coming to power? Like, to me, it was an example of, oh, wait a second. Like, we can use our power, we can use our influence to compel these multinationals to submit. I'm sorry, as an early Wokey, like I remember that being like, oh crap, like we do have the ability to do this.
Wait, what's going on?
The Imus thing, right? Like I was an MSNBC watcher, so obviously like Wokey.
No. This is a new. No. Sorry, Kimberly. There's a report in the Washington Post that just came out an hour ago. The Don Lemon indictment video appears to contradict key claims. Video footage appears to contradict key aspects of the federal indictment's descriptions of former CNN Don Lemon's actions at a protest last month. Sorry.
They be lying. Lock them up. Not Don Lemon. Actually, never mind. I'm actually not gonna say that.
I'll read it. The January 29th indictment calls the 9 defendants, quote, agitators, and says they, quote, ended the church in a coordinated takeover-style attack. In multiple instances, it describes the alleged conduct of the 2 journalists and protesters collectively. It does not characterize Lemon or Georgia Ford as journalists, though it notes that he was live streaming video to his online program, The Don Lemon Show, and that Ford actually separately conducted an interview at one point. Oh, so it's just that. Oh, they don't refer to them as journalists in the indictment. Okay, never mind. This is not new. I thought it was something. Wait a minute. Here it is. Oh, I hadn't read this. Did I not read this in the indictment? Lemon allegedly, quote, oppressed, threatened, and intimidated parishioners. Oh, my God. The indictment alleges that Lemon Ford, the center of the defendants, quote, oppressed, threatened, and intimidated people in the church by physically occupying most of the main and rows of chairs near the front of the church, engaging in menacing and threatening behavior. Oh, they just lied.
Oh yeah, that's a lie.
And it's been a collection of losses.
That's a lie. I mean, why would Don Lemon do that when he's filming it?
As on video, he was never in the middle, actually. He was off to the side.
Exactly.
What are they doing?
Just Pam Bondi and I guess her being prone to losing in court every single time. That's all it is.
I don't know, man. I feel like it's somebody inside the DOJ sabotaging these things. Something's off.
Or maybe they're just sloppy.
Yeah, I think they are that incompetent.
You think that the DOJ guy who wrote the DOJ people didn't look at the video? Don Lemon wasn't in the middle with those people.
I know that, and you know that. I mean, we see that from the video. I
think they're lying on purpose. You don't think that they are willfully and intentionally lying?
Oh yeah.
To get the indictments, or
I do. Yes, to get the indictments.
I think somebody's lying to lose because they're trying to sabotage the administration from within. I think the DOJ has been so bad that the only justification I can have is that somebody's doing it on purpose. I swear to God.
So you think
they're doing it out of a form of resistance?
Yeah, no, I think it's a beautiful resistance from the inside.
Oh, I don't know about that.
You know what? You might not be far off from this. And years from now, we might get a book or so, someone coming out and saying, we were the men we think.
Don Lemon was threatening and physically intimidating people and took up the middle. He was literally on the side.
Yes. The whole time. Yeah.
But the way that they had to venue shop or whatever, go from judge to judge and go to grand jury to try to get any indictment, it indicates to me, I would not be surprised if they were just we'll just fudge it.
No, but they didn't have to show the video. So when they present that to the grand jury, I bet you they didn't show the video.
Oh, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so it feels like somebody put that in to get the indictment, knowing it's going to get thrown out later on if they got the indictment. Because Don Lemon is, you can hate Don Lemon. He's not in the middle. Him and his guy are filming on the side. Physically intimidating. He interviews the pastor and 4 parishioners.
Oh, I get it. Do what you need to do to get the indictment, and then you know you're gonna lose.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It's because something's off. They're losing cases and trying to indict people. The seditious 6th indictment something's off. Somebody's doing something.
It's the deep state back.
It is the deep state. That's the point.
Mm-hmm. You know what? Someone said, we just gonna do just enough. We're gonna write it this way so we can fail. and we can go on with the rest of our lives until this administration is out.
It's giving. You know what it's giving? It's giving. I don't want to do this work, but my daughter is at Vassar, and I have to pay $20,000 a semester, and I'm putting half of it on a credit card, and the other I'm paying cash. And then I'm opening another credit card to roll over a balance so I don't have to pay any interest. And I need to keep my job for 3 years and not go to normal. I'll just do whatever they tell me, and if we lose, we lose. That's what it's giving.
That's what it's giving. That's what it sounds
How about 35 Spirit is living
Sarah
expenses? What'd you say?
How about 35 plus living expenses? Never mind 20.
No, they got the other 15 in living expenses. They got a scholarship, is what I'm saying. They're left over with 20.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
They got to pay $20 a year. Believe me, if your kid goes to Vassar and you only have to pay $10,000 a semester, that's pretty good in this day and age.
Oh,
that's pretty good.
That's like paying for a state school. Well, a little more.
Yeah, a little more, but that's not bad. If you're paying about $20,000 for your kid to go to Vassar as a good student, it's very good. They can go up to Yale Law School.
Yo, so what do you guys think about the Epstein edits?
Which parts, brother?
Do you guys appreciate that Epstein edits that we have?
Which edits, brother?
basically Epstein and the dancing with AI.
I'm sorry. Mail asked a good question, and I have been just thinking about this. Like, what were the big things? Okay, so you have Duke lacrosse in 2006. Do y'all remember the Gina Six?
Yes, of course. That's the Lynch thing, right? The Lynch
Yes. Yes.
That was a hoax too, right?
Well, I'm not comfortable saying that was a hoax.
Okay, so we don't know about that one. Okay. That was 2007.
Yes, that's 2007. Don Imus, 2007. Sean Bell killed 2006 at the end of 2006. Horrible. And then we get Obama in 2008. We got Oscar Grant in 2009. The Beer Summit with Gates, 2009. I mean, there's just a lot of stuff. A lot of big racial national conversation moments between 2006 and 2010. It was how I got here. I mean, like, it was just a wild time.
Wokeness, a prehistory.
Oh no.
That's the name of the book. We'll go right there. Wokeness, a prehistory.
Oh my god. Oh, I have a question for you and Kimberly. Did you happen to watch the first episode of Clock Out with Simone Sanders? And it's his name. What is his name? Eugene? Yeah. Did you listen to or watch the first episode?
I haven't. How was it?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Sherry. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, so MS Now has put out a new podcast with Simone Sanders Townsend and Eugene from
Politico.
Yeah, he's working for Politico now, right? He's no longer working for the Post, Washington Post.
Eugene Daniels. They gave Eugene Daniels a TV show.
Yeah. That's what he always was aiming for.
He was always aiming for that. And so it's the show. It's very focused because they're talking about politics and culture. Well, culture and politics and how they collide and everything else.
Breaking news. Sorry, Sherry.
Mm-hmm.
Reuters just released a report that Russell Voigt, Trump's budget chief. Did y'all read about this already?
No, what happened?
He diverted millions of dollars from USAID to pay for his personal security details.
Stop it.
Oh, wow. And how much is that? How much was that?
They've reviewed 3 documents. This is the reporters Jonathan Landay and Douglas Gillison wrote that they reviewed 3 documents showing, oh my God.
Man, that's the deep state again.
$15 million.
Yeah, personal security is very expensive.
USA. Yeah, I guess so. Diverting. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Let me read from the document. Sorry, Sherry, I didn't cut you off with this.
No. You gotta know it. Go ahead.
One of the documents reviewed by Reuters said OMB signed an agreement with the USAID last September 11th to, quote, cover the costs associated with then acting USAID Administrator Voight security detail through November. That amount, $1.6 million, came from what is left of USAID's operating budget. The document showed. OMB budgeted another $13.5 million in U.S. aid funds to underwrite the cost of Voight's security detail through the end of this year, quote, as they relate to his current role as senior advisor to USAID. This is a fireable offense.
It's sick.
Trump should fire him.
Yeah.
This is fireable.
Yeah.
This is bad. I'll invite some maggots up and tell us why we should be paying $15 million for Russell Voight's personal thing.
Dan, I have a theory on this. Where would Reuters would have gotten this information from? Is it possible that Trump is actually trying to ask them and they decide
I don't know about Trump. I don't know about Trump doing it, but
yeah, well, the deep state then. Back to your theory about people
one of the
suffering.
things, if you read the what you did, remember in the Wall Street Journal Report Unknown, it said, while leaks about Trump have been contained, vis-a-vis the first term. Leaks about the rest of the administration is like a dam had burst, Beaver Dam, all open. It's like leaks. Everybody's telling everybody. Susie Wiles has said it on the record. So clearly, this is somebody, former U.S. that clearly gave this to Reuters. Clearly.
Yeah, they're leaking everywhere.
They're leaking everything. This is 10 times worse than the first term.
Oh, yes. Who do you think would be? If you ask me, I'd say it's Marco Rubio. He oversees USAID, and he'd be the kind of person that wouldn't like a Russell Ford or a Stephen Miller.
I don't think the principals are doing it. I think it's
not the principal.
Russell Ford is an asshole. He is probably somebody in the office who he threw a Subway sandwich at and said, "See, you can't be convicted for throwing Subway sandwiches."
I mean, I would say it's probably a mid-level person that did it. I wouldn't, not the principals.
Marco is going to keep a distance from it.
Clock it. I don't go to the principals on this stuff. I mean, I think Marco, if he wanted him fired, could just go to Trump and that. I don't think the principals. Why would Marco Rubio even know about that?
Yeah, I just think.
Why would he know about it?
He's the one running USAID.
Oh, you think Marco Rubio was reading procurement statements and billing documents?
Not if he wants to dip his hands in a whole bunch of stuff.
I think Rubio does not care about USAID as long as his.
He run for president. Yeah,
he's not for president. I mean, what would be the point of him doing that? What does he get out of it?
I'll tell you. So, number one, they're going to be hammered in the midterms. That's a given. Who are the people that have made it difficult for Republicans to potentially win in the midterms? All blame, at least in his perspective, would be people like Stephen Miller. Why are they backtracking on a whole bunch of stuff that they were doubling down on, including Minnesota, Minneapolis? By the way, these are just a bunch of theories and all of that, but I also don't think it is beneath some of these principals to actually be the ones leaking stuff. They do it all the time in every administration. It doesn't necessarily have to be the guy himself picking up the phone and saying, "Hey, this is Marco Rubio. I've got some intel for you." That's not
But what is his interest in it? Like, why would he be invested in it?
Yes, that's what I'm asking. Yes. How does this benefit him?
Just one other headache that he doesn't need.
Is that it?
I don't know, Sherry. I like the challenge, by the way, just to be clear, but I mean, I don't think JD Vance is going to be, say, for example, he would have a problem with Ross vote, or he would be interested in the substance, day-to-day stuff that's happening at USAID. So, my theory is simply on the premise that Marco is overseeing USAID, and yes, that doesn't mean he's going through line items every minute, but I don't know, man. These guys have their camps.
But Vogue has amassed so many enemies. I mean, so many. Like, rank and file enemies. It makes more sense that it would be somebody more regular. There's so many horrible stories about Russell Vogue out there. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, yeah. I don't doubt that one bit. I'm just saying it's also possible that, could be Marco and his people. It'll be, if they're trying to bring some semblance of normal for whatever time they have left in office, cross-vote. It also is an indication that someone like Donald Trump does pay attention to the polls. I mean, we just saw what happened with Minneapolis. They backtracked on the damn thing. Tom Homan said he was the one that recommended to the president to, do a drawdown, or if, discontinue the operation in Minneapolis. But we know that's a fucking lie. Republicans are being pressured. This thing is becoming a political headache for them. So.
I mean, you know what actually makes me sad, but is not going to cause any outrage because Americans don't really care? The scale of senseless deaths that are going to happen because of the cutting of USAID. What is his last? Adewale, is that how you pronounce it? He was the last head of USAID. Atul Adewale or something like that. He has done so many interviews talking about hundreds of thousands, millions of deaths. ProPublica just did a series on the cuts, the fallout from the cuts, babies, children, preventable deaths from HIV. I mean, it's sick. It is sick.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, it was so bad that
Hello?
W. Bush had to intervene personally in hopes of keeping PEPFAR or some semblance of PEPFAR alive. That's how bad it was.
Yeah, people dying of starvation because they can't get $1.50 worth of food every day, and the food is just rotting in a warehouse. I mean, it's sick. Lock all of those people up. I'm a carceral feminist now.
Boy, there's a movement that failed. Prison abolitionism. I mean, that shit came like a loud fart with no smell. Like, oh, I heard it, but it left nothing behind. It didn't actually do anything. I heard the fart, but there was no smell to it. Did somebody fart, or was that just a chair? That's how that thing went. I mean, damn.
I wonder why it's bad.
Our hearts, well, okay. Our hearts are in the right place. And the real abolitionists, right? Like Beth Ritchie she's still in there, right? Like the real abolitionists are like still in it. But the wave came. The wave came.
Oh, I can tell you why it failed. It's a lot simpler than that. It's 4 words. One of the words.
Sure.
Well, actually, no. It is 7 words.
A fart in a windstorm?
No. Nate Parker, Bill Cosby, and Robert Kelly.
Yeah, that'll do it.
All you had to do
Never do it.
when you were all you had to do when somebody put rest in peace H. Rap Brown. That brother died last year. It just threw me off. All you had to do was when they were on and on about the carceralities of the injustices. What do you think about R. Kelly? You think R. Kelly should go to jail? Brain.
No. Wait, what happened is, like, if people ask me, like, do you think Robert Kelly should go to jail? I'm not going to expend my political or emotional energy in defending R. Kelly. Okay? I want what the victims want. That is my feeling about that. I also acknowledge that simply incarcerating R. Kelly is not going to restore, okay, the victims. It's not going to get them what has been taken from them. Okay. But if he does, if he's in there until he dies, so be it. What? But that doesn't mean that I support incarceration. It just means so be it.
But I think also you have to I think about this when when we think about someone like R. Kelly, who not just a form of punishment, but for public safety.
I don't know. I'm not sure if
He should not be on the street. No, you have to think about this idea of public safety.
I think about it. I don't know if R. Kelly is.
The man was in his
whatever. Lock him up. Lock everybody up.
What are we
Throw away the key. I don't know.
Yes, and I think that's another thing when you talk about this idea of abolition, the prison system, and I know we want to talk about this idea of justice. That's another thing.
Right. Is that
but
justice?
We also need to talk about the idea of public safety.
I think public safety is whatever the prosecutors want it to be. I mean, especially with regard to pursuing prosecution for sexual assault. It's
Well, they're victims, right? I mean, yes, they cannot, to your point, they can't get back anything that, the damage that he has caused, right? But the matter of them being safe from him is a thing to consider.
I think I want to build on what Sherry was saying. So this could just be a condition of the West, but I'm sure they have it elsewhere in the world. I'm a Westerner. Sorry to the pro-blackers, but there's a question. If there's a question of my heart, you got it. Can believe in one another. There's a question of public safety, all the things you said. There's also a question, and I get to this, of course, through my reading of tragedy, the great genre of the West. Vengeance and punishment. And people have just been like, and it's not just in tragedy, but it's throughout. It's just sort of what we would call like decorum in culture. That is, good is rewarded and bad is punished. And the carceral girlies, the abolitionists, never dealt, to my mind, deep enough with the cultural questions. And some people's notion of justice and restorative justice actually depends, this is my reading of tragedy in the West, from, say, Aeschylus to the present, from Aeschylus to Aisha Harris, is that people want evil punished. And there is no justice without the punishment of evil.
okay.
Wrongdoing must be put down. This, of course, is what you see in France in the 17th century. You had, Richelieu said, all good guys had to be rewarded. All bad guys had to be put down. Otherwise, you can't do your ballet. Otherwise, you can't do your opera. Otherwise, you can't do, Corneille or Racine or whomever. Right? That's what he is saying. The abolitionists, they never dealt with the cultural question. I'm going to tell you why I'm over here. You people don't live in America. Okay, so we slip in, no. This is America. Yeah. This is America. You people don't live in America. Y'all don't live in the world. In the world, good is rewarded and bad is punished. And if you do a bad thing, the collective punishment is they put you away. I'm just telling you whatever. I've read the Davises and the Ruthie Gilmores, Shauna Redmond. I've read all the things. Or Sami Burton. I've read all of them. All the prison abolitionists. They do not deal ever with culture. And let me tell you why. Because their Lord and Master Karl Marx told them they didn't have to.
Oh, God. Okay.
I'm done speaking.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it reminded me of that conversation we had last night in that room. I'm like, I'm a materialist. I'm like, yeah, but you still have to think about culture. What's going on?
Okay, so my belief in abolition and decarceration, I think we need to open up the jails in many cases, was animated by what I can acknowledge was a misunderstanding of human nature. I can acknowledge, 36-year-old Kim can acknowledge, there were just things that I hadn't contended with because I hadn't been forced to contend with. I thought that the good and the light and the brightness, if we invested in that, if we believed in that, if we propped it up enough, that it would cancel out the darkness, that it would cancel out the evil, that there are people who delight in evil and delight light in causing havoc and doing violence, but we could just be bright enough that they would be on the margins. Obviously, over the last 8 years, many of us have been disabused of that notion. And so now I am much more open to the idea that sometimes you have to stomp people into the dust. Sometimes you've got to grind them to dust to make sure that they can never get back up and do more violence. So sometimes we have to lock some people up. I'm okay with that now. And also my feeling about empathy has changed, but that's a different conversation. And I think a lot of us, you know, the young, optimistic decarceration girlies, you know, we only talk to each other and we hang out with each other and you know, and our lives are easy or easy-ish and good, and we're bookish and optimistic, and we just never just sat down to deal with the reality that some people are evil, and you have to stomp out evil.
Mm-hmm. There's a different thing. So Brian is making the point about Rousseau. I don't think it's Rousseau, but I'll be interested. I haven't read in the literature on prison abolitionism anything that speaks to a Rousseauian notion that humans are inherently, or their goodness is inherent within them, and society corrupts them. And all. That may be there, to be fair to him, but I don't think it is. I'm gonna make two claims. One, Kimberly, you don't think I'm trolling, but I'm not. I think it's very gendered. There's a reason why women are overrepresented in prison abolitionism. Do you want to know the reason? I know it's gonna sound like I'm being flippant, but I'm not. Can I tell you the reason?
Let's hear it.
Y'all don't fight.
Down in Springfield, there's a fella in a big tall chair.
I may be a square bitch ass nigga everything now, but like I fought. I played sport, like physical contact, a confrontation. This is gonna sound whatever, but when you're fighting, when you're like a 10th grade boy in high school, you're 25-year-old, you fight anything, something in you actually does feel like you could die. I'm telling you, this is actually, I'm not, it just feels like I'm like being overly radical. I'm not trolling at all, I'm dead serious. You guys don't confront that in a regular, now if you have domestic violence, all that stuff, that's fine. But girls just don't fight. Increasingly, boys won't fight either, well, and they'll be closer to your side. But there's a reason why you guys don't see quote unquote evil. We're using evil. I said tragedy, so that's what you're doing. In the way that people do is because y'all don't fight. You don't fight. When I was in middle school, I saw boys fight. There's a Baltimore boys fight. One boy fell. Trigger warning. I'll do it, Mickey. 3, 2, 1. He fell, hit a radiator. His ear got caught, ripped right off. Scoop, blood everywhere. I'm in 7th grade. I see that. That shit is the abyss.
Yeah.
And so you guys think, open the prisons up. And it don't work like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're talking about Black women, the group of women that's most likely to be sexually assaulted, the group of women that's most likely to be in intimate partner violence relationships. I'm not sure if we can say that we're not facing, or we don't face the potential for death and bodily harm. I'm not there, but I think that there is. I don't know. I don't know about the not fighting thing. I think a lot of Black women have been in some.
Can I put my thought? No, I agree. And those people generally are not going to be the one. I could be wrong, but I don't think they are well represented in the prison abolitionist anti-carcerality girlies. Can I put my thought?
I can't say that. I don't.
We'll come back to it. Let Rod go, Kimberly, because I want to build with you. Go ahead, Rod. Do you think?
I feel like women shouldn't have to fight for them to get justice. I feel like they should have like so many other ways for.
Go ahead, Kim.
I think that might be. I'm gonna have to think about it. I think that there are assumptions about the kinds of violence that women face. I'm not sure that those assumptions are correct. There's also, back when I used to make content.
Women. No, I mean you women who are the abolitionists.
No. I'm saying that there's an assumption. I'm not sure that the assumptions that you have about classed women or educated women who are overrepresented amongst the abolitionists.
I see. Okay.
I'm not sure that those assumptions about the violence that they may or may not have endured. Yeah, I'm not sure that that's correct.
That's fair. I could be totally wrong. That's totally true. I tell you.
Also, there is. I interviewed years ago this woman named Lee Goodmark, and she wrote a book about abolition and domestic violence. And I was really compelled by the arguments that she was making about how prisons make women who have experienced domestic violence, they put them in more dangerous positions. They're not making them safer. They don't provide resources. The women go back anyway, and then they go back, and then they're killed. I mean, there's just so many gaps in the criminal legal system where women who are experiencing life or death situations, they fall through those gaps. That also animated my feeling about prisons.
I think that's fair, actually. I think that from those women and men, but in this case, women, as we're talking about, whose family members or themselves personally were in the system, they emerge with a critique. I think that's true. I actually think that's very fair. That was a blind spot in my original point. So I take that. I think that's good. That's good. That's good. Maybe I'm thinking of the overly academic, overly theorized, multisyllabic gobbledygook. So I think that's very fair. That's a good point.
Echo chamber.
No, you disagree. You added something.
No, I was being. It's ironic, because echo chamber. We always agree. Like, Kim only like Glaze's band. Like, we always agree.
I love that when they go to the Glaze. It makes me realize I should go get a glizzy. I don't really eat glizzies anymore. I think that after you reach 30, you can only eat hot dogs at spring, summer, and fall events, and the hot dog had to have been grilled. And you can really have, if you're at the event, for every 3 hours you're at the event, that's how many hot dogs you can have. So if you show up at the event at 5 p.m. and you leave at 9 p.m., you can have 2 hot dogs. If you show up at 5 p.m. and leave at 8 p.m., you can have 1 hot dog. However, if you're there from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m., you can have 2 hot dogs. However, you can have both hot dogs within the first. I'm talking about hot dogs, bro. Calm down, brother. Hold on a second. You can have both hot dogs within the first 20 minutes, but you have to stay for 6 hours in order to justify the 2 hot dogs. You see, now when it comes to sporting events, if your son or if your daughter go have a game, and it is a baseball game, it is a basketball game, and there is no other food, and you packed and ate all the food, and because your kid's team sucks, you thought the kid would be out in the first round, but they actually make it to the 3rd round and you're hungry, and they're selling hot dogs on that little roll machine. They put the bun in that white crib-like paper, and they had a pump of ketchup and mustard pumps. You are allowed to have a hot dog in that instance. The other time you're allowed to have a hot dog is if you go to a professional or college sporting event and the hot dog is cooked in a particular way. You see, if you have a hot dog and the hot dog is boiled, that hot dog, that boiled hot dog, means you have to sleep outside. No one over the age of 30 should have a boiled hot dog. That is in a sporting event, or that is in that hot dog water, cancer water, arsenic water in New York City hot dog carts. If you eat a hot dog from a New York hot dog cart and you are a tourist over the age of 30 and you've never done it before, you are allowed to have a hot dog. But if you know better and you have that hot dog, you should lose your right to vote for the next 3 federal elections. You see. Now, if you are in New York and you want a hot dog and you're over 30 years old and you go to a spot that's called Gray's Papaya, you are allowed to eat 2 of those hot dogs once, maybe twice a year.
That's right.
But if you have a hot dog in any other moment, you are killing yourself. The hot dog must be cooked on an open flame, or like Gray's Papaya, on a flat top, which gets me to the ultimate point I've been trying to get at. If you find yourself at Five Guys, or you find yourself at Shake Shack, or if you find yourself at any other burger place that has a hot dog where the hot dog is prepared on a flat top like a smashed burger, people aren't going to like this. You are not allowed to eat those hot dogs. Those hot dogs are delicious. But if you're going to eat those hot dogs, you see, are getting in the way of a more delicious burger. So if you are going to hasten your cancer, your heart disease, your arterial plaque, hasten it with a more fulfilling burger. I'm here to take any questions on hot dogs. Pause.
Yeah, I got one question.
I can't answer your questions on hot dogs. Who's next in the queue? Okay, Spiritus, I'll take your question.
Yes. So my question is about pigs in blankets.
That's a great question. So, if you are a man or a woman who does not have children, and you find yourself thinking about a pig in blanket in your own home that you or someone in your home prepares, and there is no pig in blanket, you are to go upstairs, run the water in your tub, and sit in your tub for 5 hours straight thinking about where you went wrong in life. No adult should be eating a pig in blanket without a child involved, except under one circumstance. The only time one could have a pig in blanket, Spiritus, is if one is at a party and the people get Trader Joe's pig in blanket appetizers, and they have the correct pig in blanket mustard. It could be a German mustard. It could be a Dijon mustard. It could be a spicy mustard. It cannot be a yellow mustard. In that instance, especially if the rest of the food is not good, you can have a pig in blanket. Watch this. If you decide to have a pig in blanket in that scenario, you have to go, as Pat Finn said, no pun intended, whole hog. You cannot nibble on pig in blanket. That needs to be your appetizer. You are not allowed to have a small plate. Some of you people have parties and you think you're sophisticated hosts and you have those plastic clear plates. When I see that at someone's house, that lets me know everything I need to know about their cultural capital, their social standing, etc. Shout out to Bourdieu. Some people all of a sudden on the app love Bourdieu. Nobody's named the book, but everybody's reading Bourdieu. It's fascinating. I love it. Theory of Practice, my favorite one, 1976. The English translation, Cambridge University Press. Let me get it in. If you're doing that, you have to fill up your plate with pig in blanket. You cannot nibble on pig in blanket. It's like oral sex. If you're going to do it, do it. Do not beat around the bush. Any other questions? I'm done speaking.
The mustard was accurate. Any connection between hot dogs and colonoscopies?
I'm eating dinner.
Particularly.
I'm eating dinner. I
don't think so. There's no. I mean, you have to. No, but I don't think so. Yeah. Kimberly Foster, everybody's studying distinction online now.
Oh, yeah. Distinction is the big one.
Oh, okay. Yeah. because the idea is a basic one. So you can cite the idea, which is a basic one and obviously true, and then put that French name next to it, and then people think you know what you're talking about. But we have to begin to set one thing that we use Bourdieu for this. We have to begin to get back to the business of putting food and drink, or aligning food and drink with age categories. A 36-year-old man
No, Rodney, you can't have chicken fingers. You're an adult.
I mean, you should not be drinking Kool-Aid and Tang. I'm sorry.
Wait, who does Tang?
I don't
They
know.
still
That's
do.
awful.
Astronauts.
Oh my God. Oh no. That's so awful.
So I want y'all to know that this is an ableist conversation.
Why?
I know you don't care, but
which part?
I can't believe that y'all are participating in this kind of ableism. Some of us are neurodivergent, and that narrows our palettes
We are very sensitive to tastes and textures. We are, we have an aversion, okay?
Oh, I thought it was homophobic. I didn't know it was ableist too.
Oh, don't worry, everybody can find the thing that fits their identity category so they can be the victim. Let me respond to. I'm the only one that doesn't do that. Everybody knows I'm the only one that. Let me respond to on here. Let me respond to. Let me finish what I was saying. If you're a 36-year-old man, a 36-year-old woman, you should not have on your plate a larger version of what 10-year-olds eat. Huh? At a certain point, as you age, your taste buds age. You begin to taste certain things, certain combinations. Be an adult. We'll be dead soon. The solid flesh will melt. We will be in the undiscovered country. There will be no tomorrow, and tomorrow for many of us. Why are you eating the same thing that you ate at 14 on the way to your swim meet? Hey girl, yeah, you know that we have to play Tech next week, and we're gonna be like, it's great because like this is the Tech Juniors, and so we're gonna be at the poll at Georgia Tech. By the way, the ACCs and the NCAA's will be at Georgia Tech this year. I know many people here give a fuck about swimming because of Leah Thomas and the trans. So I'm sure all of you will see me because I'll be there at the NCAA's this year and the ACC, which will be at Tech, because everybody cares about college girls swimming, right? I know it's such a big deal. We had to get Trump in office because of Leah Thomas, and we care so much about girls swimming. Let me continue. If you find yourself sounding like the 14-year-olds who want to stop at the Zaxby, stop at the Chick-fil-A, stop at the McDonald's, stop, and ordering the same thing. Let me get a plain chicken sandwich. I'll do grilled. You have some barbecue sauce on the side, a medium fry, and can I have like not a sweet tea, but like can you do like 70% unsweetened and like 30% sweetened with like a dash of lemonade, because like it's like a really complex flavor, and I don't like all that sugar, but I don't like totally unsweetened. So like if you like 30, yeah, that'd be like really good. Like just a splash of lemonade. You can make it like sweet lemonade because like that much, but don't take into account for this. I'm sorry. But let me account for like I want to account for like the sweetened part of it. And so like, could you do that? And then like I want like 2 barbecue sauces, and also like let me get the Polynesian. Well, yeah, you can also throw in like a Chick-fil-A sauce. I know that it's got mayonnaise in it, but since I'm only gonna eat one, I'm gonna use it for my fry. Well, just put 2 in there, because like if you find yourself at 35, 36 sounding like that at a 14-year-old, go home and saute a mushroom. Go home and caramelize an onion. Go home and cook anything. Get a bunch of thyme and just put it to the side and introduce yourself to an aromatic.
Question.
Use your tongue. I'm done speaking.
Okay, question. Sugar cereals as an...
Okay, now this is a great question. So, many people are not going to like this answer. If you are out of college, oh my God, let's go down to the dining hall. Like, I don't like what was on the buffet. I saw it, and like, I just had like grilled chicken for lunch. I had like 4 breasts. So like, I'm just gonna get like cereal, like some juice. They've got some fruit. You can do that in college. You can do that in college. Like, cause like, there's like Frosted Flakes. I know it's like full of sugar, but like, I'm just gonna treat myself because like, I had like salad and like, I'm gonna get some breast. I'll just go to the grill. But like, they've got that weird chicken cacciatore, and like, it's weird because they have these onions and tomatoes in there, and I don't really like that. Like, that's fine. Once you leave college, you have a 5 year period where you can continue to eat sugar cereal as an exigency of you being broke. You then, as an adult, are not allowed to eat sugar cereal unless you have children. If you have children and there's a sugar cereal in there, and these nigglets are running you around from pole to post, left, right, and center, from the Alpha to the Omega until kingdom come, you are allowed to sneak downstairs and get a bowl of corn pops. You are allowed to sneak downstairs and get a bowl of Frosted Flakes. You just have to make sure you do two things. You have to make sure that that ring of cinnamon around the bowl from that Cinnamon Toast Crunch is cleaned up. Because if your child sees you eating that cereal, they will shame you for weeks. Others outside of that, you are not allowed to eat sugar cereal until finally you've retired. No working person should be eating sugar cereal in the prime of their life, in their prime working years. No adult who pays taxes, who has a retirement, who wears double Windsor knots, who has red bottoms, who engages in oral sex, should be eating sugar cereals. Because if you eat sugar cereals, that tells me that you got shit in your ass. Sugar cereal consumption for an adult at working age correlates directly to poor bathing habits. I'm done.
I gotta clip that one. Oh my god.
This is one of those moments when I'm proud to be a Senegambian. Break that down, please.
Let me respond to that. You see, one thing that happens with people who aren't American is they see a whole a panoply, an assortment, what Shakespeare might call diverse options. And oftentimes they're poor. And then they have, as we just heard, a kind of Epicurean haughtiness, a superciliousness of seasoning. Now, if I responded to she and said the reason why you don't eat sugar cereals is because you eat a soup which combines lamb blood and peanut butter, I would be wrong. So yes, it is true that we are eating Frosted Flakes. You're eating peanut butter soup stirred in with lamb's blood. I'll stick with the Frosted Flakes.
Dan, I wanted to ask your opinion on what the young people call air fryer foods at Trader Joe's. Are the millennials supposed to keep eating those?
Let me respond to this. I'm glad you asked me this question. This has been on my mind. In my mind. This is very interesting to me. I mean, I'm not being performative as you all would say. I mean this with all seriousness. the combination of younger millennials and Gen Z, their combination of weed smoking and air frying will prevent the liberation of the Negro in America. Huh? Between the weed smoking and the air frying, the Negro's liberation will be where it was in 1879. These people, you people, have cultivated a modus vivendi, a way of life, forms of being, an existence.
Of a vendor.
Ultimately, what you want is to sit on a couch and have people throw food in your mouth.
In your mouth. In your mouth. Air fryer! Some mouth vivendi.
Huh?
Huh? I am done.
At the center of my platform, outlawing air fryers. And now I'm going to be elitist. The only air fryer I would allow is if it is built in to your oven that you got in the wall, like I had in my house. Taking a bunch of food, putting it on a counter, putting it in a machine on a counter, and having a convection oven, getting it just hot enough so that the salmonella and E. coli don't fully set in, is not cooking. The lack of recipes, the lack of Epicureanism, the lack of foodie elan tells me that these young Negroes are not interested in my liberation because they're not interested in their own. Huh? Let me say it again. How can you be interested in my liberation when you can't even take the time for mirepoix? How are you going to be interested in my liberation when you won't even give a piece of steak a butter bath? How are you going to be interested in my liberation when you can't even have your broccoli in the oven and halfway through turn the pan around and roast it, and when you're roasting it? You tell me you're going to die for my liberation and you don't even scramble an egg? In the beginning of A Raisin in the Sun, which was brought up yesterday, let me use a literary reference. Ruth Younger, who I believe is the real hero of the piece, the unsung hero of the piece, also has a storyline about women's reproductive health. When people forget, remember, she goes to get that abortion, but y'all not ready for that discussion yet. Shout out to the feminists. It's in the morning of that fateful Chicago morning. Kimberly Foster, you'll remember this. They're waiting for the check. It's a $10,000 check. Big Walter died. His life insurance got him $10,000. Ruth gets up. You remember in the film was played by the great Ruby Dee. And she starts to prepare the day. Ironing, cooking, cleaning, preparing, folding, loving. And then Walter gets up, of course, played by the great Sidney Poitier. And then then what comes next is a discussion at the table where Walter wants to get off to work so he can drive that car for the white man. And he's vexed because he doesn't know what Mama Lena is going to do with the check. Y'all remember this?
Sure do.
Yeah. And then he's in a state of a kind of working class, near poverty ennui, Kimberly Foster. And he's moping. And she puts a plate of food in front of him. Y'all know what the food is? Eggs. And Hansberry in her infinite genius has a whole scene where the two of them go back and forth talking about eating eggs. The point of the scene is not about the egg or the protein. Shout out to Hurricane. The point of the scene is about the care that goes into making of the egg, because Ruth got up to make him eggs. If she will make your eggs, she will fight for your liberation. That's the point of the scene. If I come to your house and you put a piece of meat, some green beans, and some nasty, irregularly chopped, non-biased sliced potatoes in a fucking air fryer, and spray some Pam on that bitch, and some salt and pepper, that means if you see me suffering in life, you would have me suffering. That is why we have to get rid of the air fryer. The great Bob Marley, he said, do what? Get up. Stand up. He didn't say order DoorDash. The Uber Eats driver is not bringing liberation. Get off your black ass and cook me some eggs. I'm done.
So you're saying women need to use their cooking to distract the Negro male from their cockamamie business ideas? Didn't Walter want to use the check to open a liquor store?
And that's why the black woman and the black man need to sit at the table again. Turn the television off. Turn the TV 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 off. Turn it off. Talk to each other. Because down the road, because you turned the TV off, maybe later that evening you can do what? Turn off the lights. And then we can be free. We need to come together right now over me. Get to the eggs. If Walter has spent more time eating eggs with Ruth, who is the wisest in that piece, he would have realized that giving the money to some nigga named Bobo was not a good idea. Huh? He should have been there with his woman over that plate of eggs. And then they could have said, in the words of the old Negro spiritual, Ruth, you're my my greatest inspiration. He should have been there singing with Ruth. Instead, what was he doing? He went out and got drunk, came in and decided to do what? Be an African warrior. Why couldn't Walter be a warrior in his sober state? I'm going to tell you why. It's because, one, he allowed his mother to emasculate him. And two, because he did not sit down and have those eggs. And the problem with the black man is that even though he's tired, his back hurts, you need to go to the table, cut the TV off. If you're going to have the radio on, can't have no words in it. You can have the Brandon Birkin check. You you have on the Brandon Birkin concertos. You can't talk about your gang. Do you gang bang? Catch me outside from the news. No, turn that off. Sit at the table and listen to the black woman as she gives you those eggs. Because as you're eating the egg, baby, what you think about this Bobo idea? I don't know, honey. You know, I saw Bobo the other day. This nigga was down the street, and I just didn't like what he was saying. What was he doing? If Walter had listened to the egg woman and watch what Hansberry did, the egg is not only a metaphor for black love of the woman and the man and the family. It is, in another register, Kimberly Foster, a metaphor, not a metaphor, a synecdoche, not a synecdoche, but the thing itself for the little bambino that Ruth is pregnant with. The black egg, the egg of black love is the next generation, Kimberly Foster. That's why you need to sit down and eat the eggs with the black woman. Instead, I gotta get ready for work. Instead, baby, put in some bread. I'll take it on the way in the car. Instead, oh, y'all go ahead and watch TV. Go get the TV tables. When did niggas start eating food with a fucking TV table? Yeah, we still gonna sit up here. We gonna watch this. We gonna have this on that TV table. You get the TV table here. We gonna eat dinner here. And I got this all this. We gonna sit and watch that, baby. It's gonna be real good. Take your ass to the table. The black woman, watch this, is the Senate to the black man's house. My God. Woo! I'm gonna say it again. The black woman is the Senate to the black man's house. When the house wants to do what? When the house wants to do what? Some dumb shit. When the house wants to do what? The house wants to pass a bill where you take the money, Kimberly Foster. You take the money to a random dude in 1959 named Bobo. And instead of giving it to Bobo, take it to your Senate. Baby, why are you gonna give the money to Bobo? Benita, Benita wants to go to medical school, and Mama wants to put down money in the house, and little Travis is sitting out here, and he don't have a proper bedroom, baby. And he don't have a bedroom there, baby. And so if we get this house, baby, we can do what? Travis can have his own room, and as a young man, he's gotta have his own room because now he's seeing me come through here, and his mom, his grandmom, and his mom, and his auntie. That's not good, baby. You know what? I'm not going to give the money to Bobo. And basically what I'm saying is, on the really real, I mean this with all due respect, Karen White was wrong. She was wrong.
not force them, right? So that's something. But anyway, that's a nice challenge, and I will anyway.
Well, I just think it's only fair if the people of Minnesota have to avoid ice. Norm and I should swim the Hudson River and avoid ice there as well.
I would love to join you guys. I've always wanted to see El Normo in swim trunk.
That's great. Anyway, so let us come back to this topic. This is going to be an interesting thing for me, at least. I just want to give a small, simple thing where I see big difference. We had, she's no more. She was India's foreign minister for the first term, Modi's first term. Her name is Sushma Swaraj. She was a very respected parliamentarian, had almost like 50, 60 years, almost 50 years of parliamentary experience. And Modi wanted to, when he went to UN, he wanted to speak extempore, in the sense he makes keeps a small sheet, sort of cheat sheet, where he would put down the points, and then he knows what to talk about, how to talk about, and deliver, and other things that he does. And anyway, he can speak in Hindi, so he will not be having any problem if he can do that in UN. But Sushma Swaraj, though she was a minister under Modi, she did not allow Modi to do that. She said, no, in the UN, he's going to read out from a prepared text. And she insisted, and at some point Modi had to agree to Sushma Swaraj to read out. Now, why I said this is, you see the contrast. Trump doesn't really follow any such standards or anything. Whatever that comes to his mind, he speaks out. In one way, it is good, but with respect to international, because the topic is with respect to foreign policies and other things, with respect to international relationship, you have to be really measured, because you should not stop a potential friend in not becoming your friend. And a good friend should not become your enemy, or at least your adversary. So Trump doesn't really care about any of these things. So that's the first thing that I see. His conduct with respect to foreign affairs is too much chaotic, and you cannot really see what is coming, and you can't even second guess, forget about that. And people are always, means his counterpart in any other countries, even very close friendly countries, they are all sort of nervous about what he's going to say or what he's going to talk about. One example I will give you is that he made this Gaza blah blah stuff, and then he invited people. Pakistan Prime Minister was there, and then he made a very off-the-cuff remark, which was not really in good taste. And then he pulled the Pakistani Prime Minister, and then he made this comment. And Pakistani Prime Minister, he cannot say no or yes. He had a very confused grin, and then he moved on. So why I'm saying this is he's shaking up the system. In some sense, it is okay. It's good, because once in a while that should happen, so that you find some sort of an equilibrium. But it's sometimes it's too much of a problem for everyone, and then ultimately Americans are the ones who are going to lose out. It's also true that, for example, after the Venezuela thing, many of these Middle Eastern countries seeking some sort of support, things like that.
Free speech, but controlling what the news say. Lomax calls on the finance chain. RuPaul's never seen a bad on Drag Race.
Support them.
ain't obvious. The person in the office is a racist. Bragging in the mail, but he opposes immigration. And someone's happy leader, not a foreign nation. Don't be the masked man reading graduation ceremonies. Unmarked vans snatching people off the street. Broken minus 5, 10, and 14 at least. But please tell me again, this is still democracy?
Repeat. I do not
Coward, traitor, liar, foe, rebel, tyrant, brother, soul, fucker, fascist, fucking show, liar, black, dumbass, no, coward, traitor, liar, foe, rebel, tyrant, brother, soul, fucker, fascist, fucking show, liar,
use the money appropriately, and then where he thinks it's not necessary, he's very blunt and then he wants to stop. But that's also going to create many other competitors for US. For example, BRICS countries, they are now trying to coin their own currency, for example. So when such a thing happens, dollar value will, or not many people will try to use dollars, and that's going to be a big for US. So there are few things which are positive, but what Trump needs to do is that with respect to international stuff, local inside the country, domestic things, fine. There is election and other things that is much more political oriented.
So let me just interrupt you for a second here because, and I'm not arguing your analysis, maybe very spot on. But the question
Inside the Laugh Loft Thursday night, the crowd watched as Kidover counted down by the snap. Volunteers were under a spell. Moments later, they're convinced they're barnyard birds, and the audience can't get enough.
These things that he's doing, some of which may be good from your perspective, some of which may be bad from your perspective. In the aggregate, is he meeting his mandate, his agreement, his tacit contract with his hardline supporters by what he is doing, disengaging in Europe, re-engaging elsewhere, or is this all just smoke and mirrors and he played his base? What do you think?
Okay, that's a good question. I may not be the right person to answer that, but as you said, of course, it's only my perspective. So
obviously, I'm asking your opinion, so it would be your perspective, not somebody else.
Correct. So with a pinch of salt. So what I see is that he's not delivering on ground, even according to me, even in US, because the trade wars and other things that he tried to wage, ultimately he's settling down to something which was slightly up or down a bit. But apart from that, if you look at the sum total, he's actually harming his even hardline supporters. Because at the end of the day, a common man like me or you is that we need to somehow survive with our salaries or whatever that we earn. And then if in amortized total effect of all his circus is going to make a hole in my pocket, it's not going to help me, number one. Number two, America as a whole is also not actually getting, in some sense, support, which he proclaimed, saying that, okay, America is the leader, and America is going to be great again. So if you're losing your hardcore friends, you're not going to make America great again. So in those things, except few here and there cosmetic gain that his supporters are sort of feeling or getting, for example, ICE being used to deport and other things, he could have done it without a big fuss. And then at the appropriate time, he could have showed that, okay, this many people have been deported, rather than making a big circus around and then ultimately not even doing, if I this is what I have heard, I may be wrong, not even delivering what Obama had deported. So if that is true, then he's actually not in reality helping any of his supporters or even American citizen. So in that sense, I think it is a bit more of a smokescreen. Though there are here and there some positive things, but I think his behavior is so cranky that even those small gains and other things really is not going to be a gain for American citizen in the long run. So this is something that I definitely feel.
Thank you. I'm going to move on because
sure.
we're getting late.
Maybe one or two small sentences.
But I just want to say it's really important to get perspectives of people who are not in the United States. But I just want to, I got to move on, but I want to latch on to one thing that you said, Doctor. And you mentioned the tariffs, and I just want to point out the story just broke today, and it's linked to in the chat. I think I pulled the Fortune magazine version of it, but there are others. And the New York Federal Reserve did a study, and for many people here, this comes as zero surprise. But you mentioned the tariffs. And the study shows that the people who are paying for the tariffs are not the various countries. They are the American consumer. I know that was argued. There were people who predicted that and others who discounted those predictions. Well, this study would show that those predictions turned out to be absolutely accurate. So again, even though this is not talking about intervention into other nations, it does speak to the question, because obviously tariffs are part of foreign policy. Trump's foreign policy is snubbed to his base? And I think you brought up an argument right there when you mentioned tariffs that perhaps it is. Thank you, Doctor. We'll move to Hermes, followed by Daryl. Hermes.
Sorry about that, Gary. Try to get to our mic.
Guys, I just want to point out that I purposely try. I know sometimes people announce who the next person is when I announce who the person is, so that we don't have these pregnant pauses like that. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. So, yes, do I think the foreign policy is messed up? Absolutely. Is it going against his base? Absolutely. But you know what? I don't know if someone has already said this, but what motivates him is money. And if he can, use our foreign policy to line his pockets, he's going to do that. Thanks, Gary, for the mic.
Right, but the question is, I understand that argument, and somebody else, I think Howard made it earlier, Hermes. The question is, presuming your assessment and Howard's assessment is accurate, and I have no reason to argue that it is not, maybe others might, is that a snub to his base?
Yes, it is. It is completely a snub to his base, because what he's letting everyone know, which we already knew, he does not value or honor his commitment to his base in any kind of way. He doesn't believe any of that. What he believes is making money. And if that means going against the base, that's what it means.
Okay, but is he any different than any other politician, any other president specifically? Because,
I think he's the worst at it.
He might be, or the best, depending on one's perspective. But don't other presidents, a campaign is not designed to make promises to keep. A campaign is designed to get elected. And then once you get elected, you do what you think you got to do based on how the situation is on the ground or whatever your preconception was. But a lot of what they say is, designed to get elected, and then they don't really particularly care. And it may be true that the president, because, hey, we keep getting admonished by his appointees that this is the most transparent administration in the history of the United States. I don't know whether that's true, but if it is true, Is it possible that other presidents did it to the same degree as this president, but they were more sly about it?
Andrew Johnson did it.
Yeah, I think you're correct, Gary.
Yeah, you always bring up Andrew Johnson. And whenever you do, I say, do you mean Andrew Johnson or Andrew Jackson? Andrew Johnson is like...
Johnson, not...
Yeah, I know. Andrew Johnson is like the God person, but you have not forgotten him. You are keeping his memory, his legacy alive.
Like super duper bad.
Thank you for that. Marshall, El Normal, you dropped off. We'll let you back on. At this point,
somebody sent me down. I'm not sure. Somebody sent me down.
Okay, whatever. I don't care. You're here. That's all that matters. I don't want to discuss room management in the room because we're here to talk about the topic at hand, not any transgressions that may have been. Okay, so anyway, I think it's good, Marshall. You keep Mr. Johnson, the first President Johnson's memory alive and well in the room. Hermes, thank you for that. We got two Davids next. We're going to start with David Ann, followed by David G. And I'm really interested in hearing what David G has to say about the situation on the ground in Cuba. David Ann, you're up.
Yeah, so I'll start with the end, and then I'll say yes. Solid yes to this. And it takes me back to, for the first time I've seen, as a fallout from the war in Iraq and Afghanistan had happened, it was the first time that I've seen large number of people, who would be considered Republican conservative on the right, who were strongly starting to feel this opposition toward the state of America's foreign policy. It's the first time in my lifetime. Maybe it's happened before. Some of you might have been around since Jesus, or you'd have seen it, but this is the first time in my lifetime I'd ever seen that. And I could see how some of that impacted, on the right side, even though John McCain was the candidate, but some of that impacted, it's not the only thing, some of it impacted his law, in a general election, including for independent, but even, obviously the loss of Hillary Clinton in the Democratic primary, and obviously her second loss, in 2016, right? That aspect of foreign policy was there. And so there were a lot of people, or at least a part of Trump's base, who were really questioning, like, what are we doing? Right? Like, why are we here? They're thinking about the issues that they have at home, and then they're thinking about all these different foreign entanglements and foreign engagement. And they're looking at it now, and they were switching from the time period where, there was a belief system that whatever we were doing abroad, we must be doing good, rah, America, patriotism over everything, we must be doing good, to the skepticism about what America was doing overseas, the skepticism about why we got money going here, going there, what are we doing there? And so, I saw that part of that skepticism, not the only thing, but part of that skepticism helped to bring the rise of Donald Trump the first time around. And he might have been a little better on it, in the first term. In this second term, it's just like all gloves are off. It's just like, if I want to say whatever, but it's like, I would say that he has at least,
welcome to the brand new Cuban Karate Mental Dojo. I went all out on this place. Fresh mats, solid wood, the works. I figured if I'm opening a spot just for the fellas, I had to show up looking sharp. Welcome to the brand new Cuban Karate Mental Dojo. I went all out on this place. Fresh mats, solid wood, the works. I figured if I'm opening a spot just for the fellas, I had to show up looking sharp.
People I know, not only I know in real life, who voted for him, this last time around, they've all switched to being libertarian due to his foreign policy, right? Due to their disinterest in it. So they're not becoming Democrats, or they're not going to be voting for a Democratic candidate. They just decide they're going to vote for a libertarian candidate, because that's how upset and angry they are, at what they have seen the second administration, specifically on foreign policy, turn into. So from my perspective, and from what I've seen and what I've seen on the ground and what I've heard from many supporters, I'm sure there's others that don't feel that way, that yes, he has betrayed them in that regard. And so now he's just like any other president, which well, that's how it tends to go. So that's what I would say.
Thank you, David. We'll go from David to David, followed by Dr. Francine.
Yeah, hey Gary, how's it going?
It's going good. So you weren't here in the beginning of the room, but the whole genesis of this discussion was the blockade of fuel to Cuba and how Cuba has been forced into the dark and it's a humanitarian crisis. And then I thought I would look at U.S. intervention in other countries. And then I thought about the question, de jure, if Trump's foreign policy is snubbed to his base. So what's...
Well, clearly there's an agenda afoot to strangle the island of Cuba of the much needed resources, fuel and oil, to run its economy, its hospitals, its schools, its transportation, its tourist industry. So this is going to strike a blow to the heart of the people of Cuba, and in direct response to the administration of which Marco Rubio, my fellow Cuban American comrade, his family fled, very similar situation as mine. And I don't know what kind of options the Diaz-Canel regime has, other than to maybe fry uncle and promise Trump some beachfront property and risk to build a couple of towers. I think that the foreign policy agenda is obviously one of a transactional approach, and Cuba provides miles and miles of unspoiled coastline and environment, and just a beautiful island that, and because of their lack of industry, their coral reefs are in fact revitalizing those that are along the coast of Florida and other Caribbean islands. So, but of course, Trump says that there's no climate disaster raining down on the planet. But that said, it behooves the international community. Cuba has stood tall in the face of white South Africa oppression against the black African nationals in Angola, Zimbabwe, former Rhodesia. And, we'll see if the international community can rally to at a minimum, make a claim of, UN national security or natural disaster concerns versus it being because what Trump is saying, they're a direct threat to our sovereignty of the nation, which, for 60 years, there are instances of that, but I mean, this country is really, say what you will about the communist dictatorship, and I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of the strangulation of dissent, intellectuals, artists, musicians. They have been muted very severely. There was the execution of many former landowners and capitalists and people that ran businesses in Cuba. So all that history is a reality. But at the end of the day, I don't know without boots on the ground. Recall the failed Bay of Pigs invasion in the early 60s, where President John Kennedy did not provide the air power support, and Castro was waiting in the wings and picked off Cuban nationals as well as some American servicemen. And we've never had a successful coup attempt since. And there have been hundreds of attempts to assassinate Castro before he passed in 2015. And now his brother Raul, who's now 94 years old, I believe, is still running the show. So yeah, Gary, my heart breaks. There'll be mass exodus.
So beyond that, beyond just Cuba, is he fulfilling his mandate, his promise, America first? And when he says America, he's not talking of the continent. Is he fulfilling that mandate, or is he not?
No, I don't think he is. No, I mean he's look at how the economy's been affected with prices, the tariffs, the auto industry. He's forcing our neighbors to pivot to China. All of these foreign policy debacles are hurting the pocketbook and the revenues to the United States of America. And I think Marjorie Taylor Greene, although I don't agree with her politics, she's come out and said this whole MAGA thing has been a hoax. It's been a hoax on the America First movement. And she cited example after example of grifting with the billionaires and tax cuts, making common cause with Israel with regard to Gaza, and putting his son-in-law in charge of redevelopment of Gaza, the $400 million plane with Qatar. So there's been a pivot to go enrich himself internationally, and of course the crypto, and obviously creating, giving pardons to big-time criminals in that world, and then bringing them into his tent and prospering with that technology and those experts. So no, Gary, I think the politicians that are risking their reputations, they're risking their careers in politics, because obviously Trump comes out, and if you take a swipe at him about how he's failed America, he sends out his tweets, and he puts you on the crosshairs. And then, of course, Musk is going to come along and fund the opposition, and there you go. So I don't think America is first, Gary, right now, and I think the evidence is very clear. We talked at length yesterday in the room about the victims of the Epstein files. That's not putting our children first, Gary. That's not putting the safety and sanctity of our youth against these vultures, and nobody's gone to jail over that. So again. Not America first with regard to safety and crime, and not America first with regard to our economy and jobs, and not bringing jobs back, and making everything costly with gas. I don't think gas has even come down the way he's claimed. But we'll see. He's got 3 more years to right the ship, if in fact he gets through the midterms with his base intact and his majorities intact in Congress. And I'll land there.
Yeah, I'm not so certain that I'm not so certain that gasoline prices are reflective of much that a president does. I think they're more a reflection of the international oil market, which fluctuates. It may be influenced by U.S. policy, but it's primarily not.
But he campaigned on it.
Of course he campaigned on it. When the numbers are up, he's going to blame the opposition. When the numbers are down, he's going to pat himself on the back. They all do that. Thank you, David.
I will point out during the Biden administration, Biden said appropriately, presidents don't control gas prices.
Well, that's because maybe the prices were up during his administration.
I mean, they were, but the point remains the same. Presidents don't necessarily influence the average gasoline prices.
Well, it's like the economy was booming under Clinton. Gosh, I wish Clinton was president again, except there was a tech boom then that doesn't exist today in the manner in which it did then. And so the situation on the ground is different. Anyway, thank you, David. We'll now go to Dr. Francine, followed by Steve and El Normal. Daryl, you came up too late. Dr. Francine.
Who is his base? That's my first question. Do we even know anymore who Trump's base is? It seems to have changed in this second election, this second term that he's having, and his base is no longer, the guys in the pickup trucks and who live in the out counties, all that kind of stuff. He doesn't anymore care about them because he doesn't have to run anymore. So his base now is all the big business people and donors that he is going to need when he goes on to his next grift, which is going to be his presidential library. And so he doesn't care anymore about voters. He doesn't care about the Republican Party. And I can tell you that for a fact because in Arizona, he is really into our statewide elections, our governor's election. One of my friends was a candidate for governor, and she just dropped out of the race because he endorsed 2 primary candidates, and then Dave Schweikert came in also. So there's 3, Republicans of various different kinds in the primaries, and then what's her name? Gina Swoboda, who used to be the head of the Republican Party, can't raise any money behind her bid for a congressional seat, so she's changed slots, what she's running for. So I don't think he gives a shit about the Republicans and who has to run in the next election and what could happen, as a result of what he's doing in the next election. And he doesn't care about the ordinary person because there is something that's happening now, and that is all the supermarkets are going to dynamic pricing. They no longer have price tags. By the way, just so in case you didn't know or had forgotten, John Wanamaker invented the price tag, and the thing that it did was create equality. Once you put a price tag on something, everybody got the same price. And we don't have that anymore with a lot of basic things, especially food. The food prices now are barcodes, and they change during the day.
They don't put an individual tag on the product, but there's still a sign there that says, this box of Kleenex is so and so much, and they even say how much per unit.
No, I know, but they only say that for the hour or the amount of time that it is that price. They are doing what Amazon does. They are trying to take advantage of dynamic pricing, which means different people are going to get different prices. And so we're going through some tremendous economic changes. Let's not even talk about AI. And Trump does not care about any of it. In fact, I think he's bored now. And so he's going to be really undependable. I mean, more undependable than the undependable that he used to be, because he has nothing to gain anymore from being president, except for, building monuments to himself. And I think that's what he's going to do for the rest of his term. He's going to finish the East Ballroom, and he's going to make the monument that he wants to make to himself.
Arch that's going to be just
the arch, yes. Yeah, and he's doing one other project. I forgot what it was, but he's got the Kennedy Center. So he's got 3 building projects going, and I think he's just gonna
2, right?
Yeah, so he's just gonna hang out in Washington, not caring at all about the government, except insofar as he's gonna leave his mark on the city of Washington by using taxpayers' money and donor money to change the look of the city.
The discussion really was supposed to focus on foreign policy and how the foreign policy may have been a snub to his base. But you and several other people have brought up domestic policy as well. The spending, and the odd thing is, you can't say, unless you are uninformed, which a lot of people probably when they went to the polls, that he was particularly good at retarding government spending during his first term.
That's right. And that's why I'm saying, there's things we don't know. One, we don't know anymore who still considers themselves his base. Are you hearing feedback?
That's you, Gary. You gotta mute up.
Okay, so, that's very helpful.
I'm experimenting with microphones here and such, and I spent money that I wasted, obviously.
You wouldn't be the first person to do that, especially on electronics. The whole industry is built on people wasting money. So, one, we don't know who his base is, and two, if you want me to talk specifically about foreign policy, his base didn't want there to be any foreign policy. So everything he has done is a snub to his base. Every single thing, because that he's done for a foreign policy. So there you are. If we're supposed to be America first, this is awful. There's no America first in here.
Thank you, Dr. Francine. I note that also in the chat, if you scroll back, I posted a story about the amount of money that's being set aside or being proposed for purchasing of warehouses to convert them into detention centers for immigration detainees. And
yeah, they're doing that in the suburbs of Phoenix.
Right, and others, you and Leanne talked about it in your communities. It's over $3 million.
Yes, and what are we going to do with them? We don't.
Obviously,
I thought we were going to
making some money here, right?
Yes, but we were going to deport all those illegal immigrants. Instead, we're going to detain them.
By the way, who's going to run them? Are we going to hire more government employees to run them? Are we going to outsource them, as many of them are outsourced? Anyway, that's another story altogether.
Yeah,
another topic for another day. But
it's a huge story, though, Gary. Huge story.
It speaks to the overall question beyond foreign policy. Is he meeting the mandate of, what we perceive as his base? And does the base even know or even care? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Thank you, Dr. Francis.
All these dudes who were budget hogs.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, it's really very interesting. Well, we had Doge, but maybe that was all form and not substance. I don't know. Not just for the day, but for the week, so don't blow it.
Gary, was so badly done. The Doge stuff. They got rid of Adobe Pro. Adobe Pro is what allows the White House to redact documents. So that first batch of Epstein files they leaked that you could put through an unredactor and it all just took it out. It was because Doge cut their subscription to Adobe Premium. Who would have possibly thought using a chainsaw to hack at the government wouldn't work?
So I'm told that no matter what, let me just, while I'm talking, I'm going to unplug this microphone. And Larry, if you're here, give me the feedback on this one. I'm going to do a 10 count. Sorry about this, folks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Was there an appreciable difference there?
Yeah, much better.
The second half.
Yes, sir.
So it's my money ill spent on a new microphone. Damn it. El Normal.
Hey there, Gary. Thank you so very much. Well, I just checked. Trump's approval rating among Repubs, 73 to 90. Doesn't sound too bad. It's down from 93. This is early 2026 as opposed to last year. Not terrible. Let's talk about foreign policy. For him, with his Republican base, I don't know how popular he is among Democrats. I didn't check that. I didn't have time. Hang on, I just lost my screen here. All right, I'm back. So the something that we all have to understand is that the job of the president. Supplying, I believe, our enemies with oil. So that is stopping. Let's see about the tariffs. Tariffs are a puzzlement. I don't get it. But when you say that the polls show that Americans, or the analysis shows that Americans are paying this cost, the idea is that Americans will buy American and strengthen the American economy, that they will choose goods that do not reflect tariffs. So again, that's a little bit, to me, it's a little bit misleading. By the way, just check, the tariffs are brought in between 200 and 287 billion. So breathtaking victory at Iran, breathtaking victory Venezuela. So far so good. Breathtaking victory getting the hostages back from Gaza and ending the war. I think in Ukraine, he's being more realistic. I don't think we can win that war. We meaning Ukraine. So he's pushing for a deal. I think that's the right idea. Biden refused to engage. Let's see. Eliminating absurd, I'm just taking an unnecessary USAID. That's up in the air. That's a projection of soft power. But some of the things I think his base definitely don't agree with. Some of the things that were in USAID, some of the wacky things. In the military, which is obviously the projection of our foreign power, he eliminated DEI, CRT, critical race theory, which were in there. We found that in there. And transgenderism, which, obviously it changes the value to military readiness instead of some form of political correctness. I think that makes us stronger. He imposed massive sanctions on Iran, which were not true under the previous administration, which is, as you can see, bringing the Iranian genocide regime to its knees. The Green Deal. Apparently, the consensus was among his, great coterie, that this was an economy killer, the Green New Deal, both in America and in Europe. Europe's economy has been suffering for years. The Green New Deal certainly isn't helping them. Some places shut down their nuclear power plants. That's a economy killer and makes them dependent on foreign oil. Germany did this, and I believe England did it. England is really suffering in terms of manufacturing. That has to change. Europe has to step up economically and also militarily. So I'm saying the good stuff. I'm not saying there's only good stuff. The base were people who felt left out and betrayed by the Democratic Party, who were offering bad or no solutions to these big problems: immigration, foreign wars, and the economy. By the way, in terms of grifting and self-dealing, Obama was worth $1.3 million in 2007. The Obama Foundation is now worth $1 billion. That's a 1,000K increase.
The Obama Foundation, not his net worth, right?
That's right. Well, there was no foundation then. Right. That's correct. But you know how these foundations go, as we saw with Clinton. They're sort of backdoors to support the vision, values, and ideals of the eponymous, what's the word, figurehead. Let's see. He choked via IRGC. I mentioned he's choking Venezuela. Obviously, Rubio wants to regime change in Cuba. We'll see if that happens. Has he checked out? I don't think he's checked out. I remember when Obama went to my friend's garage and did a podcast at the end of his administration, Mark Maron, and that seemed to me like a sort of a lame duck sort of end of your second administration. He seemed to have checked out at the end. I don't see him checking out yet. I see him doing a lot of stuff. He's waging battle in the culture war as well. So far, now, that's all. I just named the good because nobody else was naming anything good that he did. I think the shootings are appalling. That's for sure. It looks terrible, and that's where everything changed with the immigration policy. I think he did that to himself. I think the Epstein thing is hurting him. He did that to himself as well. So he has strong points, and he has self-destructive weak points. And right now, it looks like the weak points are winning because his approval ratings are still down, especially among independents and Democrats, or if there are any Democrats who ever liked him. And it looks like he's going to, get a shellacking. That's become the operative word for midterm loss, right? Thank you, Barack Obama. And I'll mute up and see if anybody else wants to talk.
Nope, you're the last one. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time, so until 5 p.m. New York time on Monday for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum. Everybody be safe. Everybody be well.
It's a machine that you can use to purify your water, but it's you can use it to raise the alkalinity of it. It's like a $3,000 piece of equipment that you can use for your kitchen, but I don't know. From what I've seen, it's pretty dope.
It's giving scam.
Could be.
I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I'm not a scientist, so I can't confirm nor deny that.
It sounds like it's a big wellness, to be honest.
You said what?
It's big wellness. It's something that we don't ever talk about, actually. The big wellness industry.
Yeah.
Like big pharma, big wellness.
One thing that I've seen, I don't know what the dye is that they use, but I've seen a lot of these tests that they'll do to test the pH balance of it, and it's like they'll typically do a side by side with bottled waters. And I mean, according to the test, of course, I'm not there to conduct it or anything, but I mean, it looks to be true in terms of it being a higher pH balance than anything else. It's interesting. I mean, it's out of my budget to go and buy a water machine for $3,000, but it is interesting to see if it really is true.
Guys, talk about. I was just gonna say real quick, Divine. There was an old school comedian, Dennis Miller. His water bottle joke pretty much summed it up. He wasn't the funniest comedian, but this was pretty good. Evian water, Evian spelled backwards is, right?
Yep, that was his joke.
Naive, yeah. I'm not saying the guy was groundbreaking, but it was funny for water because it's he's like, oh,
he's an asshole. You didn't have to credit him, but
is he? I don't know him personally. You playing pickleball?
No. He got red pills somewhere in the 2000s.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh, I had no idea. Scratch that joke from the record, please.
I'll be that. But look, I'm Gen X, proud. We drank out the hose. We drank out the Johnny Pump.
What?
The hose, the nozzle, the fucking the shit you water the lawn with, bro.
What you talking about? Divine? What you talking
Please
about?
continue.
HOSE, bro. Get your mind out together. We drank out the Johnny Pump. We call it the fire hydrant. Some people call it the Johnny Pump. I'm fine. Like, there was no fire. There was no bottled water growing up. But that it didn't exist when I was a kid. You thirsty? You turn on the sink. You put your mouth to the sink and drink some fucking water. I'll put it in a glass. Break out the my fridge had the fucking ice tray. Yeah, show my age. Fucking. Who didn't fill the ice tray? Yeah, that's what I grew up.
Yeah, I still drink out of the tap. New York has great tap water. What can you say?
Great tap water.
I think
It's the champagne of tap water. We talk about it.
It's true. No, but I think when I lived in Florida, that was definitely the worst tap water I ever had, for sure.
People import our tap water. You heard about that with Spirit is? Like South Jersey, those pizza guys, they want our water to make it. That's what they said. That's what gives us our pizza. It's whatever it has, and our bagels. They ship our water out.
Hey, check this PTR.
Yeah, Drew. Where's that at?
It's out in Seattle.
Damn. Is that like a play on Ghost?
Yeah. I always thought it was it's funny. Like I really liked that movie when I was a kid, and that shit came out when I was like 1. I obviously didn't watch it then, but I watched it at some point in my childhood. But for whatever reason, I was kind of big on it. Random fun fact. Sandra, you got one of those machines?
Say that again?
I was responding to Sandra in the chat. She had said, I think she said that she had one of those machines I was talking about, or she said she has a.
Yes, I've had one for over 20 years. I'm actually on my third one. My mother's oncologist suggested that we get it, and he wasn't selling them, and she started drinking it, and she lived like 5 years longer than they thought she was gonna live. But yeah, I use it for everything. I use the acid water and the alkaline water. I use the acid water for like watering my plants and stuff like that. It's great for cleaning too.
Yeah, that's dope.
But I won't drink tap water. And I mean, I'm in Michigan, and Michigan has some of the best water there is, but they still put fluoride in it. The machine has over 100 different filters. So, yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good. The fact that you said that her oncologist wasn't even selling it. I mean, that tends to make me be a bit more curious when somebody's trying to put me onto something when they don't stand to benefit from it.
We went to the watershed, this place called the watershed, and get gallons of water just to like bathe her, which she had, sourced from the chemo and stuff like that. The acid water is great for healing, and then the reverse osmosis water is for drinking. So, yeah. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's dope. Appreciate you sharing that. Cause I mean, like the only people that I've really heard about it from are like my friends that sell those machines. It hasn't made me like, I'm not entirely skeptical about it. I mean, but I just don't know enough about it, to co-sign it or not.
That you can really tell the difference from, like you can pour the alkaline water into a cup and put just a regular tea bag in it, and it literally pulls the tea out of the tea bag. You can watch it. I mean,
oh yeah, I did see that. I did see that.
It's living. It's actually live. It's alive water. It's not killed with all the crap that they put in our tap water, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I didn't pay no $3,000 for it. I think the first one I bought was like $1,200. And since then, with all the new technology and stuff, the prices have come down. So I don't know who's selling them for $3,000.
Yeah, I think it's like kind of like this Kangen one. It's almost like a MLM in a sense, like. So I think that's where like the extra cost comes from, because people will sell it and then they turn around and try to get other people to sell it too. So it's like it's not direct from the source. I don't think. Maybe you can get it cheaper from the source, but I imagine that's how they structure their business. But yeah, for those that said that alkaline water is a scam, I do think that in terms of like bottled alkaline water, I think it was Kamari. No, it wasn't Kamari that said it. Somebody else said it out. I'm not sure, but yeah, I do think that that's the case. Just like I had said, when the water is sitting on the shelves for 6 to 12 months, I mean, you can imagine that it's lost any inherent value.
You can't even sit on the grocery store shelves because they have those fluorescent lights, and the fluorescent lights kills the water. I would never buy it at the store. You might as well just pour your money down the toilet. Because even when we were getting it from the watershed, it had to be kept in a cool, dark place. So I would put it in the basement. Like because just in case something happens, I keep about 20 gallons of water in the basement, and I refill them like every month. I pour it out and refill them because the light will kill it. Even though they're not under the light, I'd only keep it for a certain amount of time. Because I think I'd get sick if I drank actual tap water. I mean, I only got one leg, y'all. I literally carried a gallon of water with me. What, baby?
What are you talking about? You get sick?
Tap water makes me sick now because,
In Michigan? It's a Michigan thing?
No, it's got fluoride in it. I don't want fluoride in my stuff.
Oh, okay.
It's got other chemicals too.
Oh, okay.
But Michigan is supposed to have some of the best water in the country, but I've been drinking this too long to switch back.
Yeah, I mean, it could be true. You could potentially get sick. I mean, not like deathly ill or anything, but you might end up feeling sick. I think anything, when you're not exposed to certain things for a long period of time, I mean, the first time that you do get exposed to it, you're a lot more vulnerable. But once again, I will say I am not a scientist nor a doctor, so
come over and get water from my house so that they don't have to buy it. My sons come and get water every week because they won't drink just regular water.
Yeah, it's hard to go back. It's just like, I mean, I can't drink tap water anymore just because I'm so used to, I got, just a water dispenser. I go to the store and fill up the 5-gallon jugs. So it's like, that's like the only way I drink my water now. But damn, this is one of those moments in the room. We're over here having a long conversation about water. We try it out right now.
I'm fine with tap water, so alright.
I'm with you, Spiritus. I don't smoke. I rarely drink. I'm in generally good shape and fit. So I'm going to roll the dice. I'm going to roll the dice with tap water.
Yeah, I don't know what's good for you.
I am a follower of Dr. Sebi though, so there's a lot of things that I don't eat or drink.
What did Dr. Sebi say about water?
He's about a complete alkaline diet. So.
Why did nobody tell me that the whites were protesting Target too? Nobody tell me that. I just found that out today. Why y'all not talking about how the whites is joining in with the blacks in their protests? What's going on?
Protesting in Brooklyn? Black people are protesting?
The whites are at the Target, literally there, protesting with signs and shit, singing songs. Like,
Is it a DEI thing, Brooklyn? What do the signs say?
Fuck Target. They singing "We Shall Overcome" and some more shit. I'm shocked because how long it's been since Jamal Bryant started that Target protest? That Target boycott. How long?
I think that is a strong statement, though. You know how them white girls love Target. They love Target like they love Starbucks.
No, so they mad because apparently Target let ICE park in their parking lot. So they mad about that. And they protesting them.
Yeah, that's dope, though.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, I applaud it. I think that shit's cool. I would hope to see more of it, I think that's what I feel like the majority of this country should be doing. In terms of anything that we, have an issue with. I shouldn't say that. I should watch what I say. Not anything, but a lot of the shit that we're seeing, like from this administration right now, these injustices, that's what I should say. I don't care what nationality somebody is, I think that we as a people should be able to come together on moral terms.
Protesting with my dollars. I'm buying as much stuff as I can from black-owned businesses. And I haven't been to Target. It's about Target.
I'm gonna be real though. The one protest I wasn't really a big fan of was that one that they proposed around Black Friday. I just say that just based off the fact that I don't think that anybody was going to skip the holiday, so it didn't make sense to me for people to cost themselves more money. I didn't think
Nobody is skipping out on discounted prices. That wasn't even realistic, to be honest.
Well, I mean, I remember that being a topic, around that time.
People like discounted prices.
Yeah.
I still shop, but I only buy, like I said, I'm trying to only buy from Black-owned businesses. So that's what I did. All my gifts were either handmade or bought from Black-owned businesses.
Yeah, we just trying to keep the room alive right now, that's all.
Ben's earlier performance was very entertaining.
He's burnt out. He's probably having a cigarette out on the deck right now.
Yeah, it usually is. I missed it though. I was on the phone.
It was good. He did the music and everything.
Hey, Brooklyn. It's a crash out.
That wasn't a crash out. It was a nice performance.
Oh, good.
That was a sermon.
We had a
There was a little sermon in there too.
All right.
But overall, it was a lot going on, but it was very entertaining.
A sermon from Beth. April?
Yep.
Sorry, I missed it. I was happy watching Gillian Allen and Paul. Very sad.
I like the pigs in the blanket part.
He was talking about glizzies and everything. It was very entertaining.
What are Tuesdays, Brooklyn?
Some people call it hot dogs.
Oh yeah, they're hot dogs. Slang for
I
hot
call
dogs.
it Franks. I call them Franks.
You don't call them Franks.
I do call them Franks.
No, never. No, I don't believe it.
I do. Why do I call them Franks? And like mostly everybody in my family call them Franks too.
I've never heard of that.
I don't understand it. They're Frankfurters.
But people still don't call them that either.
I know, but for some odd reason, in my family, that's what we call them. I never called them hot dogs until I moved to Atlanta. Oh my mama.
I wonder why they're called hot dogs to be honest.
Well, they're glizzies now, so there's that.
Now they're glizzies. So. Oh, wait, I have a first world complaint real quick. I'm not gonna say where in the world I am, but I'm staying in a hotel and I just asked for a wake-up call. And you know what they said? We don't have wake-up calls. You can use your phone.
Hold on. Seriously?
Yeah, they didn't say it as snide as that because I'm like, I said, no wake-up calls. What am I going to do? He said, use your phone.
You don't use your phone, Scotty?
No, well, I will have to now. But my God.
You just wanted to hear somebody's voice bright and
I
early.
think you are being.
I just want the phone. I want the phone ringing to wake me up. That's all. It's not a big ask.
That's hella bougie, Scotty. I'm not gonna lie, because I don't think I ever asked for a wake up call.
You never asked for a wake up call?
Never.
You just use your phone?
Matter of fact, they probably called me to wake me up anyway, because it be time to check out, and I
feel like you gotta get
I get a wake up call by default.
Shit, I asked for a couple wake up calls.
You want me to wake you up?
That's
Yeah, if you could call me at 7 a.m.
That's very Madison Avenue, you Scotty. It's very bougie. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm literally gonna ask my mother to call me.
And she gonna call you too on the dot. She might call you 5 minutes before.
Oh, she'll call me.
And be like, "Ain't you supposed to be up now?" You know how they do. She gonna call you too. That's one thing.
Am I the only one? Am I the only one who uses wake up calls?
Yes, I've never even considered a wake up call.
Oh my
I
God.
didn't know that.
No,
That
I'm
was
like
the
you,
service they
Brooklyn.
provided.
No, I get the calls with them saying we're pounding. We're outside your door right now, ma'am.
Yeah,
We're
like,
30.
it's time to go. It's time to check out.
That's what I get.
And then I'd be like, extend my time because I ain't ready yet. The fuck?
Maybe I just want a human connection with people.
I guess. I just ain't, even before a human connection was needed, I ain't getting no wake up call. I'm just saying. It's very like Park Avenue of you, Scotty.
Well, I mean, I get where he's coming from, though. I mean, something about that.
No, you don't.
That
You
sound
like
But they don't have an alarm clock.
It sounds very caring, though. Like, hey, I'm just calling to make sure you're up on time.
But they have automated ones. They don't even have to, like, you know, they'll log it in the book and they'll have an automated, like, they'll ring your room, and if you don't pick up, they'll ring it again in a few minutes. But I'm not even getting, and there's a phone in my room.
See, we were talking about human connection.
Well, I mean, they do that. They do that too, but I mean, like, I want something other than relying on my phone. That's all.
I love a good hotel now. Don't you threaten me with a good, fancy hotel. But
I like a good hotel too.
in my whole entire human experience on this earth, ask for a fucking wake up call ever. They just wake me up by default because I'm sleeping in.
Have y'all been to a hotel that uses bots for like the doors or like the room service?
No.
It's pretty cool. I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen it, but yeah, I ordered room service before and got R2D2 delivering my food.
I really get room service, especially since like DoorDash and Uber Eats and shit. I really get room service unless it's like a really good restaurant in the hotel. But then I just go and sit in the hotel. Yeah, I just go and sit in the restaurant. So,
yeah.
I rarely get room
Yeah, I haven't seen it at a lot of hotels. But yeah, that little feature was it was cool when I seen it the first time.
They got the bots at the restaurants now. It's like this Jamaican restaurant. Yeah. And they got like the little bot that's delivering the food around.
Yeah, I saw them in LA. When I was out in LA, I saw these little robots delivering food up and down the street.
No, not those. I don't see a lot of those because it's not like that kind of town where people just, live like in the city maybe, but I still don't see none of those bots. But what I'm saying is they got like bot waitresses. Like, instead of a person bringing you the food, they put it on the pot and then bring you the food. You know what I'm saying? And then the bot come and you press in your order and
I'm not, ma'am, I asked for wake up calls. Okay, I don't have that.
How bougie are you? Is it bad that I want coffee right now? Because I really do for some odd reason.
Yeah, that don't sound too bad. I didn't even have coffee this morning.
Me neither. I've been heavy on the tea. I want some coffee with some Baileys in it.
Yeah, see, that seems like counterproductive right there.
Well, coffee with Baileys?
Yeah.
That's not.
I mean, it sounds good as far as the taste goes, but at the same time, like, is it going to get you up or is it going to put you down?
Baileys ain't even, it's literally like a creamer. It's really real. It has no alcohol, if you ask me. But you don't even put enough of it in your drink for the alcohol to be effective. So it's just like a creamer. It's delicious, though. I love Baileys and like hot tea or hot coffee around the, because I don't drink. So that's the most drinking I do is Baileys. Where everybody go?
What happened, babe?
I said where everybody go.
Child, I got work. I got a lot of shit going on.
Patty, you travel a lot, right?
Not recently. I've been stuck here.
But let's say in the last 10 years, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool. Do you ever ask for wake-up calls at the hotel?
It depends on what I'm there for. If it's government, no.
Okay, but you have, right? I just want to make sure I'm not crazy. Okay, because nobody here says they've ever used a wake-up call.
Huh? Except me. Of course.
Oh, it's up to you. But that's at like 11:30. I'm fucking like 7.
I mean, I've gotten a wake-up call at 11:30, exactly. Like, it's time to check out. That's my wake-up call. It's not, you told me to wake you up at 7 a.m.
No, but I've traveled for business for years where I've had to get up at 6 or 7 in the morning. So, yeah, and I've always used
Me too, but I just use my phone or I use the alarm clock.
Yeah, no, I've never been to a hotel that didn't have wake-up calls. I think that's weird. Because they're digital. You know, they're just, all they have to do is plug it in, and it's not the person calls you. I have no idea.
I mean, but they're getting away from everything that needs human interaction. They're just not doing it anymore.
It could be
like, if I went to a restaurant that had a robot, I would leave. Like, what's the point?
Well, do you have to tip the robot? In which case, I'll stay.
No, but you know they put gratuity on everything, so. At least down here they do.
Yeah, no, I've seen that. I've seen that in certain places.
Everything, I be mad. Like, bitch, you ain't even deliver nothing. Like, I'm literally standing here getting it from you at a counter, bitch. What the fuck is the gratuity for? It's annoying. It's mostly the black restaurants. To be fair.
Yeah, Yeah, I hate when it's automatic just because it's like it should not base that on the service.
Gratuity, and the bigger the party is, how they go up in gratuity. So you might be paying like 25%.
Well, I mean, honestly, I do think that. I mean, of course, it is like again, it still comes down to like the level of service. But I mean, they can get a party of like. But like you said, that's a lot of work for a waiter, though. Like you got a party of 15.
The service don't even be worth it. Like me and my people tip good. I just don't want to be forced to tip a bitch if the service ain't good. And then be like, since gratuity has been added, the service is not as good as it used to be. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, they was better when they knew that they had to get a tip. But now they feel like it's automatic. And you know what I'm saying? I'm waiting for my food for 30 minutes and shit. Like, bitch. Yeah, I don't like it. I'm not gonna lie.
I have a really important question to ask the room. Has it always been the case that in the chat there's no time markers at all? But you used to be able to go and look and see like what happened an hour ago or 20 minutes ago. And now there's nothing. You have no idea.
I think so. Right. It wasn't always like that. This is the new update because it used to be where you could see it'll be like just now or 15 minutes ago or 21 minutes ago, an hour ago. That's what I said. Like, I don't know when they posted that.
It's orienting because you kind of knew where the room was and where it had been, and this makes it crazy. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
That's for the first world complaint department, Scotty.
Oh, yeah. I had to update. I had to ask somebody to put me down in the audience. I left 3 times. I came back, but I left 3 times and I was still up on stage. There's no way to put yourself down.
Really? Okay, I could put myself down. Now, I could do that.
There's no place on my screen that tells me that I can put myself down.
Oh, well, I don't know.
It's not here anymore. It used to be here, but now it's gone.
No, hit on your profile and see if there's a blue bar that says move to audience.
Yeah, I got it still.
I got it.
Yeah, I got it.
I do too.
See it?
Not on my screen.
That's so weird.
I remember the other day I came in and said, will somebody please put me back in the audience? I have been in and out like 3 times.
You're being held captive by the stage.
No, I didn't want to stay up there if I wasn't in the room because I kept leaving the room because I was doing other stuff. But I like to listen while I'm doing other stuff. But I got busy, so I was like, damn, I'm still up there. That's crazy.
Yeah, I be paranoid. A lot of the time I'll just be in here listening and I get paranoid that my phone's off mic or something while I'm at work.
first Renee, first of all, first Betty Adam, even the Muslims in the room, they've gone through like years and years, if not years, like so many videos and debates on polemics. Even between the Sunni and the Shia, you'll find these raging debates about hadiths. At least use the ones that are known, that are considered like respectable at least. Not the content, but that can be used as reference.
What are you guys talking about?
Hadiths.
They're telling me that there's a hadith is no good. But I was bringing them
This hadith has never popped up. Ever.
And I told them I don't
There's a lot. No,
The Shias would not use
that
this?
doesn't matter.
You think the Shias wouldn't use
Wait, hold on, Nargis. That doesn't really matter whether or not it popped up. It's not really relevant.
It's zaif. That's
Yeah,
what
Daif, yes, but Daif does not mean it's completely meaning.
It means there's just, that doesn't have a head nor a tail. It can't be clarified, identified, or put down as something that has truth. It means it's weak. We don't know. When you don't know something, and the freaking scholar in the same school is saying, I don't know, why fight
why was
me
it
about the
transmitted?
polemics?
If it's that meaningless, it wouldn't have been transmitted.
Because people said a lot of shit. And things
Yeah,
were
but
legit.
but that's why, like, certain stuff was transmitted, others was not.
So someone somewhere said something, and one person on the way heard this who was
And they found it important enough to transmit it for 1600 years.
collector. Look, I've had this problem. You know, I don't take the whole Rajal thing. I find the methodology weak, right? However, there still is some truth to the way it's done. It still has a method, right, that you can verify with. That method can be set as a metric, and in that I respect the metric. Now, if you don't respect the metric, then what are we even debating? Like, I don't even know where this hadith is from. You don't know where it's from. Sheikh for sure doesn't fucking know where it's from.
You guys didn't know about it for a second ago. And then I start reading it. Everybody's like, this ain't a hadith. You're just talking crap.
It's so unheard of. It is so zaif that it clearly is showing like fabrication to it.
When I heard it, I thought it wasn't even the truth. I was thinking, even if it's, I was like, somebody's reading this off of Reddit or something, you know?
Well, you need better ways to. There's such great ways to debate, like to have interfaith debates. This just makes you reduces your credibility.
I didn't write it, but I read it word for word.
Where have you been? I was going to text you.
A bit busy. But yeah.
I go worry for a moment.
Yeah. Don't tell them your plans.
Oh, Mikkel, somebody came by, they drove by, whatever. They said a crazy hadith and they left, and I was trying to tell them, listen,
I don't know. These are hadiths from your focus
I just opened it. Sweet. What is it about? Strange and questionable narration. Oh, this guy's still about that? Bro. It's not funny. It's not funny. It's funny like a year ago, maybe 2 years ago. 2 years now? Come on.
Yeah, you're still doing that there, shit. Yeah.
Gotta switch it up. Mute that up.
Is it raining outside or what? Why is there so much noise?
They're watering.
He's probably taking a bubble bath.
Shut up, God damn it.
I can't believe it. All these Sunnis thought I wrote it or something like that, or else I'm making this stuff up.
It doesn't matter. It's weak. End of story.
Okay, what if I told you?
One second, why aren't these hadiths discarded then?
It is. This whole nonsense is not even.
They should have burned the person at the stake.
No, we don't burn it, because if we burned it, then you're gonna say we're covering it up.
But the person who wrote it, they should have burnt them at the stake.
No, the whole point is to compile all hadith that even have any metric that can be measured. Compile them to prevent any new innovation onto hadith. So no more people coming up with hadith and claiming it to the Prophet. We have everything concentrated from that time period. So it's a valve cap. The violation of hadith was a valve cap to prevent the innovation in
But what's different in this situation than the situation Uthman was placed in?
Uthman standardized the script.
Answer the question.
Why did he have to standardize it? Or was he the arbitrator of the
You
standardization?
already know this. You already know this. I don't need to tell.
If there's not a Quran before that,
You
then I
don't
can
know
see
the
how
answer,
can
Shay?
some difference.
You don't know the answer, so you're telling me all these years you fucking didn't go on AI or something and decide, let me look to the bottom of this. Let me get to the bottom of it.
If I haven't seen the Quran before, I cannot deduce.
Christianity, and then all your talking points are pseudo talking points against Islam. Meanwhile, you don't know anything mainly about Christianity.
I know a whole bunch of Muslims now.
What do you know about Christianity? I care about Christianity. What do you know about Christianity?
Oh, thanks for asking. Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior. Only begotten Son, that he shall ever believe in him shall receive everlasting life. It is
that's Christianity.
He is the Word that took upon flesh, that created the world, the universe, the heaven, the earth.
Cool. Alright. Yes, most of it all.
Oh, nice.
Muslims are Christian then. And if it's about that, then you got Muslims believe it. Muslims don't deny Jesus Lord. They literally call him Lord all the time. Lord Jesus, Lord Muhammad. Every time you see that Sayyid in Arabic, that's Lord, Master. Just we don't translate it.
Sayyid is not Lord.
Yes, it is.
Lord, Master, yeah.
Yes, it is.
Sayyid would be like saint.
Yeah, it's Lord. Lord.
Saint and Lord.
Sayyid can be Lord, can be Master. Lord can also be Wali.
Yes, that is correct.
I'm not gonna tell them. I know this stuff. So
I know this stuff.
if it's about semantics and son, well, you don't mean son in the sense of an offspring. So Christianity does not say that. Son is simply son of God, non-knower, manifestation of the logos, the known, actualized by the Holy Spirit, which is the Son of Man to actualize this. Okay, I've already explained this a million times.
That which is brought forth. Look awesome.
Nothing about Christianity other than semantics.
What did I miss? I thought you told you to kick Sheik whenever he missed.
I've been a good boy.
He did. He's just a cheap ass polemicist. Like he can use so many better arguments to be a polemicist.
Hanging around too many 20-year-olds.
I just know how to vaguely deflect this and skip through.
Like it really reduces your credibility as a
And
debater.
drop dad jokes. Bad dad jokes.
Oh God, devotee.
So, Jack, what have you been up to?
Just been living my life.
You're back. You're hooked again. You're off the wagon.
I've been on like a work trip, so I'm like, fuck it. I'll be on Clubhouse for a bit, and I got another one coming up, so
Where did they send you?
might as well. The Midwest, just around the Midwest. Nowhere fun.
Oh Joe, are you liking it?
Whereabouts in the Midwest? I'm very familiar.
I mean,
Can we come
it's
over?
cool. No, shit can definitely not come over.
If you're, I know the Midwest like the back of my hand.
It's a huge. Midwest is fucking huge. You know the whole Midwest,
Oh yeah.
like Chicago, Michigan, Wisconsin.
Oh yeah. Iowa. Nebraska. South Dakota, North Dakota, Wyoming.
You've been to Wyoming, Chief?
Oh yeah.
What do you do in Wyoming? It's just like Iowa. You been to Iowa?
Oh, Iowa. If you.
Are you a truck driver? Have you been all these places, Chief?
Oh yeah, I'm a truck driver.
Okay, that's why.
I've been to Iowa before. I thought it would be like a lot more conservative, and I went to Dubuque and some other fucking place, but that was.
Oh, you're right by
Boise is very political.
No, Boise, Idaho.
Yeah, isn't that where all the political stuff happens? Where it's like a destination for all the candidates?
Honestly, it's pretty quiet out there. They got these like I went there down there in downtown area, parked my truck in the truck stop, grabbed an Uber in town, and it was so clean. They take littering so serious, like a $500 fine. That the city's so clean you can eat off of it.
What I was tripping on is like any Starbucks you go to, there's gonna be a tranny with like purple hair in there. It's like a guaranteed, no matter where you're at.
Oh,
That's how
yeah.
Excuse me, what's wrong with public?
And what's wrong with Chad?
What's wrong with public?
It's just like, what's up with them and being baristas? Is like, there's got to be some science behind that
Because
shit.
they're creative. They can mix well.
They should have the what type of jobs
What?
like mechanic shop like where they change the oil and they're working in those below ground pits where
No
people
way.
can see them.
That's dirty here.
Mehmet, you're not a truck driver, right?
No.
Are we kidding?
Oh,
What do you do for a profession?
He twerks.
Yeah, I don't talk about it on Clubhouse. Yeah, too many weirdos.
Fair enough.
And your people are crazy, no offense.
They're the worst.
I mean, you saw what they did to you, right? So,
Yeah.
yeah, dude. They're nuts. Are they still on your ass, or is it like chill?
No, don't worry. I'm fine.
Nice.
I worked it all out.
Signed a deal. Had to deal with the devil.
Yeah.
Who's this Jeffrey Epstein down there, CJ? You guys know him?
It's really annoying that Jeffrey Epstein's face is all over this app now.
You know what? Let me change my photo to make it more appropriate.
Can you not? Like, why do we all have to be haunted by the ghost of Jeffrey Epstein now? Just because of the...
You would love for this to go away, wouldn't you, Buttercup?
Yeah.
Just sweep it right under the rug.
Yeah. I don't...
I'm not gonna lie, this is like the Jews 9/11 right now.
Hey, it's not the Jews. It's just one guy.
I know, but
It's not. It's very
9/11
convenient that
was
it's
just
not.
like 11 Muslim guys, but you know,
That's true. That's a good point.
it was the Muzzies at the end of the day. But we try to blame y'all for that too, so.
My thing, it makes it worse for you guys if you try to defend them. Even like, but you guys say, what does this have to do
No,
with
you
the
know
whole
who does
Jewish
that?
people?
Is Norm. Norm will be up there like, I don't see
Oh,
any
yes.
crime.
Why don't you just throw him under the bus? Like, why do they? I don't understand. Like, it's not that hard to throw someone under the bus. Be like, oh, and he's not. He's not a real dude.
I would play up the Emirati guy. I would do so much shit. There's so many opportunities to.
Which one?
I feel like every group is implicated in this scandal. Like, there's no one who's untouched. You know.
Yeah, but
Actually, the Orthodox Christians, there is a single Orthodox Christian.
That's right.
If there is,
Well, not like in terms of like a church thing.
We're Russian Pentecostal.
The Russians. I don't know about the Russians. Steve Bannon's all over
There
this shit,
is
though. I don't know.
there's a ton of Russian shit in there. They had a whole like trafficking thing from Russia. Like they were working. He was meeting Putin. There's a ton of Russian shit in there.
You didn't meet Putin. No way. I
There
got
was
it.
He tried
people
to.
about him
He tried to
getting
meet
He
into
tried to.
Putin.
He was trying to arrange meetings with Putin. I don't know if it was successful.
Putin really got lucky, I think. In the whole.
The whole Eastern world. Well, not the Eastern.
No, but
I would
people,
say like China
people
and
in
Russia.
people in Putin's
China, there was a
inner
little bit.
circle were. He had close contact with people in Putin's inner circle, and they got him women and stuff.
Buttercup, wasn't there an email about him getting a meeting with Netanyahu or no?
I didn't see that. I saw the president. He was the president. What's his name? The current president. Herzog, yeah. And of course, Barack, right? Who brought Barack?
Yeah.
He
You guys
did an interview
walking
recently.
into the house.
Did you guys see the interview?
The
He got caught walking into you mean the apartment?
Yeah, his townhouse in New York City. They have that picture of him like walking in with the bandana over, but it's like, dude, we all know who that is, bro. It's clearly you know? Oh, and Woody Allen, it was like one of his best friends too. Some weird shit. Bunch of scientists. was just like trying to get funding. So crazy.
They did an interview on Israeli TV with Ehud Barak, and they were not giving him an easy time. He kept trying to point to other people, and that he was like squirming.
Yeah, he's cooked. I don't know. There's that Emirati girl too who was like, "You think I'm hot? You should see my little sister," who's like 10 at the time or some shit. Who's like trying to pimp out her little sister. Fucking filth.
That's rough.
Crazy times.
There go Democrats for you.
The story's never gonna fucking end. It's like millions of pages. Like there's gonna be new names coming out for years and years to come.
Moderate.
No.
The ideology has certain things within it.
No, but he links it. He links it also to people who are just Jewish.
Yeah, that's wrong.
The people
He
who
links it to
practice
Jeffrey
the ideology.
Epstein, who's not Jewish.
Jeffrey Epstein himself links it to himself.
He's not a religious guy. He doesn't give a fuck about your scripture.
Hey, guys, thumbs up. You know who'd like the Powerpuff Girls television show?
Who?
Guess who? Jeffrey Epstein.
Ew, come on. That fucking kill me. I'm putting this room down. Fuck you guys.
Oh no, don't be like that, Buttercup.
Kick him. Please, kick him. You can't block him.
Final warning.
Fucking shit, dude, I hate this guy.
Chef, don't do me. Hold on, so Buttercup, are you saying, hold on, Buttercup. Are you saying it's wrong to hate an ideology?
You don't just hate an ideology, you attribute it to all Jewish people. You based on the way your criticisms of Jewish ideology, you attribute to anyone with ethnic Judaism.
No, I do not. I explicitly do not. I have said this multiple times.
You've told me many times that you think I'm evil because I'm Jewish and I have no faith, I have no God. Yes, you have. You've literally made.
I have never said that to you.
Messages.
I have never said that to you, seriously. If ever I said that to you, it would be a troll and you know it. I have multiple times said to you, seriously, that I do not think that you are evil. I have actually gone as far as to say that you are at soul not a Jew, right? In any case, regardless of what the Jews say this to you, but anyway.
No, they don't. No, it's just they're only like primitive, like tribal, provincial Jews say that to me. Okay? You're agreeing with that?
Listen, Buttercup. Again, go with me. Forget about what me and my thinking is, and forget about all of that. Let's stick to first principles.
There's a really bad look for me to let an anti-Semite.
Is it wrong to hate an ideology?
To hate an ideology is a religion, is an ancient tradition.
Is it wrong to hate an ideology? Yes or no?
It's wrong to target an entire faith tradition when you know there are many different strains and interpretations, and they can't be treated like a monolith.
Okay, so there's many different strains of Nazism. It's wrong to hate all Nazis because there's many different strains of Nazism.
That's not the same. Nazism is a very clear ideology. Judaism, like all faiths, like Christianity, like Islam, it has many different strains and interpretations.
No, Nazism has many different strains and interpretations.
Do you hate all other faiths that are not yours?
Or not necessarily, no.
Who's more evil, Jews or
Not just
Christians?
Jews, but not necessarily
Jews
all
or
faiths.
Muslims? Who's more evil, Jews or Muslims?
Again, I'm not attributing it to the person. I'm attributing it to
Okay, which ideology is more evil, Judaism or Islam?
Judaism.
Knew it.
Yep.
Why, Betty? What part of it?
Because
we killed Jesus. Duh.
I think
He's a serious thinker.
He's not a serious thinker. Of all the Christianity is a beautiful religion. It's a religion of love. And Benny, when he's going on his journey, he's leaving Islam, and he's going on his journey of atheism. He's on a spiritual journey to find himself. And the one strain of Christianity he chooses is the most hateful, anti-Semitic, vile, conspiratorial version of Christianity he could find. That is not a coincidence. You are a monster, Benny. You found the one strain of Christianity that is the most hateful because it validates your worldview. That's what.
No, actually, that's not true at all. That
you
was
had a
not my
plethora of
worldview.
options, and that's what you picked. You had a whole
No, that's not what happened. That's not what
She
happened.
really is the Powerpuff Girl.
I know that.
Picture.
No, she's not.
Yes, of
It
course.
did. I know. It did. No. Orthodox Christianity did not validate my worldview, right? Orthodox Christianity directed my worldview. I did not have this worldview prior to adopting Orthodox Christianity.
Did you
I
choose it
adopted
because
this
you're from
worldview
Syria?
as a direct result of Orthodox Christianity.
As a direct result of Orthodox Christianity. Why?
Yes.
Tell me what it is within the Judaic framework that you have a problem with.
So it's the rejection of others, right?
Okay,
Viewing
so-
others
yeah.
as, lesser than,
Yeah.
okay? That is primarily really bad, right?
Also going against the commandments.
Almost no strains of Judaism actually view non-Jews,
But
and even the ultra-Orthodox don't view.
That's
But he's talking
You don't know what you're talking about, Benny. You're
He
literally.
needs to find
we
evidence
can start going through the Talmud, but you're gonna call me an anti-Semite.
Yeah, because you cherry pick shit and you don't read the rest of the Talmud.
I do.
But he can say anything. He needs to provide evidence for whatever he's saying. And we're gonna
I'm not doing an anti-Semitic.
See, she don't want to do it.
Do it in your own church, not in my church.
See, I can't have this conversation with you. I guess I'm sorry.
It's really bad for. It's a one line, okay? It's one hard line. It's like I'm willing to throw my people under the bus. I'm willing to talk about the genocide. I'm willing to call for Palestinian liberation. I'm willing to call the Gaza genocide
You're not willing
Holocaust,
to
right?
address the
I'm throwing my fucking dead grandparents from the Holocaust under the bus, and yet
No, you're not.
my one line is I don't mod people in my church who hate Jews. I'm sorry, and we're not going to engage you in your fucking Talmudic bullshit because you don't know anything.
Okay.
I love the Jews.
Hey Benny, I didn't know you had such a view.
Yeah, he has vile,
I've explained this several times. I mean, this is
But
not.
I didn't
I don't know how
know
to put him
that.
down. Why can't I push him down?
Oh, I'll move down.
Okay.
I didn't know that his.
See, I'm respectful, Buttercup.
Yeah, that is true.
Respectful anti-Semite. We love to see it.
Hold on, you guys. Like, I don't know.
I am actually respectful.
He is. Yeah.
He is. He's the most respectful hater I've ever met.
That makes it more dangerous, though, if you notice, right? If he was just a vile
He's like a
person,
highbrow
disgusting,
bigot.
it'd be so easy to dehumanize him and say, "Look at this piece of shit, burn him."
Yeah, it'd be nice to know.
He's so nice.
It'd be nice to get people here and share the positive things about religions, not the crazy things.
Oh shit! Stop it! Shut the fuck up, bro.
Dude, I remember why I had your bitch ass on block, Chef.
No, you were bad at my jokes. And it was not even
Your jokes were worse than your Islamophobia. Your fucking jokes were fucking hell, man. He would just butt in with the same fucking joke every 5 seconds. And
Which
it's a
joke
dad
was it?
joke. It was, I don't know. Why do you say something about Iraq and Iran?
Yeah, the
And it was
airplane.
just 30 fucking times in a row.
It wasn't Iraq and Iran. It was when that ordeal with Israel and Iran went down. You want to hear the
Some
joke?
shit like that.
No, please no. Bro, I'm quite.
Never, please.
I'm quite stressed about my country. I don't think you guys have. I don't think, Sheikh, you've ever been in a war or seen the outcomes of one, or been.
I watch a lot of war movies.
That counts.
He's probably played Call of Duty, to be fair.
I thought you were Mike Hill all this time.
Marcus, how are you coping with this?
Passes a war in itself.
I've done 100 things in the meantime. I've just used them as my sound. There was a whole homosexual thing before when you went to the gym and I'd gone to do my hair. They were talking about freaking scripture and how it sees homosexuality. Zelani was here. Thank God he got a chance to speak. Unlike the other day. I don't know, like Phoenix was here calling all these heterosexual homophobes a cutie, and they're getting all
No,
bent
just
and
what helps
shit.
when I see my people getting genocided, I like to watch documentaries about worse things to make me feel less bad. Like
Yeah.
North Korea or some shit. Just go down a rabbit hole and be like, could be worse.
That's I've always found that to be.
It's really life altering. It's really like character altering. I feel like it completely changed my personality once this like and it just completely altered my interests, like the things I wanted to focus on. Me and Judy got back in touch because we hadn't talked to each other in many years and we were both sort of like all consumed by the news.
I've been very
Yes,
depressed.
I actually thank God that I started talking to Buttercup again because I just didn't find people who understand it very well and can talk to me about it. It's very hard to. One thing is if you live it, and the other thing is if you observe it. They are totally different things, and I think Buttercup lived some part of it. So she
Not like you though. I haven't experienced it.
not like not like mine, but you at least not someone
But, like, I have
from the
people
US.
that are
So only read headlines on the news, and they make an opinion based on some headlines on certain news channels. It's very complicated, and you really need to spend a lot of time reading about it. Even like I lived it, but every day I still learn something new about it. So when people make themselves experts on the matter, and they haven't even lived in that part of the Middle East, I get surprised because every day I learn something new about it.
This is a beautiful thing. People of different beliefs and understandings coming together because they want to find a common ground and a peace. As long as the world strives for that, it's going to be amazing.
Did you?
Did I say something wrong?
Why laughing? Why do you encourage her? For God's sake.
It's gonna be amazing. The world is falling apart. It's gonna be amazing.
It's gonna be amazing.
No, but people are striving for peace, and
That's
nobody's
all that
striving for
matters.
peace.
Sometimes the worst part is like if you're at work or like if you're at an office and you go on Instagram and you just watch someone get their fucking head blown off. It's your people too, and then you just have to like put your phone down and then start typing up an email again. Like no, you didn't.
I know.
That's
I really struggled with that. Right after October 7th, like you go to work and you're supposed to act as if everything is normal, and you're terrified for your family because you don't know what's going to happen. I mean, that part, just it's very unpredictable. Things could happen. Things could change any moment, and there are no guarantees that this conflict will not hurt your family. I mean, it did hurt me on many scales, but luckily everyone of us is alive. But I don't know if it will change my perspective if it actually hurts my family in more severe ways. You know what I mean? Like if one of my immediate family dies because of it, I don't know if I will.
You haven't had that happen? Like in your immediate family?
Yeah, I've had immediate family. In Iran right now, I don't even know what's going on. I call my mom up. I think I might have lost like a couple of family members, like close to me. They don't tell you in this whole fucking Iranian
Yeah, they'll tell you a year later, by the way.
They tell you a fucking year later. Yeah, and it's troubling me. Like I'm living in anxiety. Constantly, like they're killing people. We don't know who is being killed, how they're being killed. So this is not right. This is not the way we humans should live in this world.
True.
Yeah. But you also understand that we're safer in the U.S. than other countries, but it's not like we have total impunity, because our government does crazy things too,
Correct.
And Homeland Security. So what do you think is going to take its place?
Taylor, how's your family doing?
Same as Nargis, like we really don't know for sure because that's exactly what they do. They they don't want people to worry. They don't want people to freak out. So they could just say something, like not say something for a while.
They won't say something.
What's up with fob parents and family who do that shit?
It's
They just like literally your
Decent
parent, like
behavior, bro.
And they come up with excuses, like all kinds of excuses. So for my grandma, and it was that, like when you're getting married and stuff like that. I can't remember if it's like you're married, huh? I can't remember, but it had something to do with like, oh, they had just given like the news of an engagement or something, and so they didn't give the news of the grandma immediately or something like that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm asking her, like,
yes, I know
can you
exactly.
communicate with me? Like, can you tell me exactly, like, what's going on? Like, I'm asking her, is everyone fine? And then there's a pause, and I know that fucking pause. He says, yeah, everyone's fine. We don't know about every single person. This is my immediate fucking family. This is like my aunts, my grandmother, my uncles, people I grew up with. And my cousins are so close to me. You know?
Have you ever seen the show Curb Your Enthusiasm?
Yes, I have.
So there's an episode where Larry's mom dies, and he goes to like visit his dad, and he's like, "Hey, where's mom?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, like is she still in the hospital?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, she's doing better. Yeah, she's doing better." He's like, "Yeah, you know how people do." He's like, "Oh, okay." He starts asking more, and then he finds out, "Oh, your mom died." He's like, "What the fuck? Why didn't she tell me?" It's like, she told me she didn't want you to worry. You're in New York City. She didn't want you to worry. You know, you'll be all bummed out because she died. It's like, fuck, man. Like, when's the funeral? He's like, it was on Monday.
Also, these are mass killings, right? Yeah, it's fucked up. Also, these are mass killings. So someone could just be walking to the store. Someone could just be fucking, I don't know, picking up their clothes from the dry cleaner or something. It's not like you can like sit at home all the time.
Joyce, did you say that you longed to go back home?
I long to go back home.
I know, but I don't think you can live home.
I can't live.
Yeah, it's very hard.
Yeah.
I think you get used to certain standards, and I'm not saying that we're above other people, but last time I visited the West Bank, I was really scared, you know, and everyone around me, there were some gunshots nearby my family's house, and I was in the living room with the rest of my family, and I was the only one who tried to escape to a room without doors or windows. Everyone just laughed at me like, "What are you doing?" It's sad.
It's the window, yeah.
It's sad because people kind of give up. Like they don't care about their safety anymore. You know what I mean?
Yes, and everything in the US is about every little thing that is safe or comfortable.
I have a girlfriend that's Palestinian, and this is before, like, you know, like everybody was like, you know, Palestine was on everybody's, like, all the rave, if you will, you know, popular to talk about. But so it was before October 7th. My girlfriend went to, I think it was for the West Bank. It might have been East Jerusalem, but I'm not sure. But she went and she was telling me there was no reason for her to make it up because it was just miscellaneous. She had came back from there and she tells us the story that she was taking a shower and like water, you know, there's a certain amount of water you can use or whatever, and that the IDF soldiers had dropped a dead animal in the water thing, you know, for people that, you know?
Yeah, and, the water supply. Netflix usually do that shit.
That's a classic war tactic. If you go throughout history, whenever then the armies coming in from the opposing side, they throw dead animals in the wells.
Wait, she took a shower. She was taking a shower and she was like, "What the F is that smell? What the F is that smell?"
Ew.
Yeah.
It was
and
a
then they
dead
go
carcass,
find
right?
out- Yeah. Freaking
Oh my
yes.
god, that is
Yeah.
wicked.
Yeah, that's just
That's wicked.
gross.
They've been doing that since the 60s, 50s. 50s.
No,
Oh, dude,
way
no,
back.
it's been
Way
around since Vlad the Impaler used to do that.
No,
A lot
before
of
the Indians, I'm
before
saying,
him.
since the 50s, with rats and shit like that.
Well, they've been doing it even when Napoleon was invading Russia. They
Yeah,
would burn
it's
those
one of the
fields.
oldest
And then,
forms of like biological warfare.
Vlad the
poison
Impaler
the
did it to
water.
Ottomans. It even goes back to that, even before that.
My family goes days without water in the West Bank. I mean, I believe East Jerusalem is better than the West Bank when it comes to water supply because that land is just basically dry. You know, there's not enough water. And water distribution is, you know, depends on who you are.
I know. I don't even want to go back, dude. I'm like, you fuckers, dude. You just make it so whack. Sucks.
I know what it is. You guys get a taste of this NASCAR. I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to go back
That's what it
either.
is, yeah.
That's what Judy was saying. Yeah, that's what Judy was saying. Like they set the level at such high freaking. The levels are so high for safety and just comfort.
Especially when you're used to
Anywhere else.
America. You're like,
Yeah, that's
what?
Yeah.
Yeah, Americans live in a bubble compared to other people, to the rest of the world. I mean, the amount of food that we waste every day.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking about that today. We waste so much food here. We have abundance, and other countries have nothing.
Yeah.
Depends on who you are in that country. Also. You can live like a king in a pauper's land, or you can live like a pauper in a king's land. Like the people, like 70% of America, even more, I think. I don't know the stats. I think they said 70 to 80% live paycheck to paycheck every month, right? Now, you can live a king's life if you're like in a country where, you know.
But
it's
even
not
like
as
poor
affluent.
people here have a certain level of quality of life. You
Yeah,
know?
I agree.
And they can still have food stamps, you know, health insurance,
Yeah,
rent assistance, stuff like
Yeah.
that, cash assistance.
yeah, that is true.
You can go to the food bank and get food. You know, I know people who go get free meals every day.
Yeah. And if you're living next to the Sikhs in their gurudwaras, they just get food for free every single
Oh, if you go to a temple, yeah,
the Gurujis,
or the church, you know.
Yeah, they're so good with that, honestly.
they're so good with that.
And they allow people outside their faith. That's the beautiful thing
Yeah.
about them.
Facts.
Yeah. I've been to that Golden Temple.
Like Benny, I'm just kidding.
Benny,
I've actually been. No, I have been to it.
Dude,
I'm saying you're not pluralistic.
I'm not.
No, you hate Jews.
Do you have a Jewish friend, Benny Adam? Like in
He
real life?
doesn't hate
I don't know.
Jews, but the ideology has problems
Very proud
with
of
it.
it.
No, I don't know. Like, I can explain this 10 more times, and she's still gonna stick on the same thing.
It's like a bothering feeling when you get along with someone and you like them, but they hate you.
I don't hate. That's the thing. I don't hate Buttercup.
Yeah, he says you're not a Jew.
loves
Like,
You know what I mean?
You're
And by the way,
your soul. I
it's
don't
the
hate
same-
your soul. I'm
He
like, neurotic as
defends
fuck.
you.
I don't think you do.
I'm
I can
neurotic
you
as
when you're
fuck.
being
I'm
attacked.
basically like the child of
A
Hillary.
lot of people are neurotic. I
Buttercup,
defend
you're
you
so-
when you're being attacked. In addition to that, even fucking Emerald says the same thing. Why do you hate me? I don't hate you. She's like, do you hate my daughter? I was like, no, I don't hate
You just want to erase her people. That's it.
No, I don't want to erase her people either.
So
I
bad.
just want to erase their ideology.
He defends you
That's what makes them a
so
people.
much in rooms. Can't stop it. You guys
He's
are
a paradoxes, Benny. I do adore him. He's just an anti-Semite.
You know what it is? Perhaps he can't explain the Trinity too well, right? Because
I can explain it just fine.
Oh, shots fired.
No, I mean, and Nargis, you know that I can explain it just
because if you're a Gnostic,
fine. We've been in enough religious rooms that I can
perhaps the one God of the Jew and the one God of the Muslim are a bit too true for you to
Actually,
want
the one God of the Jew and the one God of the Muslim are not exactly the same.
They're exactly the same.
No, they're not.
Also,
Exactly the same.
Also, the God of the Jews, the God
Just
of
read
the
Rambam.
read Rambam, and then
Rambam, and you mean the guy that was living in Muslim lands, right?
So what?
That was actually.
So what?
Well, I mean, first of all, there's a
Ask
right
him.
there. Second of all, even the Rambam criticized Muslims.
In
He
what?
insulted the Prophet. He was insulting the Prophet.
That's not. No. So you
Yes, he did.
That's fine. You're making a fallacy by association, right? You're saying because.
No.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
How am I making a fallacy by association?
You're saying because he was associated to a certain religion.
Yeah, that's not a fallacy.
That is a fallacy.
Like you read, no, it is. It's not. Like you read what, and it's the same thing for Christians. Like you don't have to make this all about the Jews.
Anyway,
You read what Christians have to say about Muslims in Muslim land.
That doesn't
versus
matter.
in Christian land. It's not necessarily the same
You're
thing.
not addressing his God model, right? I'm saying his God model is, which is AKA the Nouveau Jewish God model, is identical to. It is ABS. It is, which by the way, the Muslims don't. Majority of
Muslims
people.
don't. That's kind of the point.
Okay, fine. Anyway, I'm a Maimonides person.
I love how you distance yourself.
Nongus has been vaping tonight, so please excuse her.
Oh my god, that was hilarious. I love that.
Fuck off. This is the first time I fucking got jacked by myself. I fucked myself up. But anyway, shut your mouth, you very good.
Pretty good.
Very good.
Very good. Why are you pretty good?
There was a very serious room in which like standards were being put forth, like do not use the F word. It was one of these very conservative Islamic rooms. We should not use bad language. We should not use shut up. The Lokpal comes up. Hello, can we use Gandu? Like that was his thing, Penny. Can we use the word Gandu?
Gandu.
Gandu. Maybe I told you about that guy, Muhammad, who came to freaking Amir's room. You guys were there then. Edward, were you there? No, the Iranian who came. So you know how we use like sentences like the position. What's your position in the argument?
Yeah.
What position do you take?
Sorry.
Yeah, Stella tells me to tell this story every time. He freaking comes in. He's fighting. All of them are calling him Reza Pahlavi supporter. He's not. So he's trying to defend his position, right? So then people start asking, okay, so what is your position? And he gets so fucking annoyed. He's like an elderly gentleman. He says, you know what my position is? My position is 69 on your mother.
Oh, I was there for that. That was pretty funny. The Iranians have a way of coming out with some really unexpected.
He was like 100 years old too.
Yeah, and then there's the older ones too, like Senna.
And there's just like make up cuss words. Your mother bitch, I kill your frog.
But remember Senna, the old guy?
Yeah.
He was during the 12-Day War. He was like, I'm just laying back, smoking my joint, and I'm thinking this guy sounds like a chef. Up to that point. Like, what did you just say? What are you talking about? You're like 75 years old.
Bro, you mother bitch. I've heard that one. You mother bitch, I fuck your frog. Just all kinds of weird.
My position is 69
on your mother.
That is pretty good, actually.
They're bombarding him with, what do you think Reza Pahlavi? I mean, I was telling him, you like Reza Pahlavi? You fucked that?
I don't, I've had enough of Reza Pahlavi. I don't care. You guys choose your own person. None of my business.
And this poor old gentleman was saying, no. He kept saying no. Then eventually what's your position? And he says, you want to know my position?
Yeah, I mean, he just It's funny. It's funny. He goes right for the jugular from the beginning.
Where's Buttercup? I want to slurp some sweet tea for her. Last
Somebody
night.
did it.
Yeah.
Oh, you were doing it the other day.
I slurped. Cora got off and burped.
Yeah.
The only thing that was required was Stella to fart.
It was like it's like all we need is one person to let it rip.
Guys, one time Stella left her freaking phone open and she flushed.
Oh, that was embarrassing.
Listen, in one of these super like Iranian rooms where Stella is like, yes it is.
True. No, it's not. Just because
Monier told me.
that doesn't mean it's true.
Shut up.
You should know better than
So Monier was saying, and then Stella just didn't speak, I think, for 2 days or something.
Monier is no, it's not true. It's lying.
Is he really lying? Shut the fuck
Even if I
up.
did flush, I would come on and be like, "What's up?" I don't give a shit.
Not last year, in 2024, the end of 2024, somebody wanted to come into Amir's room and troll. He comes in, he's pretending to be Santa Claus. He goes, ho, 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 Merry Christmas, and all that. But then all of a sudden, in the middle of his ho, 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 you could hear him, fart. He just rips one. And the room just goes silent. He's thinking he's doing a good job. Then Amir is like, respectfully, if you need to fart next time, please mute your microphone. And the guy was like, you heard this? You heard that? The guy left. He came in the troll and he just got.
Oh, fuck.
I have a story worse than that. There's actually a Persian guy. I know you've probably met him on here. I'll tell you who he is later, but it's a true story. Matter of fact, Rooster can verify this, okay? So, you remember back in the day, we were having those rooms?
The master room.
Hold on, no, I think it's still that way. Or like, okay, you remember we were doing the messages thing? Like you leave a voice message and then somebody comes and adds onto it and adds onto it and adds
I
onto it.
remember that. That was so annoying.
Oh my god, that was so annoying.
I don't know what the hell this guy did, okay? Like, I think that he just, like, took his phone out of his pants and it just swiped, it turned on or something, like it turned on. He's in the bathroom and you can hear him struggling, straining. Like,
wow.
you can hear the discomfort, everything. And it goes on for a really long time. And this guy never knew that, maybe he found out later, like somebody told him, but it was like almost like 2-minute recording of him like in the bathroom struggling for his life.
Just forcing it out. Yeah.
That's disgusting. He must have felt so embarrassed.
Hilarious.
I don't know why farts are so funny, but they are.
Honestly, because that's worth recording. I might have recorded it, but ask Rooster about it. He'll verify. So then it records it. Yeah, so it records it. So people are like, playing. And they're like, what the hell is it?
Especially with a proper Iranian crowd.
With the people on Clubhouse, that must have went on for months, that recording, that chain.
I don't know how long it took for him to realize it. I'm not sure. And it might have been a replay of a room, but I don't think so. I think it was those voice messages.
That's hilarious.
The thing is, you can't delete those chains either.
Yeah.
We couldn't delete those, right?
No, you can't. No, because they're public.
Oh my God, the tragedy. But I think it was that. I do think it was that. We'll ask Rooster when we get a chance.
They're public and, they're so annoying. And they're always before the rooms, too, before you get to the rooms.
Those were so annoying, bro.
Whoever
You
came
could
up
have
with that
filtered.
was like a real special
You could filter from the live rooms.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But whoever came up with that was a special, special person.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't, until you just mentioned it, I actually didn't even think about the fact that they took it away. It's funny.
Maybe I think like your Jew hate is how it's coming across. Like maybe you can just like stress on like I have issues with certain ideological principles of shit.
That's what I say.
Then why just better?
Well, honestly, Nagus, you know how like when people are talking Muslims and they like pull out stuff that
Hadith.
no, not hadith, but like they'll say, you know, how old was Aisha? Yeah, and there's really no wiggle room out of it, right? It is what it is, right?
For
There's
them.
stuff, there's stuff like that within Judaism too. And so, like, when you try to start pulling it out, people's heads won't say,
Yes. That's so true. Like you can't justify it any other way.
I was in Amis's room earlier, and I got Daniel and Sergio so mad. Daniel was making monkey noises.
What the fuck is going on with Daniel, man? He's writing some hateful shit about me in the chat. Usually him and I get along.
Oh, that's how he is. I mean, that's how he is. Earlier today in Buttercup's room, he was in this room. Earlier, he was. Who said it? Jindip was talking about. Jindip said, "How do we? You know, the only thing we know about Israelis or Jews. I don't know if we use Jews or Israelis. Is the barrel their guns. That's all we really know about them. Their demolition of homes. And then he writes in the chat, stop acting like, or stop talking like a terrorist. You're right. Like this guy's. So he gives me articles, and his articles debunk his argument. I'm like, your article like debunks your argument here. See, like, and he did it twice, and then Sergio did it once. So 3 times, and there were.
Who's Sergio?
I don't know, some guy that he used to follow me around wanting to debate me over the UN reports that came out in 2024 or early 2025 or something. Like,
Did he get cut off?
I think so.
How do you think Zeleny and Ambrose are gonna be BFFs one day? Zeleny
Zeleny and who?
Ambrose.
Probably. Yeah.
I got kicked off.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want that kid.
No, I got my app crashed. And you know, why people think Benny is anti-Semitic? Because Benny says I'm anti-Semitic.
Eddie, you're in free.
I don't have a problem with that. I want to make anti-Semitism great again.
You're a savage yourself, bitch. Why would you do that?
It's a little uncomfortable.
No, listen, man. If you're gonna have a special designation for hating an ideology,
Yeah. I have no problem with that.
yeah. If you're gonna make it wrong to hate an ideology, then I'm gonna be proudly a Nazi. Even though I'm not a Nazi, but I'm gonna make it.
See again, the correlation is just so bizarre. The way you're correlating things. I'd rather be a Nazi than be someone who does not hate a false ideology. That's what you say. Like, it's so idiotic, the connection.
No, what I'm saying is, religion is an ideology against a Nazi. Right? So, if you're gonna say it's wrong to hate an ideology, then you're gonna have to say, if you're gonna say it's wrong to hate a religion, then you're gonna say it's wrong to hate Nazism. But the only difference between any religion and Nazism is that religions often, but not necessarily, include a God concept.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And
you're why do you want to hate Nazis? What they do?
Probably the hippo. You think the hippo could, in the river, yeah. I think the hippo would kill, a buffalo. Like nothing. It's big. There's no way to beat that thing.
Well, if you kept the hippo in its environment and you kept a polar bear in its environment.
It's not coming out. Why isn't it coming out? Not once.
It's not ready. It's not ready. It doesn't want to come out yet.
It's ready.
It doesn't want to come
It's
out.
fucking ready.
It doesn't.
Yeah, I'm walking out.
type of dog I had is that given you have a very energetic Havanese, I can also tailor to a high energy small dog. It's kind of scary.
I need to get this fucking thing in the oven.
Cheese in the oven?
Yeah, just put the cheese.
Here we are, stuck by this river, you and I, underneath the sky that's ever falling down, down, down.
My AI is about to get fucking supercharged like crazy. I'm working on it now. Yeah, they came out with this thing now that you could have it be proactive. It's really cool.
Oh, Alexa Plus?
No, not Alexa. Alexa has nothing. No. Salam alaikum.
You're using Alexa, aren't you?
Yeah, Alexa. No, I was. I can see why you said that. No, but I'm the OpenClaw.
What is it?
It's a wrapper that you use on your, that you use with your AI, whatever AI you have.
Any AI?
Yeah. As long as that, any AI, and it's able to get. It's an agent, so it can get things done online. It could order things. It could have different agents with different personalities. If you're building a company, for example, it could have a CEO, chief of marketing. And the marketing agent will do the, all the marketing online for you, writing the blogs. It could do anything. The possibilities are endless. It's hundreds of thousands of people have been using it. Some have been out for a month now, not even.
I've heard of it, but the things I read about it were there were a lot of vulnerabilities.
Yeah, there are. You have to make sure because you set it up on a virtual server for like $5 a month. You have to make sure that you have your firewall set up, anti-phishing set up, your IPs protected. But it's not hard. You could actually get it to do it for you too once you install it. So,
what do you guys think about my new profile picture?
Oh my god.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Sergio, and I think it was Grace that said that you weren't a journalist.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, because I brought up the IDF. The IDF said confirmed that they're agreeing with the Hamas numbers, and
How agrees to that? I mean, I am a journalist, so.
And then Daniel was like, "No, they did." And here's I'll give you something proving that they did not. They didn't. They took it back. And he sends me an ex Twitter post. Can you send me an article?
Oh my God, we've been fighting about this for weeks, where they don't accept the IDF's own statements. They're like, well, why didn't he put his name on it? Like, they'll find anything. And then the IDF walks back their own statement with another unnamed statement, and they'll accept the second one, but not the first one. It's so annoying. They're like, you can't accept a statement from an agency if they don't put the spokesperson's name on it. Then the IDF puts out a second statement that slightly softens the first statement, and they're like, oh yeah, it's definitely real.
So guys, yesterday, Buttercup, General was there, right? General, you were there. When God's lawyer came on.
Oh, I can't stand him. Whenever he talks, always tell him, what is your argument first? Always ask him that first. He was in Amir's room.
We were talking about apples, and he kept bringing up pears.
Right.
Was he? Did he just he kept asking questions?
No, because our conversation was administrative detention, specifically kids that have been taken into custody by the regime and have not been charged. And he kept reading a list where he's like, oh, look at this 14-year-old. He's been charged with throwing a stone or stabbing someone. But we're like, we're not talking about that. We're talking about people that have no charges against them.
Yeah.
But he kept, there was no movement.
Well, remember Samson was there, right? So Samson brought it up first, I think. That was the whole thing. Where
That was with Emerose, wasn't it?
With Emerose. Oh my God, she lost it on him. But
there's a lot of pressure on her.
There was a lot of pressure.
Battling them all the time.
Oh, Samson was so annoying. I was in a room where I was undercover with Samson was in there telling them what a sociopath me and Emerose are, and literally telling them how to treat sociopaths and how you can manipulate them back. Like, he was sociopathically laying out how he can outsmart the sociopaths.
So he was doing a freaking medical examination and dissecting a personality disorder in Emerose, calling it the narcissistic.
Yeah, he calls it narcissistic.
entity, right?
Yeah.
He's
been running around diagnosing it. It's just so annoying.
Then I said, who the heck gave you the urge to freaking diagnose people?
He's not a doctor, by the way.
He's not?
Yeah, we know.
No, he's a liar.
He said he does this every day with people.
He spends most of his time on fucking Clubhouse. What kind of doctor?
Yeah, Clubhouse, and he probably goes to therapy himself.
Probably a Clubhouse doctor.
He came in 2 weeks ago at Amir's room. He kept running in and out screaming. And I'm like, Amir, what the hell is going on here?
What kind of doctor is this?
What is this? And he goes, I don't know what the hell he's doing. I was like, he did it 4 or 5 times. Just came in screaming something and then would leave the stage and get out of the room. Come back 5 minutes later.
So this is his diagnosis. She interrupts. It's her way on the highway. Doesn't allow for others to speak. I mean, these are his freaking diagnoses. And
hi, everybody.
Hi, Caleb. Shalom. And this is how he's freaking diagnosing a person behind the screen. Whatever.
He's not very good about bringing up evidence, and he was bringing up evidence about Palestinians, what makes a refugee, but the evidence, he doesn't read it. He expects other people not to read it either.
Yeah, that's true. But then he does indulge. To be fair to him, he will indulge in a conversation, at least 3/4 of it, before he either forfeits or just directs it elsewhere. He does a lot of. Yeah.
I haven't heard him in 2 months, except for that, what I just told you, he hasn't come up.
Yeah, I haven't either. Yesterday I heard him after a long time. So he's asked. So God's lawyer asked a question, and I want Buttercup to answer this. And I think it was a valid question. She kept silent throughout the question, which I thought was. And eventually she did speak because he kept pushing it. He said from both sides, okay, or not even both sides. He said, has the region experienced terrorist attacks? This is just like a very carpet statement that he's making, right? She didn't answer.
Who's she, Emrose?
Yeah. Which I was like, it's okay, just say. And then after asking her like 10 times, he asked me once, and I said yes, because that's the honest answer. And then perhaps it was, I don't know, maybe it was dramatic or something. So
She kind of shuts down a little bit. I think.
Down on those things, yeah.
But she's coming from Twitter, where she has a pretty large following, and
I follow her on Twitter. She annoys the people there too, I'll be honest. Like, she does, it is her way or the highway. She likes to lecture people a lot. She likes to tell people that correct words, they're only allowed to use specific words that no one's ever heard of, that aren't commonly used, right? Like, I understand the point of not erasing Palestinian identity, but you don't have to say, oh, use this really obscure academic term that nobody is familiar with to describe people who are 40. You know what I mean? Like,
I actually think that's a very important thing.
Yeah, but she's correct in the narrative.
Her point. She shouldn't have said everyone. No, she should have said you can call them Palestinian Israelis and not erase their Palestinian identity. She didn't have to say use this very academic term that no one ever uses or knows what it means. 48 Palestinian doesn't mean anything to most people, so it doesn't make sense to use it. So exactly, nobody knows. So you use. It's one thing to say don't erase people's Palestinian identity. But it's one thing to say don't arrest people's Palestinian identity, but like to say, oh, you can only, you must call me they. It's like it's the same fucking shit. You know what I mean? Like it just it's like to nitpick people's terminology just kind of makes it hard to have a conversation. You know what I mean? She gets stuck over and over again over the terminology.
Yeah, over semantics. Yeah, but she did eventually, I think, open up and say that, well, I was in one of those buses and I got attacked, and I thought. Perhaps it's like a traumatic experience, and that is why she's like not upfront about it. Which
that's what I wanted to say. Like when she pulled me aside yesterday, she opened up to me about some of the war traumas that her family's experienced firsthand.
Yesterday or today?
Yesterday she was upset at me because she felt people were ganging up on me, and she thought I enabled it.
Oh, that was yesterday.
She kind of pulled me aside. She was like, "How could you make me? You're the punching bag." She was like really hurt, and she was like, kind of crying. I don't know. She was telling me some of the shit that, like, it is the Israeli, like, people that have died in war. And it's really like a tough.
And it's right there. That's the thing. It's right next to her.
She's living it, right? So
yeah.
And she, the 12-day war. I mean, her building was it wasn't hit, but it was damaged.
And like these are people she knows who are getting who are dying. You know what I mean?
So.
But also our dynamics are different on Clubhouse, and I think
she's learning that. That's why I tried to press her today in a gentler way, so she could understand that we just kind of have a different vibe. But it's not that we're not serious, and it's not like we're enabling Hosberus. Like we can smell one just like she can. I think she's gonna be like hearing things because she is stuck in this, echo chamber of people who are Palestinians and Israelis, and this is just like a much more diverse. Crowd of people are coming from many different perspectives.
Twitter is more divisive though too. So I think she has knee-jerk reactions because that's how it is on Twitter. Any little thing, somebody will get you on. So you have to be ready.
Are you serious? Is it so debate bro-ish on?
Oh, big time, huge.
The whole thing like starts to look performative at the end.
But they have much more control over the conversation. Like that, I'm not controlling. So she's mad at me because I'm not controlling the conversation enough because I'm letting people like be casual and mess around. And she's like, you can't let them mess around. People are dying. It's urgent. And I'm like, it's just a different vibe. It's just a different setup.
And Twitter is more public than Clubhouse, right. So it's a different mindset. You're in a different mode.
Like a family setup of like mentally retarded people. Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Twitter. I mean, Twitter is worse. It's just but everybody's on Twitter.
But it's hard to find people. Like here, you can you end up running into. There's something magical about Clubhouse where you run into like just tons of Jews and Palestinians. talking to an echo chamber a little bit.
Someone said the other day, I didn't say it, it was Roger said, and we were fighting because we were fighting with, and then she said, isn't this beautiful? We have a Christian, we have a Muslim, we have a Jew, we have a Buddhist. She called it That's true.
She was like, I think Emerald was really upset, so she went to Amir's room to sort of blow off steam afterwards.
Oh shoot.
I don't think Amir they don't know each other. I don't think Amir knows the court.
Amir doesn't know her.
It's like you bring all your smart people into this room and they just don't know, like, they're not part of all this urban, like,
And then of all the people, Michaela comes in, that sexy bank, and she says, I think I heard your names being mentioned in the other room.
Who's Michaela? I don't think I know Michaela.
Michaela, the older lady who was
Oh yeah.
she's my saxophone. She's so cute. And then she's like, hold on guys, let me go back and check and get more messages. And I go, what are you doing?
It's yeah.
Zipping up my boots.
I feel like it's cool. I'm glad she's around though. You know, she's really smart. It's compelling coming from her, an Israeli. It's nice to have someone in my corner who offers a different perspective in these.
She has so much information.
Ooh. Yeah.
Emerald.
Yeah, she's smarty.
She knows so much.
She kind of destroyed Sam's room the other day over physics or something. He just humiliated a room full of really, really egocentric boys who just love to
What? Does she know physics?
Hello, welcome back to another exciting episode of the Fake British Accent Society. Hello, Steppy. Jeremy Hale is a monkey. Hello, John. So you got the plus there on your profile. That's excellent. Oh, you're a comedian. Hello? Oh, the alpha is here. Alpha. Serendipity. Alpha. The key of the mysteries, according to Enoch, Abraham, Hermes Trismegistus, and Solomon by Eliphas Levi. Translated with an introduction by Crowley from the Major Keys of Solomon, a manuscript of magic by Eliphas Levi. The key of the mysteries. Le Clef des Grands Mystères by Eliphas Levi. Contents, translator's note, introduction, preface. Part 1, religious mysteries, preliminary considerations. First article, sketch of the prophetic theology of numbers. Article 2, 3, 4, 5. Resume of Part 1, Part 2, philosophical mysteries. Part 3, mysteries of nature. First book, chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, chapter 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, chapter 4, practical secrets, introduction, chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, epilogue. Printed for the Hellfire Club. Limited to 50 copies in cloth slip cases, hand bound in purple goatskin, purple linen. The key of the mysteries, according to Enoch, Abraham, Hermes, Trismegistus, and Solomon by Eliphas Levi, translated with an introduction by Crowley. Religion says, believe, and you will understand. Science comes to say to you, understand, and you will believe. At that moment, the whole of science will change front. The spirit, so long dethroned and forgotten, will take its ancient place. It will be demonstrated that the old traditions are all true, that the whole of paganism is only a system of corrupted and misplaced truths, that it is sufficient to cleanse them, so to say, and to put them back again in their place, to see them shine with all the rays. In a word, all ideas will change. And since on all sides a multitude of the elect cry in concert, come, Lord, come, why should you blame the men who throw themselves forward into that majestic future and pride themselves on having foreseen it? Je de Mastre Sauret de St. Petersburg. Deus Homo Torah. Translator's note. In the biographical and critical essay which Mr. Waite prefixes to his Mysteries of Magic, he says, a word must be added of the method of this digest, which claims to be something more than translation and has been infinitely more laborious. I believe it to be in all respects faithful, and where it has been necessary or possible for it to be literal, there also it is invariably literal. We agree that it is either more or less than translation. And the following examples selected at hazard in the course of half an hour will enable the reader to judge whether Mr. Waite is acquainted with either French or English. Gentlemen, gentlemen, the nameless vice, which was reproached against the Templars. Certaines circonstances ridicules et un procès en escroquerie, certain ridiculous processes and a swindling lawsuit. Semele de dogmatiseur, meddles with dogmatism. La vie pour le suffisait à l'expiation des plus grands crimes, puis, qu'elle est étant la conséquence d'un arrêt de mort. According to him, life was sufficient for the greatest crimes, since these were the result of a death sentence. Vos meilleurs amis ont dû concevoir des inquietudes. Your best friends have been reasonably anxious. The mistranslation here turns the speech into an insult. The equinox, sacrosanct, sacred and saintly. Auriculaire index. N'avez-vous pas obtenu tout ce que vous demandiez, et plus que vous ne demandiez, car vous ne m'aviez pas parlé d'argent? Have you not had all and more than you wanted, and there has been no question of remuneration? This mistranslation makes nonsense of the whole passage. Eliphas n'était pas à la question. Eliphas was not under cross-examination. Mouveur, plaisant, vicious, jester. Si vous n'y avez pas, vous deviendrez. If you have not, you may become. This mistranslation turns a compliment into an insult. An awful and ineffaceable tableau. Péripéties, circumstances. Il va fait partie du clergé de Saint-Germain, the auxiliary roi. He was of the Society of Saint Germain the Auxiliary, Brut de Tempete, stormy sound. We are obliged to mention this matter as Mr. Waite, by persistent self-assertion, has obtained the reputation of being trustworthy as an editor. On the contrary, he not only mutilates and distorts his authors, but, as demonstrated above, he is totally incapable of understanding the simplest phrases and even their commonest words. Introduction. This volume represents the high-water mark of the thought of Eliphas Levi. It may be regarded as written by him as his thesis for the grade of exempt adept, just as his Ritual and Dogma was his thesis for the grade of major adept. He is, in fact, no longer talking of things as if their sense was fixed and universal. He is beginning to see something of the contradiction inherent in the nature of things, or at any rate, he constantly illustrates the fact that the planes are to be kept separate for practical purposes, although in the final analysis they turn out to be one. This and the extraordinarily subtle and delicate irony of which Eliphas Levi is one of the greatest masters that has ever lived have baffled the pedantry and stupidity of such commentators as Waite. English is hardly a word to express the mental condition of such unfortunates. Dummheit, in its strongest German sense, is about the nearest thing to it. It is as if a geographer should criticize Gulliver's Travels from his own particular standpoint. When Levi says that all that he asserts as an initiate is subordinate to his humble and submissiveness as a Christian, and then not only remarks that the Bible and the Quran are different translations of the same book, but treats the incarnation as an allegory, it is evident that a good deal of submission will be required. When he agrees with St. Augustine that a thing is not just because God wills it because it is just. He sees perfectly well that he is reducing God to a poetic image reflected from his own moral ideal of justice. No amount of alleged orthodoxy can weigh against that statement. His very defense of the Catholic hierarchy is a masterpiece of that peculiar form of conscious sophistry which justifies itself by reducing its conclusion to zero. One must begin with one, and that one has no particular qualities. Therefore, so long as you have an authority properly centralized, it does not really matter what that authority is. In the Pope, we have such an authority, ready-made, and it is the gravest tactical blunder to endeavor to set up an authority opposed to him. Success in doing so means war, and failure, anarchy. This, however, did not prevent Levi from ceremonially casting a papal crown to the ground and crying, "Death to tyranny and superstition!" In the bosom of a certain secret, Areopagus, of which he was the most famous member. When a man becomes a magician, he looks about him for a magical weapon. Being probably endowed with that human frailty called laziness, he hopes to find a weapon ready-made. Thus we find the Christian Magus, who imposed his power upon the world, taking the existing warships and making a single system combining all the merits. There is no single feature in Christianity which has not been taken bodily from the worship of Isis, or of Mithras, or of Bacchus, or of Adonis, or of Osiris. In modern times again we find Frater Iehi Aur trying to handle Buddhism. Others again have attempted to use Freemasonry. There have been even exceptionally foolish magicians who have tried to use a sword long since rusted. Wagner illustrates this point very clearly in Siegfried. The great sword, no thong, has been broken, and it is the only weapon that can destroy the gods. The dwarf mime tries uselessly to mend it. When Siegfried comes, he makes no such error. He melts its fragments and forges a new sword. In spite of the intense labor which this costs, it is the best plan to adopt. Levi completely failed to capture Catholicism. In his hope of using imperialism, his endeavor to persuade the emperor that he was the chosen instrument of the Almighty, a belief which would have enabled him to play Maximus to little Napoleon's Julian, was shattered once for all at Sedan. It is necessary for the reader to gain this clear conception of Levi's inmost mind, if he is to reconcile the contradictions which leave Waite petulant and bewildered. It is the sad privilege of the higher order of mind to be able to see both sides of every question, and to appreciate the fact that both are equally tenable. Such contradictions can, of course, only be reconciled on a higher plane, and this method of harmonizing contradictions is therefore the best key to the higher planes. It seems unnecessary to add anything to these few remarks. This is the only difficulty in the whole book, though in one or two passages Levi's extraordinarily keen sense of humor leads him to indulge in a little harmless bombast. We may instance his remarks on the grimoire of Honorius. We have said that this is the masterpiece of Levi. He reaches an exaltation of both thought and language which is equal to that of any other writer known to us. Once it is understood that it is purely a thesis for the grade of exempt adept, the reader should have no further difficulty. A.C. Aleister Crowley. Preface. At the brink of mystery, the spirit of man is seized with giddiness. Mystery is the abyss which ceaselessly attracts our unquiet curiosity by the terror of its depth. The greatest mystery of the infinite is the existence of Him for whom alone all is without mystery. Comprehending the infinite, which is essentially incomprehensible, He is Himself, that infinite and eternally unfathomable mystery, that is to say, that He is in all seeming, that supreme absurdity in which Tertullian believed. Necessarily absurd, since reason must renounce forever the project of attaining to Him. Necessarily credible, since science and reason, far from demonstrating that He does not exist, are dragged by the chariot of fatality to believe that He does exist, and to adore Him, themselves with closed eyes. Why? Because this absurd is the infinite source of reason. The light springs eternally from the eternal shadows. Science, that Babel tower of the Spirit, may twist and coil its spirals, ever ascending as it will. It may make the earth tremble. It will never touch the sky. God is He whom we shall eternally learn to know better, and consequently He whom we shall never know entirely. The realm of mystery is then a field open to the conquests of the intelligence. March there as boldly as you will, never will you diminish its extent. You will only alter its horizons. To know all is an impossible dream, but woe unto him who dares not to learn all, and who does not know that, in order to know anything, one must learn eternally. They say that in order to learn anything at all, and anything well, one must forget it several times. The world has followed this method. Everything which is today debatable had been solved by the ancients. Before our annals began, the solutions, written in hieroglyphics, had already no longer any meaning for us. Man has rediscovered their key. He has opened the cemeteries of ancient science. And he gives to his century a whole world of forgotten theorems, of syntheses as simple and sublime as nature, radiating always from unity, and multiplying themselves like numbers with proportions so exact that the known demonstrates and reveals the unknown. To understand this science is to see God. The author of this book, as he finishes his work, will think that he has demonstrated it. Then when you have seen God, the Hierophant will say to you, turn round, and in the shadow which you throw in the presence of the Son of Intelligences, there will appear to you the devil. That black phantom which you see when your gaze is not fixed upon God. And when you think that your shadow fills the sky, for the vapors of the earth, the higher they go, seem to magnify it more and more, to harmonize in the category of religion, science with revelation, and reason with faith, to demonstrate in philosophy the absolute principles which reconcile all the antinomies, and finally to reveal the universal equilibrium of natural forces, is the triple object of this work, which will consequently be divided into 3 parts. We shall exhibit true religion with such characters that no one, believer or unbeliever, can fail to recognize it. That will be the absolute in religion. We shall establish in philosophy the immutable characters of that truth, which is in science reality. In judgment, reason. And in ethics, justice. Finally, we shall acquaint you with the laws of nature, whose equilibrium is stability. We shall show how vain are the fantasies of our imagination before the fertile realities of movement and of life. We shall also invite the great poets of the future to create once more the divine comedy, no longer according to the dreams of man, but according to the mathematics of God. Mysteries of other worlds, hidden forces, strange revelations, mysterious illnesses, exceptional faculties, spirits, apparitions, magical paradoxes, hermetic arcana. We shall say all, and we shall explain all. Who has given us this power? We do not fear to reveal it to our readers. There exists an occult and sacred alphabet which the Hebrews attributed to Enoch, the Egyptians to Thoth, or to Hermes Trismegistus, the Greeks to Cadmus, and to Palamedes. This alphabet was known to the followers of Pythagoras, and is composed of absolute ideas attached to signs and numbers. By its combinations, it realizes the mathematics of thought. Solomon represented this alphabet by 72 names written upon 36 talismans. Eastern initiates still call these the little keys, the clavicles of Solomon. These keys are described and their use explained in a book, the source of whose traditional dogma is the patriarch Abraham. This book is called the Sefer Yetzirah. With the aid of the Sefer Yetzirah, one can penetrate the hidden sense of the Zohar, the great dogmatic treatise of the Kabbalah of the Hebrews, clavicles of Solomon, forgotten in the course of time and supposed lost, have been rediscovered by ourselves. Without trouble, we have opened all the doors of those old sanctuaries where absolute truth seemed to sleep, always young and always beautiful, like the princess of the childish legend, who during a century of slumber awaits the bridegroom whose mission is to awaken her. After our book, there will still be mysteries, but higher and farther in the infinite depths. This publication is a light or a folly, a mystification or a monument. Read, reflect, and judge. Key of the Mysteries, La Clef des Grands Mystérieux, by Eliphas Levi. Part 1. Religious Mysteries. Problems for solution. 1. To demonstrate in a certain and absolute manner the existence of God, and to give an idea of him which will satisfy all minds. 2. To establish the existence of a true religion in such a way as to render it incontestable. 3. To indicate the bearing and raison d'etre of all the mysteries of the one true and universal religion. 4. To turn the objections of philosophy into arguments favorable to true religion. 5. To draw the boundary between religion and superstition, and to give the reason of miracles and prodigies. Preliminary considerations. When Count Joseph de Maistre, that grand and passionate lover of logic, said despairingly, "The world is without religion," he resembled those people who say rashly, "There is no God." The world, in truth, is without the religion of Count Joseph de Maistre, as it is probable that such a God as the majority of atheists conceive does not exist. Religion is an idea based upon one constant and universal fact. Man is a religious animal. The word religion has then a necessary and absolute sense. Nature herself sanctifies the idea which this word represents and exalts it to the height of a principle. The need of believing is closely linked with the need of loving. For that reason, our souls need communion in the same hopes and in the same love. Isolated beliefs are only doubts. It is the bond of mutual confidence which, by creating faith, composes religion. Faith does not invent itself, does not impose itself, does not establish itself by any political agreement. Like life, it manifests itself with a sort of fatality. Same power which directs the phenomena of nature extends and limits the supernatural domain of faith, despite all human foresight. One does not imagine revelations, one undergoes them, and one believes in them. In vain does the Spirit protest against the obscurities of dogma. It is subjugated by the attraction of these very obscurities, and often the least docile of reasoners would blush to accept the title of irreligious man. Religion holds a greater place among the realities of life than those who do without a religion, or pretend to do without it, affect to believe. All ideas that raise man above the animal, moral love, devotion, honor, are sentiments essentially religious. The cult of the fatherland and of the family, fidelity to an oath and to memory, are things which humanity will never abjure without degrading itself utterly, and which could never exist without the belief in something greater than mortal life, with all its vicissitudes, its ignorance, and its misery. If annihilation were the result of all our aspirations to those sublime things which we feel to be eternal, our only duties would be the enjoyment of the present, forgetfulness of the past, and carelessness about the future, and it would be rigorously true to say, as a celebrated sophist once said, that the man who thinks is a degraded animal. Moreover, of all human passions, religious passion is the most powerful and the most lively. It generates itself, whether by affirmation or negation, with an equal fanaticism. Some obstinately affirming the God that they have made in their own image, and others denying God with rashness, as if they had been able to understand and to lay waste by a single thought all that world of infinity which pertains to his great name. Philosophers have not sufficiently considered the physiological fact of a religion in humanity. For in truth, religion exists apart from all dogmatic discussion. It is a faculty of the human soul, just as much as intelligence and love. When man exists, so will religion. Considered in this light, it is nothing but the seed of an infinite idealism, a need which justifies every aspiration for progress, which inspires every devotion, which alone prevents virtue and honor from being mere words serving to exploit the vanity of the weak and the foolish to the profit of the strong and the clever. It is to this innate need of belief that one might justly give the name of natural religion, and all which tends to clip the wings of these beliefs is on the religious plane in opposition to nature. The essence of the object of religion is mystery, since faith begins with the unknown, abandoning the rest to the investigations of science. Doubt is, moreover, the mortal enemy of faith. Faith feels that the intervention of the divine being is necessary to fill the abyss which separates the finite from the infinite, and it affirms this intervention with all the warmth of its heart, with all the docility of its intelligence. If separated from this act of faith, The need of religion finds no satisfaction and turns to skepticism and to despair. But in order that the act of faith should not be an act of folly, reason wishes it to be directed and ruled. By what? By science. We have seen that science can do nothing here. By the civil authority? It is absurd. Are our prayers to be superintended by policemen? There remains then moral authority, which alone is able to constitute dogma and establish the discipline of worship, in concert this time with the civil authority, but not in obedience to its orders. It is necessary, in a word, that faith should give to the religious need a real satisfaction, a satisfaction entire, permanent, and indubitable. To obtain that, it is necessary to have the absolute and invariable affirmation of a dogma preserved by an authorized hierarchy. It is necessary to have an efficacious cult giving with an absolute faith a substantial realization of the symbols of belief. Religion, thus understood, being the only one which can satisfy the natural need of religion, it must be the only really natural religion. We arrive without help from others at this double definition that true natural religion is revealed religion. The true revealed religion is the hierarchical and traditional religion, which affirms itself absolutely above human discussion by communion in faith, hope, and charity, representing the moral authority and realizing it by the efficacy of its ministry. The priesthood is as holy and infallible as humanity is subject to vice and to error. The priest, qua priest, is always the representative of God. Of little account are the faults or even the crimes of man. When Alexander VI consecrated his bishops, it was not the poisoner who laid his hands upon them, it was the Pope. Pope Alexander VI never corrupted or falsified the dogmas which condemned him, or the sacraments which in his hands saved others and did not justify him. At all times and in all places there have been liars, criminals. But in the hierarchical and divinely authorized church there have never been, and there will never be, either bad popes or bad priests. Bad and priest form an oxymoron. We have mentioned Alexander VI, and we think that this name will be sufficient without other memories as justly execrated as his being brought up against us. Great criminals have been able to dishonor themselves doubly because of the sacred character with which they were invested. But they have not the power to dishonor that character which remains always radiant and splendid above fallen humanity. We have said that there is no religion without mysteries. Let us add that there are no mysteries without symbols. The symbol being the formula or the expression of the mystery only expresses its unknown depth by paradoxical images borrowed from the known. The symbolic form, having for its object to characterize what is above, scientific reason should necessarily find itself without that reason. Hence the celebrated and perfectly just remark of a father of the church: I believe because it is absurd. Credo quia absurdum. If science were to affirm what it did not know, it would destroy itself. Science will then never be able to perform the work of faith, any more than faith can decide in the manner of science. An affirmation of faith, with which science is rash enough to meddle, can then be nothing but an absurdity for it, just as a scientific statement, if given us as an article of faith, would be an absurdity on the religious plane. To know and to believe are two terms which can never be confounded.
Anyway.
So yeah, Wednesday, did you know my
I don't care.
He's a beater, just like you.
wow, why y'all you hear this guy?
I'm not a beater. I don't do the taco thing when we fry pizza.
My mother, I'll be honest, my mother actually makes taco. I'm a beater.
Right?
You're not a beater, you're a chick.
Come on, check me.
Honk, honk. Welcome to the circus, everybody. I'm so happy to be here with all the clowns.
Oh.
Rabbono Shalom, good Shabbos. I'm glad to see such an auspicious group of clowns that have gathered together. Hello?
Hey, Buster, can you move magician down?
Hello? Hello? I'm in a tent. It's a circus. Hello? Hello? People have spent the whole day here talking to Ambrose endlessly. Endlessly. Ambrose, oh, everything's going okay there. Everything's going great in Ambrose's brain. Hello? Yeah, same with Buttercup. Things are going great, endlessly dooming on Livestream Clownhouse, repeating the same little factoids of the keyword of the day. Genocide! Occupation! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Ooh, somebody's a little triggered! Hello? 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 Hello?
Deliver me.
I'm human flesh and I drink human blood.
Hello? Hello?
I get the other side, but there's so much more I could ask. I could ask you all kinds of stuff, but
Hey, Stanley, how you doing, you old Jewish son of a bitch? Good Shabbos! What are you doing on the internet now? It's Shabbos over there. This is your Goy detection system. Warning you that I'm going to send the Shamrim to your house if you don't get off your phone, Rabbanu Shalom. Go read a book!
advocating for Monica sooner than you. But
come to Skokie, we'll get a kichel and have a coffee.
People that don't know Benjamin, which I think a lot of people here do. Benjamin.
Not many people know what a kichel is these days. It's a cookie, a delicious sugar cookie. Mmm, kichel. Then we'll have some matzo ball soup and some kreplach and a corned beef sandwich, maybe pastrami.
That's his binky, and I'm reading like some of the comments in here with people like, "Oh my God, who is this guy? What's he about?" Blah blah blah, and it's it's tough to get a read. But some people, I think they have you pegged. I would love to.
Hello.
And I do want to say for those people that don't know Benjamin, Benjamin relishes the onslaught. So he has this weird like masochist kind of like likes the pain. So it's just gonna bounce. So hopefully you're getting it out. If you feel like you have to get it out, you're getting out of Benjamin. Just know it's gonna bounce back.
Are you gonna go to the Pro Lyrical House and ask Benjamin a question?
So I think I respect that more than your weird ideas. So let's leave it there. All right. Some hands I saw earlier. I don't know if anybody wants to put it back up. Oh yeah, this is gonna be right out the gate. We got Dr. Priya banging on that buzzer. So here you go, Benjamin. Get ready. Dr. Priya, good to see you. Come on up.
Hello?
Hey, so I haven't been in your spaces in a little while, so I don't know if I'm gonna sort of follow the format here. I actually don't have a question for Benjamin. I have nothing to say to. Anyway, that's a whole other story. I really just came up to correct some misinformation that there was a shit ton of misinformation, right? But one of the things specifically that I wanted to correct was, and by the way, this is not unique to Benjamin. A lot of people promote this conspiracy theory, which is not true. And that is that for decades, the medical and scientific community hid how bad cigarettes were. And that's not what happened. Here's what actually happened. The tobacco companies hid how addictive their cigarettes were. And it's not nicotine. Actually, that's the most addictive part of cigarettes. It's all the other chemicals that are in there. They knew for ages, and they buried those documents, right? So anybody who has sort of any modicum of clear trains of thought understands that tobacco companies aren't built and created by doctors and scientists. Do they have doctors and scientists there? Sure. They do, right? Developing product things. Well, they don't have doctors, but they have scientists. Right? I mean, they don't have physicians there. So again, this myth about how academic institutions and physicians and the medical community hid all this information about how dangerous cigarettes were is false. Another common thing, because usually when I say that, then they'll come up with the second myth, which is, but so many doctors were advertising that you should smoke, right? So here's where that actually comes from. Believe it or not, smoking cigarettes, the initial reaction that you get with smoking tends to be coughing. But one of the second things that happens when you take a puff off a cigarette is you actually you bronchodilate your vessels. So essentially what that means is the airway, the airway is in your lungs. They actually open up a little bit. So back in the days before we had albuterol and sort of bronchodilators that truly work, when someone had asthma and they were having an attack, people actually recommend, as long as it wasn't a severe attack, right? Because they would give steroids. But for minor flares, yes, there was a time when in medicine, this was recommended as a treatment to kind of open up the airways. Obviously, we don't do that anymore, but that never had anything to do with hiding information about knowledge of it being carcinogenic or it being dangerous or it being addictive. So that's really why I came up here. I mean, obviously, Pro, you know that I'm a pulmonologist, so it drives me. I mean, he said so much misinformation that it'd be exhausting to try to fix all of it. But the thing that drives me absolutely bonkers is when people say things about my field of study that are wrong. So that's really why I came up here, was just to correct that misinformation things. I'll drop back down.
Much appreciated. Thank you, Doctor. You reminded me of some of that too. There was a lot flying on. It was a lot. I talk about the cigarette industry and tobacco industry so often too, but that was a good overview. Appreciate it.
If you ever want to put a space on it, let me know.
I just point out that Dr. Priya actually didn't correct any misinformation. She concluded that there was misinformation, and she said there was, but there's no evidence of what she said. She said something that's probably not, she can't prove, which is that their doctors did not support the smoking companies. I think I could easily prove that they did. And then where are we? I don't know. I just don't think she's got the receipts, you know what I mean?
She said cranks are gonna crank, Benjamin. Michael, did you want to come back up or no?
Well, the problem is she asserted a negative, and it's impossible to prove a negative. So that's going to be just hard on her.
Here's Michael. What's up, Michael?
Hey, I just had a question for Benjamin. So, I don't know you as well as many of the people on this app, but one of the things that I've seen is a leitmotif for, discussing, as Pro calls it, the Q word, but quantum mechanics. I'm just curious as to the origin story there, Benjamin. What led to your fascination with it, and
just for maybe
more specific.
So I didn't bring it up, but I can barely wait to get off mic and talk about this topic. I'm so excited I get to talk about this finally. Just kidding, Michael. Go ahead and finish.
You have my permission. Michael, he's on quarantine from the Q word in my room, so he's.
Okay.
Yeah, I will say he's done very well with it, by the way.
Fantastic. Yeah, and by the way, just to make it a very focused question, Benjamin, I think what I'm actually asking is a bit of a bit of meta here for your own narrative. What was it about quantum mechanics that drew you to it as a focus of your own internal study? And then secondly, how do you educate yourself on it and probe it at a level where you feel you have the ability to effectively interrogate the topic? And that's contextualized with the fact that people spend many years.
So that's two questions. There's two questions, and I'm a bit of a goldfish, so let's keep it to two.
Oh, no, that's it. The context, though, that I was giving for that last question.
Promise me you'll just remind me of any question that I miss. Let's start with the first one. The meta, how did I come on it? So when I was teaching physics, so to speak, I was working with a physics professor designing a course to modernize the physics program in a small university. And we were carving out a program largely based on my work with people who are disabled to create a physics program that would focus on challenges that disabled people have as a way of creating a scenario-based physics education for people who were largely going to go into the medical field anyway. It was the kind of university where nursing was the single largest graduating class. They had to study physics anyway, and we wanted to create an interesting physics program for them and for others. And so that was our conceit there, right? But at lunch we would talk about things and talk about physics, and I brought up this quantum thing, and I mentioned that this way back. I felt like local realism was probably the best answer. My professor was like, well, let's talk about stuff we can do. Okay, so we didn't really get into it, but I felt like it was a kind of weird third rail because he was kind of pointed at not talking about it. And that just kind of sat with me a little bit wrong. I didn't really bring it up again. We did all kinds of cool stuff there. We did some high voltage etching. It's really cool if you put high voltages across a piece of wood and give it a little bit of a conductive solution. It will arc, and all kinds of cool physics that we did with the students there. But fast forward about almost 10 years. In 2022, the Nobel Prize is given for the same question that I had asked and not gotten an answer to. And I thought, this is the second time this has come up, and now it's a Nobel Prize, and I really need to just buckle down and learn this thing because I don't understand why are they doing it? What is this about? So I read some materials on it, and all just looked like useless word salad. And I thought, well, I understand data. I can do some data science. What I need to do is get my hands on the data and run the same numbers that they're running, and then maybe I'd understand what they're talking about. And so I set out to find the data so that I could run the numbers.
Right, Star said hi, and I got this land with your Oceanwide.
Hey, John Kidd, got your mail.
You were close, real close.
Pepperoni for
Have a good
The world is this. It's got a dragon head. This isn't just a boat, it's a Viking ship.
So,
hang on. And now apparently I'm going swimming. The Vikings come with these hats, or is that just me?
Who voted for that guy? John Kidover? I mean, come on.
I did. Figured to get us good portion out at the mall.
But they did publish some data. So I did that.
John Kidover.
That's me.
Found that data
I think your machine's in love with me.
Except reality. I show you the numbers, the charts, the whole truth right here in this remote. And it's not, and keep talking about game shows.
You're getting hung up on minutia again. Minutia? This bubbles my Everest. You're in the living room. Perfect pot of coffee coming right now.
Mark, where's the pot?
Improvise, trust me.
That's a fishbowl.
Very clean.
Oh, wow. Sunshine, no wind, 72 degrees on the dot. Feels like the world's apologizing.
Newsline tonight, we look at whether the mass killings in the Central Belt region meet the definition of genocide. Joining us is writer and veteran John Kidover. John, you served in that area and you've studied the relevant international teaching. Newsline tonight, we look at whether.
Community, how can I help you today?
I'd like to take a look.
Certainly, how much?
Classic stereo. Don't cassette.
Oh, it's got a hair trigger. Do you have any community, how can I help you today?
Knock, knock, I brought brownies.
Hey, hi, neighbor.
Smells like secrets in here.
Nope, just brownies.
Did your coffee table just announce its password?
It's, voice
Knock, knock, I brought brownies.
What do you got for us?
They call me
Large pepperoni for confidential informant John Kidover. Really blending in, champ.
Hey, John, what do you got for us?
They call me
Base for the Finns in '83. It's driving me nuts.
Why not? A leading university, and had people that did the house dinner, and they said much the same thing, that they studied quantum mechanics, couldn't make heads or tails of it, and kind of left it as soon as they could. And that just got me thinking. So look, my conclusion is, if data or it didn't happen. I think these guys are LARPing in the same way that my religious friends are LARPing. They're just doing a performance, they're making it up, and as long as people keep putting money in the hat, they're happy to dance.
Well, first of all, by the way, can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I appreciate you taking me through that and sort of your journey through Bell's theorem. I'm intrigued by the fact that you extrapolate your inability to find the requisite data to your mind or the experimental design that would satisfy you, that would prove it. But I'm also, I think, more fascinated by the fact that from that you extrapolate a kind of fundamental lack of utility with quantum mechanics. So that we can talk at another time, but I really appreciate at least hearing kind of your origin story on how you got into this, and I want to give the stage back to
thanks,
other people
Michael.
for questions.
Always good to see you.
Thanks. It helped my blood go back down from a light simmer. It was already at high boil when it came down to light simmer, and now it's.
See, talking about quantum cools you down, bro.
Oh yeah, it was somebody else talking to you about quantum.
There's a lot of work that went into
Yeah. So we're not going to talk about the independent labs across the continents reproducing Bell violations, but that would be for another day.
Saying they reproduced it,
Poor Julian
also
Bell.
without publishing the data for some.
Except for Delph did, but that's I know how this goes. I'm not sure if anybody else has anything for you today. By the way, I want to welcome you into Legitimate Room After.
Jason
Benjamin. Oh yeah, way down there. There you go. This is what we're talking about. Jason, question for Sir Benjamin. I didn't see Jason earlier. Maybe he just came in. Maybe I missed him.
Oh yeah, what are we doing with Benjamin here? We're like interviewing him.
Yeah, I do these thing called profiles. This is the fourth one where I bring someone up for half hour to an hour or whatever and ask them some questions and then let the crowd ask questions that they may have for him too. So if you have one for him, feel free.
Benjamin, how do you square your skepticism of science with your reliance on science in so many aspects of your work and your life, right? You're into the airplanes, right? Don't they rely heavily on science and the scientific community?
Registered to vote.
Well, first of all, I'm very skeptical of the FAA, the institution that orchestrates aviation. I think they've done just a fabulous, perfect, flawless, exemplary job of keeping general aviation in this country firmly rooted in the 1940s, and for that they should be applauded. By ensuring that the airplanes are as old as humanly possible, they've ensured that general aviation is guaranteed to be the most dangerous mode of travel, and there can just be only accolades given to the institution responsible for the state of aviation in this country. Look, I am not skeptical of the scientific method if it is defined as creating a hypothesis, crafting a good experiment, conducting that experiment with integrity, and disclosing the data and letting other people figure out the conclusion. What my skepticism within science is that
I'm here with my friend
so many
Scott
people
Pressler,
are linked to doing just that.
We've been talking tonight about how to move forward with the Save America Act. The Save America Act is going to make sure that our elections are protected.
And I just want to thank Senator Mike Lee for not only sponsoring the
Save Act, which is the original
sorry about that. Was it scratchy?
When you came back, but that was a good question, Jason. I had a similar question for him earlier, but he's a slippery eel, so yeah, I couldn't reel him back into that one. So I'm glad you asked him. I had something similar to ask him too. Anything else, Jason?
No. Shall I go back to the audience? Is that what we're doing?
Sure thing. Sure thing. I see Caleb down there staying pretty silent, which is might be good for you. Caleb, not sure if you want to punch at the bag, but he's
well, I will offer that the rabbi has always presented appreciation for the rabbi's skill in philosophical.
You do say this all the time.
Questions.
Your praise for him is equal to his disdain of you.
Well, we play hard tennis. We play hard tennis, and it, both come
I don't know if he plays hard tennis. I think he's a pretty straight shooter. We're gonna have to get Caleb up there someday. So, Monica, I have a question.
Monica, it's great to see you.
Hello, gentlemen. Can you hear me?
What are you doing with
loud and clear? Benjamin, you're a little scratchy though, but
is it better now?
Sure.
Okay. So, Benjamin, I'm not sure how many questions I have, but the first one is Clubhouse tends to straw man people, flatten them out like flat Stanleys. What do you think is the thing that people get most wrong about you?
Well, that's a fair question. I think that one of the things people do in order to feel more comfortable when they find themselves in an awkward position is they try to do just that. They try to flatten you. And one of the ways that people have done this, and I think it's not helpful, is that they'll try to sort out a motivation, and then they'll attribute a motivation. And they'll say, well, you don't like, you have a problem with psychologists because psychologists won't, give you a credential to let you practice psychology. And if they gave you a credential to practice psychology, then you'd love psychology. Some version of this, right? That you're just jealous that psychologists have something you don't have. And I just think that that's totally unfair. I think the problems in psychology are independently documented, and they're not waiting around for me to care whether psychology is a bunch of hokum or not. It's clearly documented. The studies in psychology don't reproduce. They're just making it up. It's just story time for adults. So it's not because I want to be a psychologist that I think psychology
just checking
is
in from the
criticism.
chaos that is.
And that's true across the board. I'm not waiting around for somebody to give me.
Class, welcome to Quantum Mechanics and Natural.
If I'm critical of somebody's science,
Come back to John Kidover TV. Tonight we're unlocking.
That's not me being jealous. That's me being, there's a problem here. It needs to be addressed. But it's very convenient if people can impugn your motives, and so people do that. I think that's not a great look, in my opinion.
So just to make sure we have our first principles aligned, that we're talking about the same thing. Psychology is a scientific study of the mind and behavior. Yes?
No. Psychology is a LARP of crazy people following a crazy person named, what's his name? The good doctor. Freud, yeah. Good Dr. Freud. No, they're just people who dress funny and make up shit. That's all.
Okay.
There's no there. Certainly there's nothing like science in psychology.
So that might be the inherent problem.
If psychology worked, right, then people with psychological problems could be fixed. People who are addicted to drugs would go to a psychologist, and then they wouldn't be addicted to drugs, right? Like, there's some clear, obvious problems that psychology could solve if a woodchuck could chuck wood.
It's unhealthy. You shouldn't do it.
It would solve
You know
those
what else you
problems.
shouldn't do?
But the problem is the woodchuck can't chuck wood.
Other web developers, not only did they take your money, but the
think
product
this was
starts
Flat Stanley
We
and
provide
her
you
question.
extremely good
You
service,
just
no matter the
Flat
cost.
Stanley
So come to Valdic websites
all
today
of
and get
psychology
your
into one type, right? You just have like equal disdain, like for the, if I wish Dr. James was here. I mean, like, the cognitive psychology stuff and the whatever the traits of the clinical stuff, right? Like in neuroscience, those are different methodologies. They're not all one thing, right? I'm sure there's other kinds of psychologies I just can't think of.
It's not up to me to draw lines between groups. if they all agree that they're psychologists, then they can wear all the mistakes of psychology. Now, if a group of people come along and say, look, what we are not is psychologists, we're neuroscientists. We have a discipline that involves putting probes into brains, measuring the response of the brains, maybe in conjunction with looking at pictures or other things, and we map out those responses and we use data, and we're not doing psychology, don't confuse us with psychologists, then I think it would be okay to draw that distinction. But as long as they lump themselves in all under psychology, why are you coming at me for it? They can live with that lumping. They're doing the lumping, not me.
Okay, so do you have a definition of philosophy too? Is that hokum also?
Well, philosophy is a lot of things to a lot of people. Philosophy, it doesn't have to be a science. I don't know. I don't know what to make of philosophy in that sense.
So you have no philosophy on philosophy?
Well, there's no credential to be a philosopher. Nobody pays money to go to a philosopher.
I'm sure you do. I like it.
When they don't know, what's true
Or
in the
to
world.
provide data for
To study
philosophy.
of what's true. I mean, I think it's up to everybody to study what's true. It's not clear to me that anybody has a monopoly. I don't know. You think there's an expert system for knowing what's true in the world? I don't think that there's a hierarchy of experts who claim to be the experts that know what's true. And
if there was, you'd rail against it because you don't like hierarchy.
Yeah. If there was, I'd rail against it. But fortunately, I don't think that we're afflicted with experts in philosophy.
Saying pineapple on a pizza.
This is such a weird thing.
Today I learned something new about it. And no, you don't have the same lived experience.
The thing that you do is like, all right, I get your thing about the institutions. Then she gives you one that you're saying, well, there's no institution there. That should be the one that you like. Like your thing is, the institution claims this authority and then it fails, and then it keeps all the authority, kind of like the church, right? And so your instinct is it's performative or performance, but there's a counter pattern, because the institutions are the things that identifies the flaws. It's not like psychology didn't self-correct. It's not like they didn't know they had a replication crisis. It's not like they didn't come in and try to tighten that up, right? And I know you love all things p-hacking, and I've heard you do that for hours and hours in a room, but they understand the problem as well. The standards tighten, right, when the institutions come in, and that's an evolution. That's what science tries to do, and why it doesn't stay stagnant. Just like religion, right? It can change, it can pivot. That's not fear, bro.
I'm not at all convinced by your argument that institutions improve standards. I think that institutionalization often creates
those planes aren't crashing when you're flying.
This kind of pseudo imposition of authority. They create this argument from authority that is grounded in the institution. And then you have something like these Monsanto scientists who can come out and say glyphosate is safe for your children and put a billion children at risk of cancers because of their false claims based on this institutional credibility. Now, that doesn't happen in philosophy. So I'm just not convinced that institutionalization always does what you think it does. I know it clearly creates opportunities for fraud, and it's not clear that we couldn't find better ways to sort of make sense of who is the better practitioner when it matters.
He sure.
So there was an aircraft accident.
He sure was
in
weird.
Washington D.C. and the NTSB just
Sure
came out
was
4 years
weird.
ago and said, well, basically the FAA fucked up. It was the FAA's fault. The FAA knew this was a problem, and they didn't do what they ought to have done about it. Right? So remind me again, what's the value of the FAA?
You mean the one that Trump was winking
when it
for when he came in?
counts. If they're flaccid in the face of threats to life and limb.
So you're for no FAA then? Is that what you're saying? as a pilot?
Well, I think the FAA has just run its course as an effective institution. It's created a scenario where most of the planes that we train on were made in the 60s. And they push back against new airplanes. The credentials.
So what do you want to do then? Like, if there's no hierarchy ever, because you're going across all of them that are trustworthy, like what mechanism
maybe we need
scales the truth for you, like across millions of freaking people? Like, that's a pretty unavoidable problem.
But if you look at the fields where humans have advanced in ways that your children would not even recognize your childhood, right? Your children will get a little flat piece of glass that they'll call a telephone, and they'll never make a phone call on it because they'll just do every other kind of thing. But like the most retrograde thing you could do with a telephone is make a phone call. And if you think of your childhood,
Clint Eastwood, get off my lawn, kid.
If you think of your childhood, a telephone was a highly regulated monopoly by the Bell Telephone Service, where you rented a hunk of steel that you slung to the side of the kitchen wall, and if you wanted to walk around while you were on the phone, you had to get an extended cable that you could plug into your handset that would allow you to walk into other rooms with
I'm Eric Wallace. I'm a Christian, a conservative, and a Republican, and I'm running as a write-in candidate for Cook County Representative.
We would still have
Voting runs for
dial
February
telephones
12th.
if we had the regulations on telephones that we have on airplanes. We would still be dialing each other up with rotary dial telephones and talking on party lines, and you could just forget the rest of technical history if the FAA was responsible for regulating technology. But it is only those fields where we don't have an institution gatekeeping that we make progress. If we didn't have a regulatory agency holding us back, we would have all kinds of medicines today that we don't have.
Wow.
Now,
that's a wild thing.
Some risks.
Yeah, you think?
Sure it would. But it's really difficult to run the alternative universe theorem and understand where we might be with medical technology if we didn't treat it like a Bell telephone.
Only you, Benjamin. Only you. Well, I'm not sure if anyone has anything else to run by you, but that was definitely a wilder finish than our other previous finish. But a lot of strong structural claims right there, my friend. Anyways, well, Benjamin's, I think, going to take us out.
Here's another example. Just to double down and not leave people with a weak example, a robust example. You should take a look at drones in China. The FAA was very successful there. I mean, they worked overtime, they worked nights, they worked weekends, they hired extra people to ensure that China would be the place where all of the drone innovation would occur. And today, 90% of the world's drones are made in China. Now, how did the FAA pull this off? Well, they pulled this off by very carefully regulating the living shit out of flying a drone. If you wanted to fly a drone, it has to be connected to your hip. You have to see it at all times. It can't go out of sight. It can't be operated remotely. It can't deliver something. It can't land where it didn't take off. It can't be bigger than a bread box. It can't. There's 1,000.
Truth Expert 3000 never make.
And
Finally, a quiet night, just me and the classifieds.
To simply say, look, we're going to be the leader in drones because being a leader in drones is important to us. So you all go out and you figure out the drones, and if we get into trouble, we'll regulate it after the fact. Now we're having a war, and China is holding all of the cards. China makes the motors. China makes the controllers. China makes the frames. China makes the propellers. China makes the radios. China makes the antennas. China makes every single part of a drone that is flying for Russia and for Ukraine. If Ukraine, if China wanted that war to change tomorrow, they just stop selling drones to it. Is America selling drones, making drones? They tried to make drones in the United States. They took them over to Ukraine, and they all failed on day one. America could not make a drone that would compete in this war. Why did that happen? Because the FAA knows what's better for you and me.
Well, they have a mandate for safety, so I mean, they kind of have to, kind of do that, right? The FAA evolved too. It's not like, it's not like it stayed the same, right? But the U.S. didn't ban drones and just regulated them in the airspace.
Having a fleet of
we have it here, of course.
Aircraft that were built in the 1950s and 60s. You think that's the best look for? What if our car? This is like Cuba. When it
how
comes
is
to
the
general
FAA
aviation,
responsible
we have
for?
essentially the same.
I want to get to these guys though. I just don't get how the FAA is responsible for China's manufacturing, world supremacy or whatever. Like there's other factors, bro. Like it's way too simple. I know it's a nice narrative, but
that is fair. But
lower production costs.
Well, there are lots of other regulatory questions as well. Making printed circuit boards has challenges.
That's vertical integration.
Chemicals involved in making printed circuit boards that have to be dealt with, and no doubt the United States has made it impossible, practically speaking, to make printed circuit boards in the United States. Well, that makes a lot of sense because when there's a war, the last thing you're going to need is printed circuit boards, right, guys?
I'll bring you that same magic to give as a gift, and I need you to tell me if I did the right thing. This cow pulled up and gave me a gift, and said it's worth $1,000. Well, it's going to be hard for me to accept a gift of $1,000.
Actually, that's not true. That's the actual pilot.
What would you like me to do?
Well played, hero.
But I'm going to do something
God is good, man. God is blessed me, and this blessing me every day.
My dear friend.
These are the little blessings like this that I can give back in life to the life.
Those words touched me, and I kind of couldn't let him leave empty-handed, so I broke him open a bar and gave him 10 grand.
2 for Eddie, 2 for Nikki, 2 for Miles. I also grew up in Christian. And 2 for the baby Jazz. The cosmic was very, I think affected by the whole Jesus. I sometimes when I hear you tell your story, I'm like, I can't even know how you just hold weight. You thought I was. I think I'm just looking for information. I'll tell you anything. But actually, I didn't know it was different. But I didn't grow up in Southern California.
All right, you have 3 kids. What did you say the name of your eldest was? Was it I didn't say. That must make you Tommy. Now, according to this, we just sent Tommy a stash of cash to a courier for the safe transport of an unprotected defector. By the time I got this letter off your brother,
I just sort of went from showing up 4 times a week to
me that location, and I'll be on my way. Just or as he said, she's at the observatory. Please, leave us. Don't you think the facts of the matter will be David from trying to draw me for what I did to your big brother? He won't. Maybe not today, but someday.
I think I could actually say that. I don't think I exist. But the mindset, I would feed myself up really early on. I was trying to make it I've asked you this question before, and you have always, I should say, you have never answered this question. You always divert in your Benjaminisms. You seem to have retained a kind of fundamentalist mindset on, kind of this binary worldview, sort of a in-group, out-group, one
civilization will lose all our aspirations to those blind things that we feel to be eternal.
Are holding on.
Science is fresh enough to meddle can then be nothing.
To the worst part of
it. Uncertainty follows. Just as the scientific statement is given us as an article of faith.
Have you considered this? How might you get past this? Yeah, well, I think this kind of calls back to Pro's question earlier, which is why am I unwilling to see hip hop as merely an artistic expression, and why am I unwilling to see video game violence as merely a legitimate form of entertainment, and why am I willing to see not see religious stories as like allegories and metaphors? I think that when children grow up, they come of age into a culture, they calculate how that culture understands them. And when we have metaphors, when we have words in our culture, like bastard, and we use the term bastard to refer to the things that we like the least, right? Bastards, that is often trapped. Bastard, when somebody like Epstein goes to Epstein Island, does horrible things, we call him a nasty ass bastard. We just casually use this term, bastard, to describe other people, and I should somehow think that it's harmless, that it has no impact, that it's just the metaphor, and I'm thinking too black and white. And I put myself in the shoes of somebody like me, who was born to hippies who didn't understand marriage as a concept, and consequently I was born as a bastard, and I grew up into a culture that reserves this very special word, just like the worst word that you could say anywhere without getting controlled. Weirdly, you say 5 other words that are worse, you'll get ostracized. Decide on all kinds of things. You have to spell out these words. Just things like, I'm kidding, I'm saying that even though the term bastard is this beautiful punctuated word that's useful for talking about other people, it's derogatory. Somewhere along the line, there was a kid who's 13, just learning for the first time, that his parents weren't married when he was young, and that makes him a bastard. And that they were bastards, it was always a particularly dirty kind of person. And that has a consequence on how that child sees themselves in society. And I think that's just universally true about religion. When you have a religion that just luxuriates in God, it kills children because they're Egyptian. That has no effect on children who are growing up as Egyptian, become a religion of culture that sees them as just some disposable object of a metaphor. I think that you are failing to appreciate the impact that the word society uses to entertain itself, how those actually connect to real children's lives. And I would encourage people who are doing this casually to reconsider their position.
Where's this Christ?
So my son, I'm going to address the question. My good friend, that was a nice sight. I think it is you that it is what you did. I think it is you that is wrong. So I think it's appropriate to nuance the harms that we do to children unnecessarily.
No, I
through our culture.
I think what you did is not a bad thing. Like you broke that abstract stuff to romantic stuff. And to me, that doesn't feel like
That feels really nice.
It's like your reaction.
Creature that's
But
brought
I
me
do
in.
think you hear that is different.
He did not treat me very courteously.
Really?
When I pointed out that he wasn't following the golden rule, but at least around my neck and he made me drink from pot of water that I'm pretty sure was just some kind of animal food.
Well, that is interesting.
I thought I was
You land on the real kids, the real body stuff, and that's why you resist calling things just metaphor.
Right.
But do you think the only way
to prevent the harm thing that you said from metaphors to treat them all as if they actually are literal, you know?
I think that you should appreciate that at least to somebody somewhere they are literal. Now, Frederick Douglass does this work for us, and he writes about his lived experience coming of age in the slave era of United States history, and that this verse in the Bible that Jesus says in Luke, I think chapter 16, a slave that does not listen and obey his master's voice shall be beaten with many stripes. Now, Frederick Douglass writes about his experience watching slaves watching slave owners not only beat their slaves with many stripes, but beat their slaves with many stripes while quoting that verse out loud to the slaves and everybody around them, right? In other words, to that slave that's getting beaten by that verse is goddamn literal. And how dare you discount all the people for whom this language is literal? How dare you?
Of course, I didn't do that. But I'm asking you if you have carried over your fundamentalist, like binary thinking a little too much, and maybe that is part of your enculturation that you haven't rid yourself of. So I think you didn't address that part, which was the actual question.
Jason's back too.
I understand, Andy. I don't think that these words are without consequence, just because they're metaphors and allegories, if you say so or whatever.
Not the
I
question.
think history is too long.
Not the question. Not the question. Your inability to see nuance, to understand other people's perspectives, is one topic. That's what I'm asking about. The chip on your shoulder, your trauma, is something I didn't ask about. It's interesting, but it's not really what I was asking about.
But you're asking me to be nuanced about genocide. I feel like you're asking me to be nuanced about slavery.
I am not.
I feel like you're asking me to be nuanced about the German Lutherans pulling together a team of people.
All right, that's fine. That went as far as I thought maybe it would get to a different place, but.
I don't know what the word nuance does. It's not really a practical word.
It's a hard question. It's a very hard question. And I do appreciate you answering it, and I do see how that became difficult. Benjamin, how did you receive a fundamentalist upbringing if you're the child of two hippies who didn't believe they should get married?
I kind of asked them something like that too.
Because these drug-smoking hippies eventually bought into the Jesus movement, and they kind of just moved themselves across the chessboard to the other side.
I see.
And through the Jesus movement, they became Christians, they became conservatives, just as Andy said.
So there may be hope for you yet. That's really good for me to hear.
There is hope for him. Yeah, that's exactly how. I mean, I've heard some stuff that I haven't necessarily heard him say before, Jason. I think that like you still do the massive generalization stuff, and that's the thing that I think you partly do for theater because you want to piss people off. But I can't always tell if it's the binary thing. Like when you say religion universally harms children. Through the narrative stuff. I mean, that is sweeping generalization. I mean, is it even possible that just the stuff we're talking about, your sensitivity to the harm stuff has turned into your universal, indictment, right? I'm not saying it to be like accusatory, but that's what it feels like. And I like part of it if that's the answer, because even though it doesn't feel like something you should like, but I feel like you're clearly protecting the kid you once were, which is the part that I relate to, right? And I respect that. But the question is whether protecting that kid requires dismantling every shared story, because I feel like that's what you do. You go on the offensive, or do we just need to tell better ones, right?
Well, clearly we need to tell better ones. But I would argue that we have dismantled many stories, and we have preserved many stories. And to some extent, I think we've dismantled the wrong stories. This is why I harp on Zoroastrianism all the time. Here's a story. You should read it. It's actually strangely missing a verse that says that you should go to the nations around you and take your male slaves and your female slaves from the other. Now, does anybody know what female slaves are used for? Does anybody need a little history?
No, Benjamin, were
from
used
the
in the
nations
kitchen.
around you.
They work in the kitchen. They did weaving. I mean,
Zoroastrianism strangely is missing that verse. Nowhere in Zoroastrianism do I find that Ahura Mazda goes to some place and commits a genocide by killing the children of the people in that place. Nowhere in Zoroastrianism do I see that Ahura Mazda tells the followers of his to take the sword and kill the child while they're sucking their mother's breast. Nowhere in Zoroastrianism do I hear the verse, as I do in Psalms, that happy is he who shall dash the child's head against the stone. So, would it be so horrible if we had maybe preserved that story and not let it fall by the wayside, and maybe let other stories fall by the wayside? I just think we've done a horrible job of picking the stories that we tell to our kids.
I think Zoroastrianism might have done a pretty good story of not including all the freaking traditional stuff that was going on in ancient Persia too. It's not like that was like some pacifist utopia. You know what I'm saying? I get there's some nice stories in there that seem a little bit better, but it's like the idea that was some, the place your parents grew up on the Woodstock tip. I don't know.
Relative to other places, there is some indication that it was a kind of Shangri-La. We could get into that another time, but I don't know that you're on good footing there. I think history is horrible and a lot of places suffered, but I don't think it's uniformly horrible. In other words, I think the middle of the 20th century is uniquely worse than the middle of the 19th century.
Well, parts of it for sure, yeah. Most of it. Well, the 19th, yeah.
And we can draw inferences from that comparison that are useful.
Well,
some things are worse than others, and if we're adults, we need to be able to tell.
I don't think empires I think of Greek history. I don't think they need secret texts to do the domination thing. I mean, Greece had philosophy and slavery, right? China was, the Confucian bureaucracy and coercion and all that kind of stuff, right? I mean, frickin' Rome, look at that. I mean, that's frickin' civics religion, right? And plenty of slavery to go around there, I think that violence and hierarchy don't necessarily need the scripture part that we point to a lot of times.
I think that you're making a category error.
What's that?
I think that you think that religion is a separable box, because in the United States we have the notion of separation of church and state. And again, the reason we have rules of that separate church and state, weirdly, date back to King Cyrus in Persia, who ran his empire in this way, that he allowed his different conquests to run their civilization with their own religion, and he recognized that the people have a right of their own religion. Most places in the world, time and history, don't have that particular quality. In fact, they have almost none of the rights that we enjoy as citizens of the United States, because they weren't shared. Now, They weren't common, and it wasn't common for us to think about this. So in the United States, we have the sort of the white privilege of thinking in terms of religion as being a separate thing from culture and government. But in most times and places, culture and government and religion are all one package that's inextricably tied together, and there's no meaningful way to sort of separate the Siamese twins here. So that, in that sense, I think you're making a category error. Every society has a religious component that is kind of
it could be myth too. I think every
fully isolated, has its own heart and lungs and brain, and is fully individuated.
Yeah,
from
I get your narrative.
That's just not the case in history.
I get your narrative. I do. I think the thing you miss largely when you do the Jewish thing, well, you do it across the religions, but you do it particularly harshly with Judaism. And I've heard you say, Christianity.
The Old Testament's a hell of a book.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was about to say. You're like, well, Christianity tells the same story essentially. I think there's a piece of it that you don't give any leeway on. And that's why people who are Jewish hear you and go, oh my God, what's wrong with this guy? Like, Judaism to me, out of the big three, I think what it does is it tries to do what religion usually doesn't do, which is the self-correction part, right? They wrestle with it more so than I find Christianity or Muslims do, right? I mean, I'm sure they all wrestle. But the public level of wrestling, the tradition of that wrestling, right? The stuff that you heard Caleb talk about in here, he says that that's literally what they're saying. McZed, all of them, they come in here and they're like, look, you can't just come in here and tell us that we don't do this. That's what they do, and you're outside of it. And I mean, when you do the Zoroastrianism's like morally clean kind of thing, and the all this, the Judeo-Christian stuff is just the domination narrative. It's not always that neat. History isn't like that, right? You have all kinds of traditions that have the violence and the abuse, and it's all in tension with the liberation stuff as well, right? And you're right that stories matter. I think the harder kind of thing to deal with is whether you can just discard traditions wholesale or wrestle with their worst parts and evolve them. And I do think Judaism tries to deal with that. You're like, oh yeah, they're celebrating bashing the kids, and everyone's like, no. And I know you're doing that to elicit them to think and like, what is it that you're really celebrating here? Because you push back against all these kind of celebrations. That's how you grew up, questioning this kind of stuff. But they're already doing that work. And to me, it sounds like it lands on deaf ears when people try to say that to you, or you just don't care. Because it doesn't feel like that they're trying to say, hey, what we should do? We should go out and, kill the Egyptians. I just think that is such a strong, offensive stance to say to people. And I am no, Bible-thumping theist for sure. I'm agnostic, to be clear. So, I mean, I feel that when you say it. I'm like, bro, you don't think that's going a little far?
Well, I feel we've come to the point in our sermon when our attention should be drawn to the Word of God.
So that's
the meeting tonight is from Psalms, the 137th.
Here we go.
Psalm. And I'd just like you to sit back, take a deep breath, focus on the Word of God. Start the reading from the 7th verse. Remember, Lord, what the Edomites did on the day Jerusalem fell. Tear it down, they cried. Tear it down to its foundations. Daughter Babylon, doomed to destruction, happy is the one who repays you according to what you have done to us. Happy is the one who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks. I just really praise the Lord this evening for giving us such beautiful language, beautiful imagery, such inspiration, preparing our hearts to go out and face the week ahead of us, knowing that happiness comes mostly from seizing infants and dashing them against the rocks. And if your heart is moved by the sermon today, I ask you on your way out, just, whatever you can, leave it in the bed, leave it in the collection plate. If it's a 10, if it's 100, whatever you can, every every penny counts. And blessed be the Holy God. Blessed be everybody here. And may your week be filled with the glory of God. Amen.
Amen. Amen, Father.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Benjamin, I thank you for hanging out, taking the pressure. I'll probably open another room that won't have recordings on if people want to, get your autograph or whatever, or pee on it, right? So with that, look for another room if you feel like coming in. And thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. Yes, you did, man.
what's your view on, formal education from the IT?
Sure.
Go into no.
Oh my god, J-Lo, I wanna touch your pussy.
Yeah.
Oh my god, no.
Wait, you saw 50 Cent?
He put his hand around me and he squeezed
No
my
way.
butt. Yeah.
Wait, is Danny here? I love that.
Oh my god, that's iconic shit. Super nice guy.
Danny's busy sucking a waitress dick. I don't know where the fuck she is. Danny.
Why don't you ask me if I'm here so you could curse me with some fucking bullshit?
Danny, shut the fuck.
Why the fuck did you not say anything?
I don't think that's funny to ask if I'm here so you could sing a sarandanga where you're cursing yourself. That's gonna be your
I
party.
wanted to make sure you weren't here. That way, you know what they say: ears that don't listen, heart that doesn't break.
I think you're evil, Fiona.
Danny, we don't want you.
I'm a girl.
Danny, we're trying to save you from going to jail. Like, what the fuck?
No, Fiona's evil.
No, the fuck I'm not being. I slept with the district attorney, so they wouldn't start with
No, Fiona.
What did you think, no?
Danny, what's a sarandinga?
Okay, you know about how Hands on the Wall turned into 128, Hands on the Wall, whatever the fuck shit they're saying. So Fiona turned it into Sarandonga because T-Ville said everyone on Clubhouse is trying to put me in jail and they're gonna throw a party when they do it. And so when I told Fiona that, Fiona started singing Sarandonga.
Can you sing it first, Danny?
That means a fucking festivity in fucking Spanish.
So that's when the rooms, because I think Fiona got in trouble for saying, you're going to jail, but Fiona did say 3 days ago from their boss at the FBI.
I stopped singing Hands on the Wall because I made an oath as a woman to Dimitri.
As a woman?
Yeah.
Well, Gigi told me that you work for the FBI as a special
Once again,
agent.
Danny, you're fucking telling me that you're taking the words of somebody who calls CPS on you to heart?
Yeah, for MPI, because they said they had to because of their job. So, I believe them.
Danny, what's your address again?
None of your fucking business, bitch.
Then come over, let me give you my address so you can come over to my house.
But then you're gonna kill me.
Danny, I'm not gonna kill you. I'm just gonna give you a lot of hugs. Oh, I forgot. I have to file a restraining order against you if you want to take a turkey baster and take my DNA and impregnate yourself. Forget it. Don't worry. You can give me my address.
What I said, Fiona said that they made a pie of ricin.
You know, Danny said she's gonna take my DNA so she can get impregnated. So she can put me on child support and take half my fortune. That's not funny.
Danny, you don't even half that portion is nothing.
She's not gonna take away the $400 million.
I know. Fiona was complaining about how little the FBI agents make, and I agree. You know, you can make a lot more. You know, like I get it. It's not that much money.
Danny,
I just
really past your bedtime though. What are you doing up?
Danny, it's readjusting her schedule. Danny, look at the picture I just sent you. Look at this cat. Look at how he keeps sleeping on my dumbbells. Isn't it so cute? And he bites himself, and he bunny kicks them and shit.
Aww.
Oh, what's wrong with him?
Stop cursing me.
Danny, nobody's cursing you. You love in the universe.
Danny, you literally sent the last thing that you sent me in my back channel is a picture of Oshpa's ass. Okay, shut the fuck up.
Wait, what?
I actually sent it twice, but it popped up on my newsfeed from this shit post. It's from a Jewish group. It was from a Jewish group, and what it is a bunch of crayons. But it's not just Auschwitz ash. It's
baby shit green, corporations are people too. Insufferable vegan green, boner pill blue.
What the hell are you talking about?
Danny, what are you
Do you see how the white cred says white lives matter? No, white
You're an alien.
You're a horrible person, Danny. You're a horrible person, Danny, and you're going to Auschwitz Hell, okay?
The blue one is called Scientology, spelled C-Y-A-N.
Danny, oh my god, we have the homosexual.
Wait, I thought you were saying Talia, because you could hear.
Oh, presidential orange. That's a Trump.
We have Dylan here, too.
If anyone says anything mean to me, I'm leaving.
Dylan, we can't help that. We can't help that. Why would you leave just because one person called you
Because I'm realizing that like I don't hang out with bullies, and I don't come on the Clubhouse to listen to bullshit.
Well, no, you should come on Clubhouse you should come on Clubhouse to have a good time. And if you're not having a good time, block those people or just hang around them. I agree with you, Dylan.
Exactly.
I've been very liberal with blocking people lately.
I made it to 4.1, but people are blocking me left and right.
Dylan, Danny, I'm going to get you blocked, Danny. You need to start with your account be humble because you've been doing this shit for years. Like, I can get to, like... Don't defend Abu Philip, come on. I don't know. I don't remember. It all gets jumbled.
But yeah, he apologized and donated to the ADL. And I go, Philip, is this real? Like, I DM'd him, and he goes, yeah, bro, stay safe. And it was like super fucking cryptic.
What did he apologize for?
Anti-Semitism.
Well, that's too vague. He did so much of that shit. I'm like, anti-Semitism. Wait, hold on. But he had so many things to choose from. Like, was it a specific? Like, I'm excited now. Which thing did he do that was so bad?
I think, like, after Clubhouse, he went on Twitter, and whatever you saw on Clubhouse was nothing compared to what Twitter was for him.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Like, he went full Kanye on Twitter, basically. And then the apology came in, his account just disappeared. Like, after a while, it turned into some weird account, and then just never heard from him. It was so weird.
Is Normal having a full manic episode in the chat with himself?
Norma's just going crazy in the chat.
Wasn't Philip or his dad, was one of them like the pest control guy or something, or no? Am I getting that wrong?
I don't know. I don't know what they did. I don't think Abu Philip was working at all, dude.
I forget. Somebody. I can't remember these people. I don't know.
That would be even worse if he was anti-Semitic and a pest control guy. Let's be honest. That wouldn't bode well for the brand.
Money?
Especially for, like, if he owned a pest control company. But, yeah, I don't think Abu Philip is working. I don't even know if he's alive still. I just remember his long monologues, and I started thinking, like, is this the bedtime stories he was reading to Philip as a kid? The year was 1948. We were in high school. Like, that's what I pictured.
Has witnessed to our soul and bloody offering. They reveal the guilty and our
I just remember Abu Philip when there was this dude who, like, was just doing philosophical rooms. He was doing, like, just like, hey, let's talk about the meaning of life. So Abu Philip would come in and he'd be like super chill. He'd be like, yeah, And then at some point, it's like he'd start getting like a twitchy eye. You could almost visualize it. He'd just be like, he'd just get twitchy. He'd just be like, and I think the meaning of life is like a circle, except when the fucking Zios come, and then like he would just go off, and then he'd like calm down again. Like
look what y'all did to him, man. That's an old man right there. He'll never forget.
Yeah. I'll fuck around and find out, I guess. But yeah, Abu Philip was one of the funnier characters, I think.
You know who I ran into on Twitter was Esther. I forget her old Clubhouse name, but Esther. and she was like, you remember Esther? She was like wild, like always the all caps, in the chat. And one time I came in and found her and Zuko meditating together, and like she was like, he's like leading the meditation, and like her under her breath is like fucking Palestinians are like pieces of shit, And when I came on Twitter, she was genuinely excited to see me. I hadn't talked to her for 2 years. She was fucking like,
Esther was excited to see you? Are you serious?
Was so stoked. She was like, oh my God, everyone shut up. Let me talk to Palestine Revolt.
Oh, Jesus.
Remembered something I told her about one of my dad's best friends being Jewish, and she wanted me to retell the story. I'm like, oh my God. She's a yenta for sure, dude.
Wait, was Esther the fat one or the skinny one?
No, she was like the older lady, like the one who's just like, y'all are just jealous of the Jews.
Yeah, no, I know, but there were two. There was the fat one, and then there was the skinny one.
I don't know. She's the one who's like, we're so smart, we're so rich. She's that lady.
I know, but there were two of them.
It wasn't the fat one. It wasn't that one.
Oh, yeah.
That was a different lady. I forget what her name is. But yeah, Twitter. I was like running into random Zios from Twitter that used to be on Clubhouse, and it was weird because it was like, we know each other, and like we've talked so much, and you're talking with all these random people, and they're usually happy to see me, which is so weird, bro. Except Ari, he wasn't that happy to see. He was happy, but he didn't want to show it, I guess. I don't know. It was like, I'm mad at you, but I'm happy to see you.
Did you ever meet Ari in person?
No. I've met a couple people on Clubhouse, but none.
Yo, is this shit? Yo, baptizer.
Hey, what's up?
Is this guy real?
Which guy?
I just sent you. He's running for Republican primary.
Yeah, that's the guy in Florida.
Yeah. The Catholic dude.
Josh Fishback, or he's all over Twitter too.
He's Catholic, right?
He's kind of. I don't think he has charisma, but he's going with the message of like the right wing, like conservative one.
He's a Catholic guy, yeah. I think.
I'm not sure. I think he's definitely Christian. I don't know if he's Catholic or what, but he, I guess, just got unbanned on Twitter. I don't know why he's running in Florida, though, considering that's like not just like a very Jewish population, but a lot of Israelis too.
I mean, it's probably his home state or something.
Yeah, it's probably true, but I'm just like, bro, you're like, this is such an uphill battle. I don't know. It's odd.
I have to start somewhere.
True. Who's Hochi? Santoro. Hochi Santoro.
I just want to say one thing. God is real. And Donald Trump is the best president that we've ever had in our life.
Based.
I don't agree with the Donald Trump part, but I agree with the other part.
Donald Trump is the future. He's the future. Tell me another president.
Old, bro.
Tell me another president that's trying to stop wars. Hey, being president working keeps him young. All right, don't.
Oh my God.
Hey.
The average American, unfortunately, is amazing. I don't know what to say.
Donald Trump is a prototype.
Yeah, I guess he was on WWE. That was pretty cool. He like chokeslammed Vince McMahon.
You spent half your life with one foot in a lion's mouth. What do you do on your day off? Wrestle the bullshit. I try to keep my.
He did.
I guess he was the judge of all like the teen Miss USA teen whatever. I don't know. He's got an odd resume, bro. I don't know how I feel about it.
Home Alone 2. Don't forget that as well.
True. Shout out to Chicago. Home Alone 2.
Shout out to Chicago, man.
Donald Trump.
He was featured on Meek Mill.
Hoshi, how do you feel about Bashar al-Assad compared to Donald Trump?
Who?
Bashar?
Who's that?
The greatest president the world has ever seen.
Surya Bashar.
I don't know this, dude. What the fuck? Oh, fuck. How does Gabriel know this? Yeah, I don't know. I think Bashar is probably somewhere in Russia right now, getting a new face or some shit. Who knows?
He's doing dentistry.
Oh man, it's Jason. What's up, Jason? Look at the shit I wandered into.
Yeah, look at this shit. Howdy. How's it going, Gabriel?
I'm back on Clubhouse for like 10 minutes. I'm scrolling through. I'm like, I wonder who these people are. I pop in, and they're like, guys, the greatest thing I've ever heard. And they start playing recordings of me. What the fuck? So I'm like, okay, all right. I have a fan club. Okay, I'll come up for a sec.
You gotta give the fans what they want, Gabriel.
Yeah.
It is what it is. You made your mark on Clubhouse, and as long as I guess us three are here, we'll always remember.
I'm okay with that.
The North remembers.
That's right. Who's beef? Is this? No, I don't know. Oh God, it's Sam. Sam. Does Gabriel know Sam?
I don't know. Is Sam a member of my tribe?
Yeah.
Okay, good. That was good.
I don't think you two will get along, though.
We needed some reinforcement. He's not a Yevsexia Jew, is he? I hope.
No, he's like a
I
race
think they would
realist.
get along.
You know? No, Sam's a race realist. Yeah. Sam
But
and
Gabriel's
Gabriel.
white though, or not white, but not dark Jewish. So I think he's fine. Like he's not gonna be attacking Gabriel.
Wait, is this the Sam with the crying clip on YouTube?
Yeah, that's me.
You're the Don't Tase Me bro guy.
I'm Matt.
Oh, Andrew, dude, we need him back.
He came back.
No way.
Andrew was on Twitter quite a bit.
What show was he on? Didn't he get on some famous show? Alex Jones or some shit.
So what is the who's everyone here? Like what is this community that I'm in right now?
So this is OG Clubhouse 2020, 2021. We've got the top line is the Easy Guy. The middle line is Jews and Friends and Allies, and you're the third line, which is also Jews and Friends and Allies.
Is Hochi a Jew, a friend, or an ally? Or
actually, I can't confirm. I have no idea what Hochi is. He's a Donald Trump fan. That's all I know.
You guys all think that's Zionists? Me? No. Fuck no.
The top line is anti-Zionist, but
Yeah, that's better. Top line's anti-Zionist. I don't know about Jason, but
No. Mehmet is actually quite Zionist. It's just like in a backward way, but he's kind of Zionist too.
what?
Dude, come on. Okay, don't fuck around. When you and I talked, like you were totally Zionist. It just like kind of weirdly, it was hard to like.
He's trying to get me killed. He hates me, bro.
So guys, because but seriously, like hold on, hold on one second. Okay, no, don't fuck around, like because hold on one second. So because the Jews are dangerous, it's good to get them away from other people and put them in one place. So I'm an anti-Semitic Zionist who thinks because of the badness of Jews, we need to separate them from the rest of everyone and put them
I'd
in
be
Israel.
fine with that if I wasn't Palestinian, right? I'd be like, yeah, guys, go get your own state, do it, dude. You guys could all.
Listen, you gotta take one for the rest of the world.
You just came to my spot, which I am like, no, dude, go like.
It has to be somewhere.
But Mehmet, it's just not even that nice there. Like I've been there.
That's what I was
It's very
trying
dusty.
to tell them. Why are you guys?
But you can just get a better spot, like Illinois or.
You can live in like a
Illinois is a no can do. I live there.
I did move to Illinois, to be honest, but so it's funny that you say that, but no,
Well, guys, I was talking to
what about
there. We're
Sweden?
talking
Just
about
go to-
going to.
I'm not gonna lie.
I'm like,
Go to Sweden for fuck's sake. Malmo is great for Palestinians.
The Israelis always say, like, we're surrounded, all Muslim countries around the world to kill us. And I'm like, you came here, you knew what the fuck it was.
I may or may not have been to Malmo before, yes.
Oh, did you see the Ibrahimovic statue, at least?
I did not, no.
Oh, how do you go to Malmo and go see the Ibrahimovic?
Listen, if you're a Jew, you gotta like run across the street in Malmo. You don't have a lot of time, right? You're like,
people don't like that fighting each other, so they'll get busy trying to kill each other and like to focus on you. If you go to like the Somali area, like maybe, but like outside of that, you should be.
oh, okay. Well, that's a relief. If you go to the Somali area of Sweden, then you really got to run if you're a Jew.
Yeah.
But other parts are like, you can just walk quickly. That's good. Okay.
No, just tell them.
No, you don't have to. Wait. There are Jews in Malmo, and they don't run. And they actually dress like they are the religious Jews.
Jews run in New York City. You see that shit?
Malmo is considered a no-go zone for most Jews who are visible Jews. They have to be incredibly careful.
That is so bullshit, bro.
Dude, there's articles, there's videos of this shit.
Bro,
like, just Google it. Google anti-Semitism in Malmo. Sweden's acknowledged it.
Who's doing the anti-Semitism? Is it Moroccans or?
No, there are no.
I honestly don't. I don't remember. Last time I looked at this was like a year and a half ago. I don't even know who it is, but it is not. It is not the original Swedes, if you will.
I'm just so proud of the Jews. I'm so proud of the Jews for after all those years of anti-Semitism, they built a state and they like went to the Jewish homeland and like made it a state that's like a functional, prosperous state. Like I'm just so proud of my people.
Beef is not even Jewish, is he? Is Beef Jewish?
No, he is. He's just like I said. You wouldn't like it.
He's a weird Jew, but he's a Jew.
No, they would. They're both very liberal. He's just
I'm not very liberal these days, but yeah.
Oh, you got wait. Even in America or in general?
I'm a moderate at this point. Yeah.
Damn.
Why would we not get along? What's the issue?
It's because you're a race realist, Sam. But I don't know. Maybe Gabe has moved on.
Wait, he's a race realist?
Yes. Yeah.
What the fuck? How do you define that?
So, like,
I just think that you know how like different groups of people have different heights, like that. Like Inuit people aren't the same height as like people that are like I don't know. They're like Swedes are taller than Inuit people, for example. Like that sort of thing exists, not just for the body, but for the brain as well. And it's not like a huge deal,
what I mean?
But it's just like reality,
Gabe, you would have been doing major damage control if you were on Clubhouse with this guy back in the day.
No, I was on Clubhouse back in the day on 2020.
No, if I was doing this shit, I would have been kicking him out of clubs and like or houses or whatever.
You would have been in the group Jews, but not Jews and allies, basically.
But I get to meet Brett Weinstein on this app and Eric Weinstein.
Brett Weinstein, by the way, is like the worst at like talking about Jews and Judaism and Zionism and Israel. It's like he thinks he's so incredibly smart on these topics. He's not. He's smart about other shit. When he talks about this stuff, he's like, I guess that's the phrase too clever by half. And by half, I mean like he has half a brain and he knows half the history on these topics. It's pretty embarrassing.
I remember one time you had a room with Eric Weinstein, Gabriel, and it was a big room, and this one Arab, Romanian, Israeli, Christian guy came in and he didn't give a fuck about the Israel-Palestine stuff, but he was so excited to talk to Eric Weinstein, and he's like, yeah, I live in Israel, it's great. Eric, I'm so happy to see you. And Eric's just like, I don't give a fuck. But I could see the wheels turning in Gabriel's head like, no. I need to get your contact info, bro. You need to come, and I need to use you for propaganda, dude. That was a good time.
Yeah, I haven't found, either of the Weinsteins like incredibly good, but like Eric is definitely more intelligent than Brett.
Yeah. I saw him on Joe Rogan, and I was like, I remember Lex used to come in here all the time. Lex, he used to just come in the audience.
I remember that.
Listen. Yeah, I don't know what was up with him. I felt like he was
fucking boring.
I felt like he was making a fucking he's very monotone. I felt like he was making like a documentary. I was afraid to talk whenever he came in.
Jason, how have you been, man? It's been a long time.
Oh, I've been good. I come on the app, still working doing the same kind of work as before. There, I still come on the app and argue with the anti-Zionists and try to explain, that they need to get with it, that there is a conspiracy controlling the world and there's nothing they can do about it. So, we're all better off. I went to Jerusalem since we last met. I don't think.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah, super interesting.
Yeah, the eternal capital of the Jewish people. I love it. Thanks. Thanks for visiting,
Jason.
No, I'm not Jewish, but at some point I'm Buddhist. But I'm like, damn, this Abrahamic religion stuff really has a lot of people up in arms. I should go see what this is about.
Jason, dude, that's totally you. That is 100% you. I could just see you like cock your head to the side, raise your one ear like a dog, and just be like, this stuff's kind of cool. I should just go visit it.
Tell you about
I like it.
This guy is a centrist, fence sitter, doesn't take any sides on any issues, and he says everything and nothing at the same time.
Oh, so he's like
this guy says nothing of substance. He's boring. He's got a crash.
Everybody, I'm back, bro. They got me again.
Oilers, welcome back.
What the fuck? Oilers? Jesus.
Yeah, using Christ's name in vain. Yeah, how Jewish.
Oilers, who have you trolled lately? What's your best troll in the last 6 months?
I don't even know, bro. I thought we were done with this bullshit. Why do I keep getting packed? Leave me alone.
Yeah, you're still getting clipped every day, bro. What did you say to get clipped this time?
Mods butter.
I don't even know. Usually I know what I said, but I'm like, what the fuck?
Can we have a delete before?
Bro, hold on. Ebro, I can't keep making you account, bro. Can you just, tell your community you leave me alone, bro? I'm not even trolling them anymore.
Hold on, I want to come up and say hi to Jack. What's up, bro?
What the fuck?
It's a weird
Oilers, we don't all.
This was inspired by Goo, this profile. Oh, stop it. You guys haven't said
Oh my god, Bibi, is that you?
Is that your picture, baby?
It's what I imagine when I close my eyes. I'm like, this is what it would look like.
Wait, I have a question. Were you and Gabriel on the app at the same time, or no?
Yeah, I was in the app with Gabriel.
You have a problem?
Okay.
Who's that? Who was on the app?
It's me, Bibi Kapara.
What?
Bibi Kapara.
Are you serious?
Yeah, what's going on, bro?
He's the anti-Zionist pro-Palestine now.
No, I'm not. How you been, guys? What's going on, Jack and Gabriel? How you guys doing? You good?
Amazing.
I'm doing good. Baruch Hashem.
That's awesome.
I'm doing good.
I heard you're on X right now, bro.
I was on X about a year ago a lot, and now lately I just, here and there, not too much.
Okay.
So are you famous or something, Gabriel?
Yeah.
He used to be famous on this app, big time.
Big time.
Oh yeah. I remember Gabriel.
Where's Guy and Majid? That's all we need to complete this.
Fuck, you remember Guy Franco?
Of course.
Jeff is here.
Of course.
Fantastic.
Remember the Zach that was in New York in Juicy Restaurant?
Yeah. Yo, you know what's funny? Maybe a year ago, I came on Clubhouse, and Zach and Majid were in the car together driving. I think Majid was driving him to the airport, go to Israel, bro.
Wow.
I feel like I'm crashing someone else's high school reunion.
Yeah, literally.
This is a bad sign, by the way. Look, Jeff is here. Jeff is in the audience.
Why is that a bad sign?
Jeff, come on, bro.
Jeff,
Jeff is my people.
They all went to the Telegram group and were like, there's a room going on. Get it.
It's one.
I want my people to know that I literally didn't know who the fuck was
everybody, bro. Hold on, let's tag everybody, bro. Tag somebody bring Asaf here. Somebody bring Piabush here.
I haven't been on this
damn app for a while. I scrolled. I walked into this room, had no idea who it was, and all of a sudden, it's these dudes.
Now, Gabriel texted me.
Matt,
You know, it's been a while.
you're fucking Algerian. You're supposed to tell me when you change your name.
That's what I.
Oh my god, I love Okada, bro.
I really hate this like cordial gimmick that you guys got going on. Can we like start a?
Oh, I'm ready.
You guys did start a war. It was October 7th.
We gave
You
you
already did.
45th Ward, we're here in our Corner Star community in a beautiful Six Corners. We are behind what used to be the former Sears site, which you can see. Now it's 206 beautiful apartments. It's a ground floor Target. Right now, we are under construction and we're anxiously awaiting a Burlington, and we will also have our first gig in the city of Chicago, which we're all very excited about. We'll also have a Wells Fargo bank in the same area. All of this construction that you see going on is all being built by union labor, which is excellent.
And made Aliyah, which I think is bullshit, but someone said he said he's in Florida, Jeff?
No, he was here for a conference. It was not that conference, but close enough. I'll dox him to you later, to Gabriel. But yeah, I did meet him.
Oh my god.
None of these people are my favorite Jews.
Well, we're gonna get out of this. What do you think of Buttercup?
I'm right here. Can I say what I think of a leftist Jews? You guys are fucking scaring the shit out of me. I'm not gonna lie.
Who's a leftist Jew?
All the fucking leftist Jews are fucking weird. I mean, I like you, Buttercup.
Buttercup a leftist Jew? Is she Jew?
Dude, at least a communist will fucking tell me what they fucking feel about me.
Wait, she's not Jewish.
I say it's straight. What do you mean?
Buttercup, are you a member?
I mean, I like you a lot, like as a person, but like I still like, you know, I don't know. You're suspicious, so suspicious to be honest. I mean, Alright,
we'll get to know me. It's so weird that everybody has new names. It's so weird. I know all the voices, but the names aren't lining up.
It's me, Gallian.
Gabriel's name is the same.
Okay, darling.
I'm still me.
I know you are too.
It's just like I've got to commit brain cells to figure out who people are. It's annoying.
Jeff, I find it disgusting that you don't represent Jersey in your bio.
Well, I think that's a fair criticism, Joe.
Jersey? Why the fuck would he rep Jersey?
He's from Jersey, bro.
I'm from Jersey originally.
Bro, you are a shapeshifter. Algerian, German, Jersey, Indy,
Miami. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Algerians look fucking sexy though.
I mean, I do my best.
I'm gonna be in Indy soon,
Is
I'll be in Miami, man.
Do you remember, like, when it was like... It was Mehmet, it was,
Yes. They were there.
Dude, I never stopped
when they were
running Jews
leading
in Alice.
Palestinian Clubhouse and they would have, like, these stints of peace with, like, Jewish Clubhouse, and I was like, yeah, this is hot.
I was running Jewish rooms, bro. I still am, clearly.
Look how sweet it is. Like, Jews and Palestinians cannot live with each other, but cannot live without each other.
And
I get along with Mehmet because he's Algerian. That's it.
That's right.
I didn't like say her name, bro. She'll appear, bro.
Jeff, I already told him Mehmet's low-key a Zionist anyway. Like, and like he got all upset. I was like, dude, it's okay, it's fine.
Defend yourself,
Low-key.
Never.
On the down low. Well, he's on the down low, Zionist.
I mean, Gabriel, not in front of his friends.
That was definitely Bashar.
Wait, where's Bashar? Yes, is it Bashar?
Bashar, bro.
Wait, who did what? Oh, the room fighting? Oh yeah, 100%. That was me. Remember, that used to be the biggest insult for anyone. Oh, you're a normalizer. You're the normalizer. Okay, yeah, so what?
They used to say that to me, and I would literally run the Jewish room. I'd start the room with like
so
Zach.
You're admittedly a traitor, God.
Yeah.
Quiet night, just me and the classifieds. Water's doing that thing. Truth Expert 3000 never makes a mistake.
Today I learned something new about it. And no, you know what I'm saying? Pineapple on pizza isn't that...
Come back to John
John come to the room and he would lure himself to the audience. You guys were talking about
Sit higher than the height.
or something.
Who in the world is this? It's got a dragon.
John Kidover?
And then he would like lure himself to the audience.
The numbers are
Everybody
getting hung
would
up on
be
the
fighting, and
machine.
they're like, who fuck is
Watch and learn.
Sunshine, Newsline. Tonight we look at whether the mask.
Afternoon, how can I help you today?
I'd like to say hello.
John, what do you got for us?
It was Aloha
This was
Charity.
fins in 83. It's driving me nuts.
Aloha Charity focused like really racist titles. And then he'd sit there, but just like leave his phone. So he would be like, Aloha, look at what this guy said. And like, you wouldn't say anything. So he would like the worst racism ever. And then he would like lure in other communities. Like he'd get Muslims or Jews or whoever. He'd try to pull, or Hawaiians. One time he did a Hawaiian room, I think.
Good morning,
never
everyone.
did
We
a
just
Hawaiian
finished up a segment on
Okay,
Cooking
my
Chicago.
question, how do
We
you
were
feel
talking about the
about
Budget Accountability
Breeder
Coalition that was just
still
recently formalized.
Like,
Really, that
it's kinda
coalition was
crazy for
formalized
you.
because of the fact that we want to make sure
I mean, you're right. You know, Israel kept dropping. They kept dropping nuclear weapons on Gaza, and it
That's
still
what ICE is
hasn't
going to
worked.
spend
But you know,
over
those
the network detention
vaporizers.
centers
You guys
across the
keep talking about like you poof 5,000 people just vaporized. Those apparently, reputedly, are working. But it looks like 50,000 Hamas guys are dead because that's how many the Hamas guys are being, like from the Martyrs Fund, right?
Oh my god.
country by September 3rd.
People have a shit. Is he like a propaganda?
Your
50,000 is good.
way better than
50,000 is
Gabriel. Your propaganda has gone down the shitter.
60 would be better, but 50 is pretty good.
Oh, he's being funny. He's being funny.
You know, what particularly surprised me, though, is Gabriel said, though, it's actually that when there was like a fucking heat wave in the middle of the winter in Jerusalem, that the Jews were able to control the weather and make it snow in Gaza. That was really, like, I'm amazed that genocide didn't work.
I mean, quite literally, it was like an Israeli, a bunch of Israelis in a basement that made an AI video to mock victims of war. That's what that video was.
Oh, shit.
It was quite literally Jews who made that fucking video to mock starving children and living.
I mean, whoever made it, it was brilliant, and I'm mocking it.
Those people who made that video, good chances their like grandparents survived the Holocaust or something, and now they're making those videos.
Their grandkids mock victims of the next Holocaust.
Listen, we control Hollywood. We control all video making. You know that. What's the complaint? What's the deal?
From the horse's mouth.
I mean, we killed God. Come on.
Well,
I know.
I mean, you know.
I have a serious question though. Are you guys terrified of Zionists yet?
To be honest, dude, we live here. I don't care that much about Zion.
No, that's the
Then you don't really believe we killed God, do you? Because you should be very scared.
Well, I mean, why would I be scared of like? I mean,
because we killed your God.
No, you just brought us the trial. It was the Romans who killed him.
Here's the thing, Mr. Jones.
Hold on, wait, hold on.
Oh, Jason, stop bothering us with the truth.
I had to remove that faggot for saying something so stupid.
I don't blame you.
No, but in all seriousness, Mr. Jeff, you guys tried. Then he
Here you have Jews literally taking responsibility for killing Christ, and then the fucking centrist retard goes, well, yeah, right? That's what I was gonna say.
What are you complaining about? He came back, didn't he? Jesus Christ.
Well, yeah, but that's why we're not.
I mean, you might want to think that was all part of the plan.
Well, I mean, for him, yeah, not for you.
Yo, well, hold on. Yo, Jeff, bro, what's up with y'all Jews, bro? Y'all just like trolls now. What is this?
No, not all of us, just the good ones.
I gotta like it though.
Like, you guys are just like actually just like incel trolls.
No, not really. I just came back from the club. I'm feeling kind of happy. I saw some friends in here. I see some people so much, but you know, it is what it is.
Bub?
Well, I mean, I went to Shabbat dinner first, and that was fun. And then after that, I went and got a drink at the club.
Lying ass motherfucker, bro. Shut up.
Shabbat dinner.
No. Really, I went to Shabbat dinner. It was great. We sang Shalom Aleichem.
My friend,
like we did the kiddush on the wine. We did the bread. We ate the fish. We ate the meat. We kibitzed a little bit. I yelled at a 44-year-old. I yelled at a 44-year-old who's never been married. I told him the man up and realized he's not
not high value. He needs to settle. And then I went to the club, and then I came back here, and I saw Gabriel and some other people. So I figured I'd stop in.
Yeah, I can't lie, yo, Jeff. You know what I remember, bro? The most inflammatory beer community. You niggas were always here on Saturday, bro, with the lights on.
Well, I don't fully keep Shabbat, so that's okay.
Yeah, none of you do. No, absolutely none of you do.
It's okay. Oilers. I'm not drinking. I'm sure you're drinking. We're all hypocrites.
I use.
What religion are you? What religion are you?
I keep Shabbat. Like I use electronics. Like I'll use pagers, for example, on Shabbat. I'll definitely use pagers.
You're a cheater, bro. You're cheating.
No. I'm scoring points when I use pagers. That's all I'm doing.
You're supposed to light one candle, and if it goes out, that shit doesn't happen.
We're doing the two candles first of all.
What religion are you? Hey, listen, I studied you guys, bro. Y'all not a lot of white.
What religion
are
you? What religion are you?
Oilers is from one of the lost tribes. He's a Jewish guy. You guys don't even know. You don't even know who you're with.
No, what are you, Oiler? He's Somali.
No, but he's that like despised subgroup that he's like we were like historically Jewish. What was it? Yibir. Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah, he's
Oilers. Come on.
That's true.
Shabbat shalom, Oilers.
Actually, yo, Gabe, since you're here, bro,
what's up, bud?
Your pre-ups team, bro. What's going on?
Fuck, yes, I am. My boy.
Your boy. He's your boy.
No. Listen, Jeffrey Epstein is much more likely to be interested in you given your age and your orientation. He's a lot more interested in you given your age and your orientation than me. That's all I gotta say.
This is actually how I found out.
You're gonna have to account for what you were doing between ages 12 and 14.
Hold on. This is actually how I found out none of you on Clubhouse are big hitters, bro. I searched up all of you in them files, and none of you there. I was so shocked. None of you are big hitters, bro. None of y'all were invited to a rape island. That's crazy.
Look at him, look at him, low-key exonerating all of us. Thank you.
Listen,
Thank you, my Yabir brother.
I thought, listen, I'll give you that. I thought you guys were, I thought y'all were big hitters, bro. I Googled your names. I was like, oh shit, these dudes.
That's why you argue with never been on the island.
Yo, careful, this FBI, man.
I mean, I came close, but not that close.
I'll be back, guys. I'll be back.
I mean, so what are we doing tonight? Are we celebrating 5 years of hate?
Yes.
Fantastic.
5 years of hate. I love it.
5 years of hate is so good.
So, Santa, are you Lebanese? What's your background?
I'm both. I'm Palestinian and Lebanese.
That is awesome. Are you Christian?
I have one parent that is Christian, one parent that is a Muslim.
And she has a little Jewish inside her.
So my roommate at Hebrew U, Marwan, was literally exact same background as you. He was Lebanese, Christian, and you would call him Arab Israeli or Palestinian Israeli, whatever.
We do a lot of interfaith marriages in Lebanon.
He was my roommate, and I think he had Muslims in his family and Christians.
That's right.
Yeah, we went to Hebrew U together.
Wait, you're a Jew?
That's right.
I'm a big Jew.
You're a Jew?
Very much.
Jew?
I'm like.
I can hear. Hold on. What did you say?
I'm extra Jew. Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
I like you guys pretty though.
A trip to the Finland couch
I'm just here watching the Jews normalize. I'll file a report with Norm tomorrow morning.
You know, this is good, bro. I'm glad the Harvard-educated Jews came back, bro. I had to sit up here and debate fucking
The base for the fins in 83 is driving me nuts.
Why don't you just ask us now?
Just Google it.
According to the West, the John Kitthoven lost the 1983 Tri-County Spelling Bee.
What? That is gold!
I tried to get Mike back, but
Wait, Gabriel.
Well, I would have to leave because he would say weird things about seeing me in porn and make me uncomfortable.
Why would that bother you?
yeah, you know they got him on Stop Anti-Semites or Stop Anti-Semitism, whatever.
No, I didn't know that.
Finally had his big break. Wow. Yeah, I know he's been auditioning for years, but he never quite made it to the big time. So that's great. Good for him. He's a big hitter. No cap. No cap. Okay. Sana, what were you saying? Or Sada?
Sorry, no, it's the first time I speak to you. I've never seen you here.
You don't know Gabriel?
No, I've never.
Gabriel was the king of the Jews for a long time.
Really?
Before wasn't there a whole civil war between Gabriel? Who was it? It was you and was it BB? For like
No.
Wait, did you say
Line tonight.
No, BB was not involved. No.
I never
crossed the Diddy line.
I never fought with them.
No, but there was a civil war.
I don't like how quiet I'll know.
Oh, what?
Yeah. Why isn't he speaking?
I
think all of us are a little uncomfortable with this quietness.
Question. Gabriel, did you defend Nora Bendora when she was? She's
Why would anyone defend her?
It's a genuine question. He knew her. Is she in the audience? Yeah, 100%.
That's what he's asking.
How's Nora doing? Is she doing better? That video was not.
The last I spoke to her, she seems to be doing better.
Okay, good. Yeah, that wasn't a good moment. But did you?
The only real good Jew.
I don't recall saying anything about it.
Andrew Meyer is the greatest Jew.
I actually didn't recognize. I didn't connect the person in the video to
The couch started. How heavy could it be? Whoa! Hey, you're supposed to hold garbage, not become it. Come on, just buy these back. Classic banana peel. Really? Great. Locked out.
It was in 83. It's driving me nuts.
Why don't you just ask us?
Nah, I'll just Google it.
According to the web, John Kidcover lost the 1983 Tri-County Spelling Bee.
I don't understand why you got for these things.
Gabriel, let me ask you, did somebody box the shit out of you on here and do something?
Friends.
Is that what happened? That somebody tried to dox you and show up to your house and something?
Top left mod.
Yeah, there was like 4 people. I think 2 or 3 of them are here. Yeah.
In this room?
Yeah.
No way.
Gabriel, you have blamed me falsely. Gabriel, alright, wait, let's be real with each other. You have blamed me falsely for Barbatrez. You had nothing to do with that, dude. I've never done it. I was told.
How heavy could it be?
Hold on a sec, Mr. Beebe. Bashar, so I was told by reputable sources that you mean Yael. Like several other people besides just her. Yeah, so Yael, basically. I did not say Yael was not the person. No, that was not the person. This is what happened. Someone came to our room and posted people were talking about, I can look up and find Gabriel's address on Google or some shit. And they posted it in our chat. Some friend of Gabriel came in, saw someone posted it in our chat, heard us talking about it, and went and told him, Palestine revolt, Mike, these people, blah, 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 doxed you. No, the fuck we didn't. Someone just posted it who was in our room, and we just deleted it.
Went to his house, man. That's what I heard. Is that true?
No one fucking went to his house.
No, ask Gabriel. Did somebody show up at your place?
Guaranteed no one showed up.
Who the fuck don't show up at his house, bro?
I could have sworn somebody went to his house.
Come on, dude.
That's messed up.
Nah, I doubt it. I doubt anyone went to anyone's house.
We're not pro-doxing, but only one.
For any further detail, you're gonna need to call the. You're gonna need to call the.
How heavy could it be? Hey, you're supposed to hold garbage, not become it. Come on, just buy these back. Classic banana.
Circulated on the app at one point. So yeah. Yeah, that's true. But actually, by the way, there was that's true. There was 2 Jewish people. I refuse to say who because I actually came and they were showing people Google images of your house, your car, this and that. I'm not gonna say you can guess who.
I know what kind of car he drove at that time, and that's really a low blow.
Hold on. It's not Yael. It's not Yael.
He drove the gayest car ever, and like no one should be like shaming him for that.
Well, I mean, no one is, but it was pretty gay. But I mean, whatever. I just felt like I was wrongly accused, and I would like an apology.
Well, it's killed by
the evidence was pretty strong, pointing to you guys. That's all I'm gonna say. You went off of the testimony of the singularly most unstable person on this app over the past. No, it wasn't even, bro. I guarantee I know who it was.
I mean, how can you say that while Laura's in the audience?
It was Tina, that black chick. It was that black chick, Tina, because I remember she came in the room, but I just knew how she would, like,
Oh my
go
God,
say
Tina!
stories.
Oh, she was the most foul fucking bitch.
Yeah, and dude, she literally just
she was
told some nonsense.
Bibi, how did you start to become such a big normalizer? You sound like you like play pool with these guys every night. What happened to you?
Yeah,
Amir's got boundary issues.
He was opening rooms with Mikhail, Gabriel. If you can
Are you
believe it.
kidding me?
I love that.
Nope.
No, that was.
Were you opening like caliphate rooms with him? What's up?
No, I was opening up rooms where everybody was allowed to speak for 1 minute and no interruptions. And didn't matter if you liked what they had to say or not. You just had to listen if you wanted to be part of the room. And that was.
Mikhail, is that the guy who 2 weeks after the war started lost 72 family members and a year and a half later lost 72 family members?
Yeah.
If you lose 72 family members, how many more, like, you just
Why is the number? Why is the precise number 72? Why isn't it 72 virgins? Is that a coincidence? What?
It might not have been.
6 billion virgins, guys. All right, you're shooting me to the anti-Semitism at this point.
I'm not
Not
trying
really.
to.
We're not talking about Muhammad.
Keep it respectful. Come on, guys.
Yeah, but we're not disrespecting anyone.
So, since we're talking about numbers, it's numbers. It recently came to my attention that.
No, but that's not even funny because Jack already did that joke. And it, like,
I didn't even make the joke, bro. What the?
No, I know, but you're trying to be funny. And it's
Chill.
You're like expired milk, bro.
Guys, come on, chill.
Can you just relax, please?
Wait, what is it? Mikhail is a Christian Muslim?
I used to be able to land my planes, bro.
I like Gabriel.
Oh, you can land your plane, just don't land it in the sidewalk.
That's what I do, though. You know,
Amir, that was Islamophobic.
Guys,
None of these people know how to fly planes.
Chill.
Can I ask a question or not, bro?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, hold on. Okay, go ahead, Others. Yeah.
Come back to John Kitter's attention. As you know, the Epstein files were dropped in one batch, which is half, and that half is 3 million. Now, it was astutely pointed out to me that if we double that number, you know what number we get to. Is that a
Wait, so Oilers are you validating the number of that?
I'm just
But I thought I've heard you say that 6 million Jews didn't die.
I'm not even. Hold on. I'm not even trolling. Straight up.
You can't have it both ways. Either 6 million Jews died or 6 million Epstein files exist.
Okay, hold on. That's not even my angle. My angle is this, right?
I know, but I'm just pointing out that you've questioned the Holocaust before.
Listen. Stop. I'm pure.
Okay, before we go on, in order for me to stay in this room with you guys, I need Seta to cover up a little bit. She's very hot on right now. You're very hot
I'm gonna be kosher for you, darling.
Well, thank you.
Don't. I'm gonna leave if she does cover up.
Seriously, Gabriel, you're being anti-Semitic by asking her to cover up.
Yeah, he is actually being anti-Semitic.
And accept my friend request, Satan.
I will do that, darling. Hold on, give me 1 second.
Gabriel, she's a Semite. She doesn't have to cover up.
I'm upholding the patriarchy and
No, you know what? I'm gonna cover up. I'm gonna cover up. Hold on.
This is not good.
I'll cover up.
Gabriel, this is why I doxed you.
Oh, wow. Oh my God. No, I changed the picture. Is it better now?
It hasn't changed for me.
Matt, thanks for covering me all those years.
I'm not gonna pull it. I'm gonna wait.
Yeah, I know it's changed right now. So
Okay,
is it better now?
I'm pulling it. Hold on, let me pull it.
Let me remove the previous picture too.
I want to vote for that guy, John Kittle.
Okay.
Is it? No, it's good. No, I'm 100% kosher.
Okay, wait, are you, but no, that's enough of that shit.
Oh my god, bro. Fuck this shit. I texted Rich, I said, God, they're insufferable. Yo, Satan, check your DM.
I didn't forget. Yeah, but I didn't get what you said, dude.
Do you remember the clip of that guy saying, "Suck my sure dick, motherfucker"?
No, I don't know, because you played so many clips.
How do you not know that clip? That's Gabriel. Wait, let me play it for you.
You played so many clips that I even know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, let me play it. It's this one.
Should I go to my Rothschilds meeting tonight? Try to close all the banks? Dude, are you high? I laugh pretty loudly, because I'm not a Jew on bended knee, motherfucker. Suck my big kosher dick, motherfucker. Fucking Jew-hating bigot. Kiss my ass. Not used to this, motherfucker? Fuck you. Come through. What he said. Suck my authentic Hebrew kosher dick. Are you still sucking? Put some polish on it. It used to be, man. You can't handle it. Can we set my dick? You know how people are talking? They're hating on a whole group of people. That's a lot worse than dick sucking. Nobody's talking that way. We're just hating on insane. People. No one's talking that way.
Yeah, that's the guy.
I don't remember him, dude. I don't remember anyone at this point.
George? His name was George.
Yeah, his name is not Gabriel.
Yeah, he changed it.
But the thing is, when I came on this app, I wasn't. So the thing is, I didn't hang out in in English rooms. I was mostly in German rooms. So I used to go into your rooms. I remember you guys. I remember you. I used to be most of the time in the audience. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see.
You probably weren't on the app. When did you get on it?
I was on the app, but I'm telling you, I used to be in Scandinavian German rooms. But then when I went on to the English rooms, I remember you guys used to open a lot of pro-Palestinian rooms with Alana and other people. I remember that. I used to be in the audience though. I used to be in the audience.
The whole crew.
That's when I thought when Bashar was Lebanese, I was like, Lebanese man.
I told you what? I'm fucking minority here. Everybody is fucking ridiculous.
For Canada. Is that true?
Who, me?
Yeah, H Canada, I'm not.
No.
Wow. Are you serious? Bruh. She said that when you when you were in the airport, you're like Canada, or you did some weird voice of the word Canada.
What? Bruh, y'all still believe her after all these years here? That's wild.
Wow.
Yeah.
You told the whole story, bro. Well, they think the Jews.
Yeah, I know. It had to happen though. I mean, after it was too much normalizing, to be honest, even for my taste.
I can't believe Yael lied.
You can't?
I can, because she lies a lot, but it was such a detailed story.
Yeah.
And sorry for saying your name in that room.
Which one?
6 months ago, I said your name. You're like, why are you saying my name, bro?
Yeah, you came at me, attacking me, and I was just like, bruh, whatever.
Yeah.
Alright, here at Kid Over Clinic, we specialize in deep...
Alright.
Alright, John, what do you got for us?
This is sensitive. They call him the goldfish.
They call him the goldfish!
Large pepperoni for confidential informant John Kidover. Really blending in, champ.
John...
Hello?
I mean, I have an example for all these people. Brachiocytes cell process with no fanning.
Bisexual.
Homosexual.
Who else is there?
Gay.
just an angry little fag.
I like this new what's up with the repeated? You know what up, Jeff?
Yeah, like I'm gonna like Jeff, like you're just like a troll. Like,
I mean, you know, it's funny. I just watched the South Park. Like literally, I think it's still in my copy page.
No, Jeff, dude, we are religious people. Like, I'm actually like low key impressed by this. Like,
No. I mean, this isn't going to take that away. But I just watched the South Park about the difference between fags and homosexuals. It was very funny. I should send it to you. You'll enjoy it. You won't agree with it, but you'll enjoy it.
I probably will not like it. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. Seda seems pretty cool.
I don't know how you don't know her. She must have been under a different name.
Yeah, my name was Galilean before. Galilean.
No, Gabriel would have been from before Galilean because you were something
I think
before
so too. But nice meeting you, Gabriel.
Nice to meet you too.
What was it, Mrs. Haraka used to go?
It was Mrs. Harga, Galilean Cuchiologist, Haram Police. I've had like different names here.
Wait, if you were Miss Harakat, I probably did meet you at one point.
No, you did not, because I would remember you, baby boo. I don't remember you.
So just for the record, he's the one on the left, not the one with the afro.
Let me see. Hold on.
Why does that feel like
Accept my friend request already. Fucking
wait, hold on. Let me do that. Hold on. Can you?
Amir.
Baby, can you at least beg for me, darling?
I'm not gonna beg. You know I want it. Just accept it.
Amir, she accepted mine right away. I don't know why she made you
Because
wait.
I like Algerians more than Moroccans, to be honest with you.
Oh,
but
shit.
That's a good point. That's a fair point.
So I did it.
Wait, Bibi, did you watch the Africa Cup of Nations final?
No,
That's I did. Yeah, you guys beat us on the way to. I mean, you lost in the end, but you know, in the semifinal, you guys beat us.
Sorry,
my pieces here. What's going on, Angel?
Shalom, Dad.
How are you?
Excuse me,
Pretty
why are you
good,
flirting
my
with my man? Excuse you?
You?
Who are you?
You got the nerve to be talking. You just
Excuse you, who are you?
in the last room.
Hold on. No, I
We were
did not
just
call my
giggling and
no,
laughing
he's
with
my
them when
husband.
those
Who
men
are
were
you?
bashing all of them after they were
Excuse
removed.
me, I'm an Arab
No,
girl.
you
Literally.
excuse yourself. Slide over. You were bashing them. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, you were acting oblivious and now you're in here just chatting up with them.
Excuse you.
So
You're
go
being
on mute
anti-Semitic
and slide
right
the
now.
fuck
I
over.
don't like
Don't
that
get slapped up in here,
No,
okay?
you're gonna be slapped
Move
by
yourself.
me.
No.
Excuse me, I took his name. So who the fuck are you?
Whoa.
Is this the Angel that I knew way back?
Oh my god, I saw you back on. I was like, I have to go say hello. How are you? Shalom.
No, Chaim who the fuck is she?
Oh, hold on. I just need to. Hold on, I just need to point out for management here, we're witnessing a war between an angel and Satan, and I think this is a harbinger of what's to come.
Well, honey, an Arab girl will always be superior to everyone else. So Amir is mine. That's okay. Can I not call you Amir? Fucking that's sister.
One thing I know for sure is that he's not going to claim you as his wife in front of me. That's never going to happen.
It's looking less scary
already. That's never going to happen.
Yeah, it's gonna happen.
Is it the
so my room,
one bigger eye?
Honey, you will be happy
my
with
room
me.
title is very weird.
How do you say?
You were just in there bashing them. So
What?
go
I was
somewhere
not
with yourself. Yes, you
Excuse
were.
you.
They were fucking
You're-
laughing and calling. They even sat there and played the clip of Gabriel saying, suck my Jewish dick and everything else. And you were sitting there chuckling and laughing.
I stand behind that.
Me too. That shit was buzz. That was
funny to be honest. I'm not gonna lie though.
And then you sat there and acted like you didn't know anybody. And
No, I do. I actually, genuinely, jokes aside, I really do not know who Gabriel is. I heard that clip, but I was laughing.
So then why were you in there?
Long enough.
Right, why were you in there just bashing him though?
Because
like
we
you knew him?
were all in there before they got kicked out by Prince or someone. I don't know who kicked them out.
So then why are you in here trying to suck one of their dicks?
Because Amir is
Because it's kosher.
Because
Exactly.
it is. And she said put some relish on it and she got excited.
Excuse me, what
that's
do you
what
mean?
got.
I am a Jew myself.
is
I'm a
this?
half Goyim, half Shabbat. I don't know who
But
the fuck she is.
Angel doesn't eat flesh, so.
Amir, you better fucking
I
put
know,
your
it's
parts
fucking
right.
it's cannibalism.
Playing cards right.
Rita's here. Oh my god. What's up, Rita? Look at the trouble I wandered into tonight, Rita.
But wait, can I? Because I've never seen Gabriel. Who are you, baby boy? Can you tell me? Like, who are you?
Not the one.
He's the undisputed king of the Jewish clubhouse.
I just heard like suck my kosher balls and that's it. That's
No, I didn't say balls. No, you gotta listen to the clip. If you want, if you want to like get like a ringtone with it, that's cool. That's fine. You know.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I like it.
I would definitely take that as a ringtone.
That was actually funny, to be honest. I was laughing. That was.
Fuck! Did somebody play it? I didn't think I was gonna come up either, and then I like accidentally did because I haven't used the app in ages, and I was like, "Fuck it, whatever."
You missed us. It's okay, dude.
It's
I really didn't. I didn't think about you guys for like 2 years.
So hard in Amir's room the other night. He popped into Amir's room for like 3 minutes, and they were at like an orgasm. They're like, "Oh my God, it's Gabriel! Come up, come up!"
Wait, come up. They know Gabriel.
They don't
Yeah. He wouldn't come up. They were freaking out, bro. You remember that, Gabriel?
That's crazy.
Gabriel, you remember that? Like 2 nights ago in Amir's room?
Oh wow. BB. Sorry, go ahead, Gabriel. I interrupted you.
No, it's okay. It's all right. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask.
The funny thing is to me, and I only met Angel recently, but besides that, like all the rest of you, I know longer than Amir.
Have you been to Amir's rooms?
No, this Amir.
Oh, okay. Oh, BB. Okay.
Angel is like old school clubhouse.
Yeah,
I've known every one of these. I've known every one of these people longer than you, BB.
Angel, that wasn't like your real last name, right? So can I say your real that
Yeah.
account? Okay. So he
No,
was like Angel.
this is the same account. I just changed it though.
Okay. Is the last name you used to use, was that your real one? So I won't say it?
It's my father's. Yeah.
Okay, then I won't say it. All right.
Yeah.
She was Angel something, but she was on for a long time with us.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful eyes, girl. I like them.
Thank you.
Nice eyes.
I've been on since 2020.
I
BB,
somehow didn't know you until like 3 years ago.
Who is this on your picture? Who is that in your picture?
That's me.
No, I've been on since 2022, BB. 2020 as well. I just somehow didn't come across you until a little bit later.
Yeah, no problem. No, that's me in the picture. Why, Galadia?
That's not
you change your affection now towards me?
Yeah, I don't want you anymore. Never mind that.
Okay, good. I'm with Angel anyways.
Oh, wow. So fast.
She doesn't care about
You just
one eye
traded
bigger.
me so fast.
What do you mean? You just disowned me because of materialistic.
Excuse you? Once you go Arab, you never go back, darling. You should know that as a Moroccan.
Wait, what's a good one? Once you go Arab, you
never go back. Yes. What the fuck?
No, you need to find something to rhyme it.
No, I mean that doesn't rhyme very well.
I know, but I don't know what anything else.
Maybe it rhymes better in Arabic, like from the water to the water, like I think even better than what you heard in Arabic.
Let me think. Hold on. Words of the sea.
No. In Arabic, it is from the water to the water.
Jar, that's the problem. You're not an Arab, so you don't understand that. Like in Arabic, this saying actually it flows way better.
Maya, Lal Maya, Palestine, Arabiye, right? Whatever.
Not even I know it as a Lebanese. I don't even know what that is. Wait, hold on. Let me think.
From the water to the water, Palestine is Arab. It's like an Arab supremacy
Min May La May?
in Arabic.
Yeah.
Min La Bahar or Min La May?
No, Min Al May La May. Yeah.
I don't know, to be honest with you, darling. I have no clue.
Well, that's okay. We do more research.
Of course you do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, damn. What's his face left? Oilers. He was actually one of my least favorite. Actually, Bashar was always one of my least favorite.
Well, you did call me a fake African, so I was just going to set things
off from the why would I not call you a fake African? I'm Algerian.
I'm Nigerian.
Oh, wow.
Like,
And what's your point?
no, I mean, I didn't say you were a fake African. I just like
You in fact many times have called me a fake
Jeff
African.
is literally African American. Like literally. I know. I just told him, I'm like, your people might have had some interesting relations with the French, but hey, that's just an African thing, dude. I said
No, my people pre-existed Islam in Algeria.
I love North Africans.
But they did have interesting relations with the French. I mean, you're not the only one.
Maybe from 1898 on. Yeah, sure.
No, before that. Like 500 other.
Yeah, but I like West African more.
But look, that's like 500 other ethnic groups, Jeff. So it's not even unique. I'm treating you as a real African.
I called you a fake African. What's your point?
Well, do you see how that's gonna be?
Do you want to cry about it?
No,
like,
I'm not
do we
trying.
need to go to therapy together?
No. It's all good, dude. We're cool. I mean, maybe not cool, but like, it's...
Wait, do you
I don't know
Africans
about
fight
cool,
about
but
who's
like,
being
we're
African?
working on it. We're working on it.
Bygones are bygones, dude. It's just, that's how...
What happened to you? You used to be so angry, and like, you seem like chill.
I agree. I think he's getting laid. Bashar, did you get married?
Can I ask you something? How long have you guys been knowing each other here on the chat?
But it's not that. I just want to hear from Bashar, like, did you like graduate? Did you, what happened?
Oh, I graduated like way before. I was done with like I was in my master's when you guys.
You were like in grad school, right? Back
but I finished that like.
Can I interrupt
Were you doing math? What were you studying? Computer science, some shit like that.
Math, yeah.
You told us at one point.
No, I told you many because you guys kept on insisting it was accounting, and that actually like you pissed me off. You know.
How long have you guys been knowing each other? I feel like you guys have known
that was literally the goal. It's like when I ask if an Arab's Pakistani.
No, you know, the one that incensed me the most was for like 6 months would address me as Prince. Yeah, like every argument, he'd just be like, Princey. I was like,
Princey.
You know,
That's so cute though, Princey.
Oh, you know, but yeah, no, I graduated a while ago, so, like, I'm just.
No, but I have to agree with Gabriel. Like, you do seem way less angry. I mean, you still probably really hate Jews, but like you seem way less angry. So I'm glad life has done well for you.
Even, you know, I've had a full. I've come full circle. I mean, I do think every non-Christian religion, I mean, not lie, is like, you know, beneath ours. But like, you know,
I mean that you're entitled to that belief.
But yeah, you guys as people. I mean, I don't really hate you guys as people. I do think you should convert, but you know,
that's new.
For sure, I think all the Jews should convert to Christianity, 100%.
I mean, if you're Catholic, that's kind of like just Good Friday. You pray for conversion. It's normal.
I'm gonna convert to Christianity.
What is that? The tripartite prayer? It's like it's every Good Friday.
Well, not tripartite prayer. I mean, it can just be.
Listen, I'm gonna convert to Christianity when you return to Zamunda. I will convert to Christianity.
Okay, what is that even a reference to? That's not even a thing.
I'm coming to America. You're very young.
Oh my god, okay.
You're very young.
I have versions. I've never actually seen that movie.
Dude, you haven't? You've got to see it. It's a great movie.
I've seen the Clubhouse. What's up, bro?
Listen.
This guy's low value. Gotta go.
Listen,
bye.
in this movie, Eddie Murphy puts on Jew face.
No,
Eddie Murphy does Jew face.
But you know what?
He's amazing.
But you know what it is, Gabriel? All those types of movies, they're all based on like East African stereotypes. So for me, they're not like as funny. You know, I just view them as like.
Okay, but Eddie Murphy and Jew face, and by the way, not one Jew complained. Not one Jew complained. Fantastic.
Eddie was a fantastic Jew. He made a great Jewish
Jew.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll watch it. Maybe later this weekend or something.
I mean, the fact that you haven't, it's really.
I don't want to do this. Big mercy, Davis, against my will.
Yeah, the first one.
No, not the second
one. Not the second one, please. Yeah, the second one.
Wasn't the incredibly beautiful what was her name? That was the young lead. That
she had one name.
Oh, I forget her name. Yeah.
Hold on. I'll tell you. Hold on. They're giving me her full name. I want the one name. Hold on. Sherry Headley? No, hold on. I'm gonna find the cast. It was yeah. So the actress's name is Sherry Headley, but she played Lisa in the.
Yes.
Arsenio Hall was in there too.
Is her name really Sherry Headley? That's so disappointing.
What did you think it was gonna be?
I thought it was like one name. I don't know who I'm thinking of. Yeah, very exotic. I thought. I might be wrong. I might be conflating another actor.
Are you confusing her with the young woman from The Last Dragon? Is that where you're?
Yes, totally.
Bro, I knew it. Okay, that's racist of you. Okay.
No, it's not. I just put all very beautiful. I just put all very beautiful women in the same category.
Yeah, I don't know this other movie either. Is this also an old?
Wait, you haven't seen The Last Dragon?
But Jari, you don't know The Last Dragon? No wonder you're angry.
Okay, listen. Okay, The Last Dragon has was it Timac, who used to be on Clubhouse as well.
This
And
is
he was
like
Leroy Green, a young martial artist who's like the Black Bruce Lee.
My guy, this is like 15 years before I was born. Like,
I know.
Take the wisdom of the elders. And by the way, coming to America, I get it. You have some cultural things. It may not work for you.
The woman you're looking for, the name you're looking for is Vanity. Vanity,
yeah.
Vanity
yes,
was.
and I don't know that that's exact. I don't know that I was really conflating them, but but Bashar,
Vanity was Prince's lover for a while, I believe.
That's true. Bashar, The Last Dragon. If you got to pick one of the two, watch it. Great movie. Great movie. It's terrible, but it's great.
Oh, so it's one of those like cheesy one. So it's
I
like.
mean, it's the 80s. Like.
Okay, so it's like your version of like High School Musical and like shit like that.
I mean, that makes me sad that would be the equivalent, because High School Musical was a good movie, but it was not like.
Yeah, but it was
the same.
I mean, it was not like action. It was like cheesy. It's like.
No, this was cheesy action. It was cheesy action. Like.
Like more.
Yeah, you should just watch it and come and tell me like Free Palestine, and then tell me how you like the movie.
I don't even care enough to say that to you guys. Like, I mean.
Okay, fine. You've changed, but go watch the movie. It's a good movie. I think you'll enjoy it if you don't expect much.
Okay, yeah, I'll take a look.
But understand, it was the 80s.
You think I'm like an you think I'm like an SJW? Like, nah, dude. I don't care about stereotypes.
You're Catholic. It's all good.
What movie? I don't see the connection, but you know.
What movie are we talking about? We're talking about
The Last Dragon.
The Last Dragon.
Oh, not that one.
Oh, it's my single favorite movie of all time, actually. No, I'm lying. Johnny Dangerously is my single favorite movie. The next is The Last Dragon.
Well, dude, this shit has horrible Rotten Tomatoes, 57%.
Yeah. It's amazing. Oilers has got Jew face going on in his PTR.
I have a question
why
for
are
you.
you being such a hurry? Cover your shoulders, please.
Oh my God, darling.
Please,
I don't know.
cover the shoulders. The
Oh my
shoulder.
God, darling. I'm not a Muslim, but I like to be. What the fuck, muted?
I hit the wrong button. Sorry. Yeah, I hit the wrong button.
I said I like to be.
I
said although I'm not a Muslim, but I like to be a harami girl.
I needed to do that because I'm really tired of Gabriel telling you to cover up. I find it anti-Semitic.
That is anti-Semitic, actually, because I'm fully Semite. So, Gabriel, behave.
Okay, fine. I'll allow it.
And then Gabriel, just because you're married and happy doesn't mean the rest of us have to suffer.
Exactly.
That's true. I wish all of you to have marriages or unhappy marriages. I will have the happy one.
Me, whoever ends up with Satan will be happy for sure.
Are we sure?
I mean,
for sure.
There's so many responses to this.
No, believe me. I know I'm wild, but I think I will take care of my husband for sure.
Bashar is single, I believe. Yes.
Yeah, but no.
Excuse me, what's wrong with you?
No, she's reserved for BB. So.
That's true. I think I need I need him. He's crazy, and I think he's the only one that can put me in my place.
Okay.
I love how this app provides a lot of TMI.
For sure.
TMI.
It's like when your jaw locks up. Oh no, that's TMJ. Sorry.
Oh my god.
Well, no, I think it's more like when you get caught out doing something you shouldn't know. That's TMZ.
Wait. I thought that was the leader of the UAE. Oh fuck, no, that's MBZ. Sorry. Okay.
Anyways, hi Joe.
So
Good evening.
I was able to catch them making fun of you guys in the last room, Gabriel, and they played your clip.
They played it when I first entered. Like I entered, they're like, "Oh shit, it's great." So they play it to announce my entrance, and then they play it when I leave, kind of like a WWE Raw kind of thing.
So I asked, first of all, I'm very honest as a person, okay? So I asked, who is this gamer? Because I've never seen him. And they were like, oh my god, I'm going to play a clip from him. It was so funny. I started to laugh so much.
Do you want to know the background of like why I went ratchet like that? Do you want to know?
I mean, to be honest, it doesn't matter. I think it was funny, and that's the whole point. I love when men...
It was like some person was just being so foul. I think it was like a Hebrew Israelite, room
I fucking
or something.
hate them, these Hebrew Israelites. You know how much I did
they
them here?
You can hear them all in the background of you.
I think it was that. I can't remember. But anyway, there were only like in like a couple of years, there was like only 2 times I went full ratchet like that. When I stand by what I said, that person was being foul. So.
Oh, I totally agree with you because I hate Hebrew Israelites. I debate them too. They're fucking retarded people, honestly.
Well, they fucking abuse women. I mean, like
they do.
The funny thing. So, I actually did. I did a room about a year into it where. So I did 2 rooms. One of them, Jeff. I know which one he's talking about. So I did a room where it was me, an auntie of like a Hebrew Israelite woman who like ran away, and then another Hebrew Israelite woman who like was trying to like leave, and they were chasing her, and they wouldn't let her leave the whatever you call it. I forget what they call them. Yeah, it's not a squad, but it's whatever their cell or whatever the shit. And then it was like two dudes, one dude who had left, and they were like threatening him, and all they were talking about was just like. And what I realized was, like, even though they go off on Jews, like, nonstop, like, the actual physical victims most of the time, and the financial victims are young black women, primarily.
Yeah.
Gabriel, the word you were looking for is camp.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the camp. Yeah. So like, I fucking, from that point on, I hated all of that shit. And then this other time, I think... they decided I was going to be the Kang. So me and a bunch of Black American women decided I was going to be like white chocolate. So I was a blind Black Hebrew Israelite man. I'd been blind since birth, and so the whole space was them being like my sister wives. It was
fucking funny.
And then somehow I ended up coming in as the financial advisor to the Black people.
You were my Jewish financial advisor.
Yeah, it was very funny. It was a very funny room. Probably one of my top 3 rooms, like in my clubhouse area.
Why are you guys wasting your time on Hebrew Israelites? They're fucking stupid as fuck. You know how many times I've been in debate rooms with them?
Oh, I didn't. I listened to a few, and then I made fun of them, and that was about it. I didn't really.
Yeah. They're fucking retards. Oh my god.
I mean, I don't even waste my time debating with pro pally.
Baby, stop.
What? I mean, is BB here or is he there?
He's not even
Hold on,
here.
where is he? Where's BB?
He's not even
You guys
here.
sound the same. Fucking hair. Oh, sorry, I'm drunk. Never mind. You guys sound the same. It's the same. I think it's the North African thing or African thing. I think you all sound the same.
I mean, yeah, totally. I sound like a Canadian Moroccan, no problem.
You do. I don't know who's Canadian, who's American. I'm not even from the US or Canada, so I can tell the difference. You all sound the same in my ear.
Jeff and Baby do not sound the same.
I mean, we are the same, but we don't sound the same.
That's true.
I mean, we're not exactly the same,
I would say tell you, Jeff, to stop.
but we don't sound the same. That's true.
That's right. Maybe you do. Maybe you don't. I don't know. I'm too drunk right now to even know.
Fair
Did
enough.
you go out at least?
I did.
Oh,
I went to a bar.
okay. How was it?
Boring, but it was nice. I mean, but
You gotta do a club next time.
I've never been to a
In
nightclub.
fact, go with Jeff to the club next time.
That's right, because I heard Jeff saying it earlier, I mean, like 10, 15 minutes ago that he went to a club. I've never been to a nightclub. Can you guys believe that?
No, why?
I've never been, because the thing is, like, I've never been to a nightclub, but I feel like nightclub is more like of a dancing. I'm not a dancing type. I'm more of a, like, communicating, because I want to hear people when they're talking. You know what I mean?
That's because you're not African.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm a big dancer, so, like, I love
I would never
dancing.
fucking dance
I was
outside
gonna
like that shit.
Most people who don't go to the club don't know how to dance.
I know how to dance, because I used to dance when I was younger, but
Jeff's a salsero.
Yeah.
That's true.
I think I know how to dance.
I'm actually, I claim more bachata, but
I'm shy as a person. No, I'm very shy. That's the thing. I'm super shy. That's.
I thought you were more like.
I've always said that about you. You're very shy.
Yeah, I am.
Jeff, I thought you were more like pinche cabron than bachatero, but I don't know.
No, I'm definitely pinche cabron, but I'm more bachatero.
What kind of dance do you do? Like what kind of Nigerian?
It's the pinche cabron. It's the pinche cabron dance.
What is it like? Spanish?
No, it's a very bad.
Yeah, I Latin dance.
It's a bad insult.
So,
oh, sorry, I don't know.
Go on YouTube and put in bachata. That's what I do.
Oh, but I love
the bachata is nice.
Yes.
I wish I could dance like that. It's so nice, honestly.
I have to be very honest. I don't know dance moves. I know rhythm, and I just do my own vibe, and everybody sways with me. And that's like one of my favorite parts of going out. I haven't been out in a long time. I'm a mom of 6, so like it's been a while for me. But like the times that I have gone out, what part of what I said? I said a lot.
No, I'm talking about 30 seconds.
The part she focused on was the mom of 6.
Oh, I am.
Are you?
Mom of 6. Yes.
Girl, is that you in the picture?
Yes, this is me in the picture.
Girl, no way.
She looks incredible, doesn't she?
She does.
Holy crap.
You must be
my oldest is stationed in Germany right now.
Whoa, no way. No way. Girl, if
my
I
youngest
like
is 5.
So many kids. No way. Oh my god.
The dancing is thank you. Dancing is something I love to do. I just have never learned to adopt other like dance moves and stuff. You know, like I like Afrobeats. I don't know any of their moves, but I know how to dance.
There's so many words for a woman to say. I never was willing to submit to a man to take a lead.
You mean for dancing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, see, like, I don't know, growing up in America, the men, you know, like in the clubs, like they're just ones who kind of just stand around. They don't take leads.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, that's what it boils down to. And like, it's a lot of words to be like, I can never just be, I've never been able to just let a man lead me.
Yeah, Jeff, you probably got like real, like swag moves, you know? Like, I can see, because I saw your one picture when you looked like you were dancing, and the girl looks so, like, Oh, like she was just in heaven. It looked like an effortless smooth, and it was a great photo. Whoever took it. You know which one I'm talking about?
I mean,
You're standing in a
I
square.
don't,
of
because there's not
homeless
just one.
people.
Yeah.
So it looks like you're standing in a square of people, but you're dancing with this girl. And she's like bent all the way back.
I mean, sounds like Tuesday.
And her knee is up. Her leg is up in the picture.
But she's probably Colombian. I don't know.
Oh wait, hold on, because I can scroll through you. I didn't know I can scroll
Yeah, you
through
can.
you. Oh, let me see if I can find this one. Oh, you have way more photos. I've been trying to catch up to everybody. I'm getting lots of photos in my
It's not a competition. So, Bashar, I like the less angry version of you.
Oh, merci beaucoup.
De rien. I was just in Paris.
Oh, you were? How was it?
Great.
You have family there or no? Just like vacation?
Actually, it's funny. I planned the trip.
Sorry, but the black hue is
Oh, the black me? Yeah, you like that?
Wait, there's a black Jeff? Where
Yeah, there's a black Jeff.
Where?
Hold on. I'll make it my PTR. Give it a second.
What?
It looks so great. I mean, if his face wasn't as dark as it was, you would not know that wasn't him. Oh, right. Oh yeah, the one. See, she's in the red dress. That one.
Oh, yeah. She actually is Colombian. Okay, PTR, Gabriel.
Okay, I'm PTRing.
Oh my goodness. See, this is why Black Hebrew Israelites banged out against your community.
No, that's
Jeff, what am I looking at here? Is this what is this exactly? Tell me.
This is AI turning an actual picture of me into a black man.
But listen, Gabriel, it's what prompts did you put
And also, did you ask for like a two-tone? Like, did you ask for like head? Make the head like mocha and like the body something like different. You're like, I want this one's Arabian chocolate and this one's like cafe. All the.
Wait, it looked like he told the prompt like make me look like smooth chocolate.
Yeah, like the body is milk chocolate, and then like the top is like dark chocolate. What are you doing?
Hey, Gabriel, you don't understand how the sun affects different parts of me differently.
Oh my God.
Oh Jesus.
And it's normally like the complete opposite of black people. Like the face is lighter than the rest of the body.
God damn.
See, Angel.
I mean, it's AI. What do you want?
Well, Jeff, I didn't know you were a Berber. I didn't know you were a Berber.
I mean, technically, am I Berber? I don't know if I can claim that one.
I mean, I think you can.
Amazigh. We don't like Berber. Amazigh.
Yeah, we just say Berber.
So the nature of how close the Jews were with the Amazigh, like that's not very well documented.
Yeah.
Like we got along really well. That's documented, but like, did the Jews consider themselves Amazigh? I don't know.
I think there was some.
It's not clear.
There was. I get the sense that there was some intermarriage because, like, we have like.
No, there definitely was intermarriage.
Hen Mazig, who is Amazigh and Jewish, right? So we got some.
Yeah, there definitely was intermarriage, but like, what I know is that like the Jews of North Africa at times considered themselves Arab culturally, but I don't really have enough to go on to say were we Amazigh? It was so long ago, right? Like the Amazigh were suppressed since 689.
Yeah, history is something, isn't it?
So probably yes. Before the Arabs showed up, the Jews considered themselves Amazigh. The Amazighs consider the Jews some version of Amazigh, probably. But it's just kind of quasi prehistorical in that sense. But yes, this is the black meat.
Yeah, I love this one. This one's so funny. It always makes me chuckle.
What's funny is, right around the time I made this, there was a guy who came to my room named Jeff. He was a black guy. Actually, his name was Jeff S. Also.
Wait, is he like actually kind of really smart though?
He's smart. He's from like the Bronx.
You mean unlike Mr. Jeff?
He's from Queens.
Talking about.
Wait, is he like the smart Jeff? What? Oh no.
All right, fuck you, Gabriel. I'm on Team Zach.
Yeah, and Jeff, you'll always have Sino.
Right, that's true. So, Gabriel, I don't know if you heard earlier, Zach moved to Miami.
Is that real? Like for real?
I mean, you know him. He never really lives any one place.
Well,
yes.
it's just a matter of time until that Jewish community excommunicates him. The San Francisco people did. Then he went to New York. Then all the sushi eaters hated him, and all the New York Jews hated him. So now he's gonna run out. He's got 196 Jewish communities to run through at this point. But yeah,
it was a little weird. I saw him a month ago, 2 months ago, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm thinking of moving." I'm like, "Okay, fine." And then I saw him last week. He's like, "I moved." I'm like, oh, "Fuck,
man." Well, whatever.
Does he still ride his bike everywhere?
Did he used to ride his bike everywhere?
I'm pretty sure he used to say something like that.
You know what I remember him. He used to do is I did meet him on video one time. I saw him, and it was like a bunch of us got into like a Google Hangout, I think, or a Zoom. This was during COVID, and he his whole room was red. It was like he was in the red light district in and I was like, why is your room? Yeah, I was like, why is your whole room red? Are you like what's happening? He's like, yeah, because it's like red light therapy. I do it before bed. He had his whole room was all red. I was like, that is so weird. But never actually talked to him one-on-one before.
But he always seemed like an odd guy. Like a socially awkward one, even in the most mundane of circumstances.
He's very good socially, socially, how people socialize, but he's a socially odd guy, which is a weird combination.
Well, for neurodivergent people, that could be masking. I don't know if he is or not.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Wait, am I too wrong? Who the fuck is this? Wait, Jeff, is that you? I'm not supposed to fucking drunk.
No, Sada. No. That's Jeff's brother. Because I told you Jeff is an African American. So Jeff is African American, and that's his brother. His twin brother.
You didn't know?
I love that.
Yeah. That's
Love that for you.
That's right. But I still wonder who Gabriel is. You're funny as fuck. I can say that for sure.
Thank you.
Gabriel's my brother.
So can I find an apology for not doxing you, Gabriel?
Dude, all I'm gonna say is you seem like a much more sane and maybe even kind of nice person right now. So that's what I can say. The shit that was happening back then was kind of messed up. Zach was part of it. Zach was going around. Dude, guys, this dude was going around putting up photos of my mom, putting up her name, her address. And this was a Jewish guy doing this shit to me.
I know. You know, I told him he should stop. Because even at my worst, I've never been a doxer. Yeah. I'll say at my worst, I'd say the worst things to people their face. But at the end of the day, you were just Gabriel from Clubhouse. You were just Jeff from Clubhouse.
Yeah, but they really tried to like take Gabriel out. Like the energy that they put into like trying to go after him was crazy.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'd lose my mind too, but like, it's just not.
But the fact is that they couldn't beat him in the debates though, so they had to go low. You know, like it's just it's
Well, I
just
mean, even if
crazy.
you lose a debate to someone, to like try to find someone.
You don't need to go after their parents or their job or their person. I literally never once ever tried to find out people's real names, or addresses. There were a lot of people going around like trying to like trace like who people were, like, you know, on both sides of this whole thing. But like I never once did that shit. So anyway, Bashar, you seem like a eminently sane and more balanced person.
You know
and so
what?
I'm happy to see that, honestly.
I opened my own room and I thought Bashar would fucking join in.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Bashar, you're such a
What's that,
fucking
son?
bitch.
Sorry?
No, I was calling Bashar a bitch because I literally opened a room and I thought he would join and he didn't.
I'm having a heart-to-heart with an old opponent, son.
Oh, fucking hell, Bashar. I mean, I understand you like to you know, hang out with the Jews. I mean, I understand that.
No, you got it wrong. He's very excited about normalizing.
Well, I mean, I don't mind
normalizing.
You know, like the Amir crowd, they hate me way more than they hate like you guys.
But is that, did they ever try to call you Abed or something? Like they ever go off?
Oh no, some of them, yeah. I mean, some of them literally just said they would like kill all the Christians and like shit, like because like. Okay,
It is a plaque with a satanic statue on it that reads, "The Democratic Coalition of Satan Worshippers thinks Governor..."
Like, we don't care that much what the borders are or anything like that. It's really just like, I mean, you guys disagree with this, but it's more Israel's human rights record.
Wait, you skipped out. You don't what? Say that one more time.
We don't care that much about like the borders. Like if is.
It's not my job. You know, that's God's job. I let him do his job. That's his business. I know if anybody repent, God is faithful enough to forgive them and cleanse them from all unrighteousness. I know that. Because I need that grace just like they need that grace.
Hello? Hello?
The manifestation of Nuit, the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. Help me, O warrior lord of Thebes, in my unveiling before the children of men. Be thou Hadit, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. Behold, it is revealed by Iwas, the minister of Hurpar Krat. The cobs is in the coup, not the coup in the cobs. Worship then the cobs, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be few in secret, they shall rule the many and the known. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. Come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of Nuit. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hadit. The winged globe, the starry blue, are mine, O Ankof Nakansu. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest and apostle of infinite space is the prince priest of the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever a sun, and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But ye are not so chosen. Burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. O azure-lidded woman, bend a
Okay, this is Jewish Kabbalah Meditation with Eliphas Levi. Science will never be able to perform the work of faith any more than faith can decide in the matter of science. An affirmation of faith with which science is rash enough to meddle can then be nothing but an absurdity for it. Just as a scientific statement, if given us as an article of faith, would be an absurdity on the religious plane. To know and to believe are two terms which can never be confounded. It would be equally impossible to oppose the one to the other. It is impossible, in fact, to believe the contrary of what one knows without ceasing. For that very reason, to know it, and it is equally impossible to achieve a knowledge contrary to what one believes without ceasing immediately to believe. To deny or even to contest the decisions of faith in the name of science is to prove that one understands neither science nor faith. In fine, the mystery of a God of three persons is not a problem of mathematics. The incarnation of the Word is not a phenomenon in obstetrics. The scheme of redemption stands apart from the criticism of the historian. Science is absolutely powerless to decide whether we are right or wrong in believing or disbelieving dogma. It can only observe the results of belief. And if faith evidently improves men, if moreover faith is in itself considered as a physiological fact, evidently a necessity and a force, science will certainly be obliged to admit it and take the wise part of always reckoning with it. Let us now dare to affirm that there exists an immense fact equally appreciable both by faith and science, a fact which makes God visible in a sense upon earth, a fact incontestable and of universal bearing. This fact is the manifestation in the world beginning from the epoch when the Christian revelation was made of a spirit unknown to the ancients, of a spirit evidently divine, more positive than science in its works, in its aspirations, more magnificently ideal than the highest poetry, a spirit for which it was necessary to create a new name, a name altogether unheard in the sanctuaries of antiquity. Subnote, who, however, had the word laid aside against the time when Paul should give it a meaning. His name was created, and we shall demonstrate that this name, this word, is in religion as much for science as for faith. The expression of the absolute, the word, is charity, and the spirit of which we speak is the spirit of charity. Before charity, faith prostrates itself, and conquered science bows. There is here evidently something greater than humanity. Charity proves by its works that it is not a dream. It is stronger than all the passions. It triumphs over suffering and over death. It makes God understood by every heart, and seems already to fill eternity by the begun realization of its legitimate hopes. Before charity, alive and in action, who is the proud hone who dares blaspheme? Who is the Voltaire who dares laugh? Pile one upon the other the sophisms of Diderot, the critical arguments of Strauss, the ruins of Volney, so well named, for this man could make nothing but ruins, the blasphemies of the Revolution, whose voice was extinguished once in blood, and once again in the silence of contempt. Join to it all, that the feature may hold for us of monstrosities and of vain dreams. Then will there come the humblest and the simplest of all sisters of charity. The world will leave there all its follies and all its crimes and all its dreams to bow before this sublime reality. Charity, word divine, soul word which makes God understood, word which contains a universal revelation, spirit of charity, alliance of two words which are a complete solution and a complete promise. To what question, in fine, do these two words not find an answer? What is God for us if not the spirit of charity? What is orthodoxy? Is it not the spirit of charity which refuses to discuss faith lest it should trouble the confidence of simple souls and disturb the peace of universal communion? And the universal church, is it any other thing than a communion in the spirit of charity? It is by the spirit of charity that the church is infallible. It is the spirit of charity which is the divine virtue of the priesthood, duty of man, guarantee of his rights, proof of his immortality, eternity of happiness, commencing for him upon the earth, glorious aim given to his existence, goal and path of all his struggles, perfection of his individual, civil, and religious morality. The spirit of charity understands all and is able to hope all, undertake all, and accomplish all. It is by the spirit of charity that Jesus, expiring on the cross, gave a son to his mother in the person of Saint John, and triumphing over the anguish of the most frightful torture, gave a cry of deliverance and of salvation, saying, Father, into thy hands I commend my spirit. It is by charity that 12 Galilean artisans conquered the world. They loved truth more than life. They went without followers to speak it to peoples and to kings. Tested by torture, they were found faithful. Subnote, sublime humor of sophistry. Levi asserts any lie will serve, provided everyone acquiesces in it, and reprehends Christianity for disturbing the peace of paganism, or indicates that Christianity is but syncretic, eclectic paganism, and defends it on this ground. They showed to the multitude a living immortality in their death. They watered the earth with blood, whose heat could not be extinguished, because they were burning with the ardors of charity. It is by charity that the apostles built up their creed. They said that to believe together was worth more than to doubt separately. They constituted the hierarchy on the basis of obedience, rendered so noble and so great by the spirit of charity, that to serve in this manner is to reign. They formulated the faith of all and the hope of all, and they put this creed in the keeping of the charity of all. Woe to the egoist who appropriates to himself a single word of this inheritance of the word. He is a deicide who wishes to dismember the body of the Lord. This creed is the holy ark of charity. Whoso touches it is stricken by eternal death, for charity withdraws itself from him. It is the sacred inheritance of our children. It is the price of the blood of our fathers. It is by charity that the martyrs took consolation in the prisons of the Caesars, and won over to the belief even the warders and their executioners. It is in the name of charity that Saint Martin of Tours protested against the torture of the Priscillians and separated himself from the communion of the tyrant who wished to impose faith by the sword. It is by charity that so great a crowd of saints have forced the world to accept them as expiation for the crimes committed in the name of religion itself and the scandals of the profaned sanctuary. It is by charity that Saint Vincent de Paul and Fenelon compelled the admiration of even the most impious centuries, quelled and advanced the laughter of the children of Voltaire before the imposing dignity of their virtues. The key of the mysteries. It is by charity, finally, that the folly of the cross has become the wisdom of the nations, because every noble heart has understood that it is greater to believe with those who love, and to devote themselves than to doubt with the egotists and with the slaves of pleasure. This is the subnote. The Priscillianist heresy was disturbing the church, especially in Spain. The Emperor Maximus, a Spaniard, was inclined to put it down with a strong hand and confiscate the heretic's property. The Gallic clergy hounded him on, and the councils of Bordeaux and Saragossa encouraged him. Two Spanish priests, Ithacus and Edicus, clamored for the heretic's punishment by the secular arm. But St. Martin of Tours, stalwart champion of orthodoxy as he was, resisted, and in 385 he went to Treves. To plead for the persecuted Priscillianists, he prevailed so long as Martin stayed at court. The Ithacan party was foiled. When he left, they had the upper hand again. Maximus gave the suppression of the heretics into the hands of the unrelenting Evodius. Priscillian was killed. Exile and death were the fate of his followers. Heresy blazed the stronger, and a worse persecution was threatened. Then Saint Martin left his cell at Marmontier and set out a second time to Treves. News of the old man coming along the road on his ass reached his enemies. They met him at the gate and refused him entrance. But, said Martin, we come with the peace of Jesus Christ. Such was the power of his presence that they could not close the city gates against him. But the palace doors were closed. Martin refused to see the Ithacans, or to receive the communion with them. The fury at this is eloquent testimony of their sense of his power. They appealed to Maximus, who delivered over Martin, bound to them. But in the night, Maximus sent for Martin, argued, coaxed, persuaded him to compromise. The schism would be great, he persisted, if Martin continued to exasperate the Ithacans. Martin said he had nothing to do with persecutors. In wrath, the emperor let him go and gave orders to the tribunes to depart to Spain and carry out a rigorous inquisition. Then Martin returned to Maximus and bargained. Let this order be revoked, and he would receive communion with the Ithacans next day at the election of the new archbishop. The order was revoked, and Martin kept his word, but when he knew the cause of humanity's safe, he departed, and on his way back to Tours experienced a great agony. Why had he had dealings with the Ithacans? In a lonely place, he pondered sadly. An angel spoke to him. Martin, you do right to be sad, but it was the only way. Never again did he go to any council. He was wont to say with tears that if he had saved the heretics, he himself had lost power over men and over demons. They have outraged the meaning of the episode, who explain Martin's protest as merely against the surrender of the church to secular power. It was laissez humanité, of which he held the Ithacans guilty. Saint Martin of Tours was often called Martin the Thaumaturgist. He was noted for his power over animals.
concealed from the leopard, do thou feed at thy pleasure. Resemble all that surroundeth thee, yet be thyself, and take thy pleasure among the living. This is that which is written, lurk, in the book of the law. Chapter 20. Samson. The universe is in equilibrium. Therefore he that is without it, though his force be but a feather, can overturn the universe. Be not caught within that web, O child of freedom. Be not entangled in the universal lie, O child of truth. Chapter 21. The Blind Webster. It is not necessary to understand. It is enough to adore. The God may be of clay. Adore him. He becomes God. We ignore what created us. We adore what we create. Let us create nothing but God. That which causes us to create is our true father and mother. We create in our own image, which is theirs. Let us create, therefore, without fear. For we can create nothing that is not God. Chapter 22. The Despot. The waiters of the best eating houses mock the whole world. They estimate every client at his proper value. This I know certainly, because they always treat me with profound respect. Thus they have flattered me into praising them thus publicly. Yet it is true, and they have this insight because they serve, and because they can have no personal interest in the affairs of those whom they serve. An absolute monarch would be absolutely wise and good. But no man is strong enough to have no interest. Therefore, the best king would be pure chance. It is pure chance that rules the universe. Therefore, and only therefore, life is good. Chapter 23. Skidoo. What man is at ease in his inn? Get out. Wide is the world and cold. Get out. Thou hast become an initiate. Get out. But thou canst not get out by the way thou camest in. The way out is the way. Get out. For out is love and wisdom and power. Get out. If thou hast tea already, first get you tea, then get O, and so at last, get out. Chapter 24. The Hawk and the Blind Worm. This book would translate beyond reason into the words of reason.
First article. Solution of the first problem. The true God. God can only be defined by faith. Science can neither deny nor affirm that he exists. God is the absolute object of human faith. In the infinite, he is the supreme and creative intelligence of order. In the world, he is the spirit of charity. Is the universal being a fatal machine which eternally grinds down intelligences by chance? Or a providential intelligence which directs forces in order to ameliorate minds? The first hypothesis is repugnant to reason. It is pessimistic and immoral. Science and reason ought then to accept the second. Yes, Proudhon, God is an hypothesis, but an hypothesis so necessary that without it, all theorems become absurd, doubtful. For initiates of the Kabbalah, God is the absolute unity which creates and animates numbers. The unity of the human intelligence demonstrates the unity of God. The key of numbers is that of creeds, because signs are analogical figures of the harmony which proceeds from numbers. Mathematics could never demonstrate blind fatality, because they are the expression of the exactitude, which is the character of the highest reason. Unity demonstrates the analogy of contraries. It is the foundation, the equilibrium, and the end of numbers. The act of faith starts from unity and returns to unity. The sign of the Grand Arcanum in hoc signo vinces. Meditate, mediate, celeste, ecclesiastique, exode, directe, covrone, de justice, throne. We shall now sketch out an explanation of the Bible by the aid of numbers. For the Bible is the book of the images of God. We shall ask numbers to give us the reason of the dogmas of eternal religion. Numbers will always reply by reuniting themselves in the synthesis of unity. The following pages are simply outlines of Kabbalistic hypotheses. They stand apart from faith, and we indicate them only as curiosities of research. It is no part of our task to make innovations in dogma, and what we assert in our character as an initiate is entirely subordinate to our submission in our character as a Christian. Subnote 1. This passage is typical of the sublime irony of Levi and the key to the whole of his paradoxes. Sketch of the prophetic theology of numbers. Chapter 1. Unity. Unity is the principle and the synthesis of numbers. It is the idea of God and of man. It is the alliance of reason and faith. Faith cannot be opposed to reason. It is the idea of God and of man. It is the alliance of reason and of faith. Faith cannot be opposed to reason. It is made necessary by love. It is identical with hope. To love is to believe and hope. This triple outburst of the soul is called virtue. Because in order to make it, courage is necessary. But would there be any courage in that if doubt were not possible? Now, to be able to doubt is to doubt. Doubt is the force which balances faith, and it constitutes the whole merit of faith. Nature herself induces us to believe, but the formulae of faith are social expressions of the tendencies of faith that are given epoch. It is that which proves the Church to be infallible, evidentially, and in fact. God is necessarily the most unknown of all beings because he is only defined by negative experience. He is all that we are not. He is the infinite opposed to the finite by hypothesis. Faith, and consequently hope and love, are so free that man, far from being able to impose them on others, does not even impose them on himself. These, says religion, are graces. Now is it conceivable that grace should be subject to demand or exaction? That is to say, could anyone wish to force men to a thing which comes freely and without price from heaven? One must not do more than desire it for them. To reason concerning faith is to think irrationally. Since the object of faith is outside the universe of reason. If one asks me, is there a God? I reply, I believe it. But are you sure of it? If I were sure of it, I should not believe it. I should know it. The formulation of faith is to think irrationally, since the object of faith is outside the universe of reason. If one asks me, is there a God? I reply, I believe it. But are you sure of it? The formulation of faith is to agree upon the terms of the common hypothesis. Faith begins where science ends. To enlarge the scope of science is apparently to diminish that of faith, but in reality it is to enlarge it in equal proportion, for it is to amplify its base. One can only define the unknown by its supposed and supposable relations with the known. The equinox. Page 16, analogy was the sole dogma of the ancient Magi. This dogma may indeed be called mediator, for it is half scientific, half hypothetical, half reason, and half poetry. This dogma has been and will always be the father of all others. What is the man God? He who realizes in the most human life the most divine ideal. Faith is a divination of intelligence and of love. When these are directed by the pointings of nature and of reason, it is then of the essence of the things of faith to be inaccessible to science, doubtful for philosophy, and undefined for certainty. Faith is an hypothetical realization and a conventional determination of the last aims of hope. It is the attachment to the visible sign of the things which one does not see. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. To affirm without folly that God is or that he is not, one must begin with a reasonable or unreasonable definition of God. Now this definition, in order to be reasonable, must be hypothetical, analogical, and the negation of the known finite. It is possible to deny a particular God, but the absolute God can no more be denied than he can be proved. He is a reasonable supposition in whom one believes. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God, said the Master. To see with the heart is to believe. And if this faith is attached to the true good, it can never be deceived. provided that it does not seek to define too much in accordance with the dangerous inductions which spring from personal ignorance. Our judgments in question of faith apply to ourselves. It will be done to us as we have believed. That is to say, we create ourselves in the image of our ideal. Those who make their gods become like unto them, says the psalmist. And all they that put their trust in them. The divine ideal of the ancient world made the civilization which came to an end. And one must not despair of seeing the God of our barbarous fathers become the devil of our more enlightened children. One makes devils with cast-off gods. And Satan is only so incoherent and so formless because he is made up of all the rags of ancient theogonies. He is the Sphinx without a secret, the riddle without an answer, the mystery without truth, the absolute without reality and without light. Man is the Son of God because God manifested, realized, and incarnated upon earth, called himself the Son of Man. It is after having made God in the image of his intelligence and of his love that humanity has understood the sublime word who said, "Let there be light." Man is the form of the divine thought, and God is the idealized synthesis of human thought. Thus the word of God reveals man, and the word of man reveals God. Man is the God of the world, and God is the man of heaven. Before saying God wills, man has willed. In order to understand and honor Almighty God, man must first be free. Had he obeyed and abstained from the fruit of the tree of knowledge through fear, man would have been innocent and stupid as the lamb, skeptical and rebellious as the angel of light. He himself cut the umbilical cord of his simplicity, and falling free upon the earth, dragged God with him in his fall. Therefore, from this sublime fall he rises again glorious with the great convict of Calvary, and enters with him into the kingdom of heaven. For the kingdom of heaven belongs to intelligence and love, both children of liberty. God has shown liberty to man in the image of a lovely woman, and in order to test his courage, he made the phantom of death pass between her and him. Man loved and felt himself to be God. He gave for her what God had just bestowed upon him, eternal hope. He leapt towards his bride across the shadow of death. Man possessed liberty. He had embraced life. Expiate now thy glory, O Prometheus. Thy heart ceaselessly devoured cannot die. It is thy vulture. It is Jupiter who will die. One day we shall awake at last from the painful dreams of a tormented life. Our ordeal will be finished, and we shall be sufficiently strong against sorrow to be immortal. Then we shall live in God with a more abundant life, and we shall descend into his works with the light of his thought. We shall be borne away into the infinite by the whisper of his love. We shall be without doubt the elder brethren of a new race, the angels of posterity, celestial messengers. We shall wander in immensity, and the stars will be our gleaming ships. The key of the mysteries. We shall transform ourselves into sweet visions to calm weeping eyes. We shall gather radiant lilies in unknown meadows. We shall scatter the dew upon the earth. We shall touch the eyelid of the sleeping child and rejoice the heart of its mother with the spectacle of the beauty of her well-beloved son. Chapter 2, the binary. The binary is more particularly the number of woman, mate of man, and mother of society. Man is love in intelligence. Woman is intelligence and love. Woman is the smile of the Creator, content with himself. And it is after making her that he rested, says the divine parable. Woman stands before man because she is mother, and all is forgiven her in advance, because she brings forth in sorrow. Woman initiated herself first into immortality through death. Then man saw her to be so beautiful and understood her to be so generous that he refused to survive her and loved her more than his life, more than his eternal happiness. Happy outlaw, since she has been given to him as companion in his exile. The children of Cain have revolted against the mother of Abel. They have enslaved their mother. The beauty of woman has become a prey for the brutality of such men as cannot love. Thus, woman closed her heart as if it were a secret sanctuary and said to men unworthy of her, I am virgin, but I will to become mother. My son will teach you to love me. O Eve, salutation and adoration in thy fall. O Mary, blessings and adoration in thy sufferings and in thy glory. Crucified and Holy One, who didst survive thy God, that thou mightst bury thy Son. Be thou for us the final word of the divine revelation. Moses called God Lord. Jesus called him my Father. And we, thinking of thee, may say to Providence, you are our mother. Children of woman, let us forgive fallen woman. Children of woman, let us adore regenerate woman. Children of woman, who have slept upon her breast, been cradled in her arms, and consoled by her caresses, let us love her, and let us love each other. The ternary is the number of creation. God creates himself eternally, and the infinite which he fills with his works, is an incessant and infinite creation. Supreme love contemplates itself in beauty as in a mirror, and it essays all forms as adornments, for it is the lover of life. Man also affirms himself and creates himself. He adorns himself with his trophies of victory. He enlightens himself with his own conceptions. He clothes himself with his works as with a wedding garment. The great week of creation has been imitated by human genius, divining the forms of nature. Every day has furnished a new revelation. Every new king of the world has been for a day the image and the incarnation of God. Sublime dream which explains the mysteries of India, justifies all symbolisms. The lofty conception of the man-God corresponds to the creation of Adam, and Christianity, like the first days of man in the earthly paradise, has been only an aspiration and a widowhood. We wait for the worship of the bride and of the mother. We shall aspire to the wedding of the new covenant. Then the poor, the blind, the outlaws of the old world will be invited to the feast and will receive a wedding garment. They will gaze the one upon the other with inexpressible tenderness and a smile that is ineffable, because they have wept so long. The quaternary is the number of force. It is the ternary completed by its product, the rebellious unity reconciled to the sovereign Trinity. In the first fury of life, man, having forgotten his mother, no longer understood God, but as an inflexible and jealous father. The somber Saturn, armed with his parricidal scythe, set himself to devour his children. Jupiter had eyebrows which shook Olympus. Jehovah wielded thunders which deafened the solitudes of Sinai. Nevertheless, the father of men, being on occasion drunken like Noah, let the world perceive the mysteries of life. Psyche, made divine by her torments, became the bride of Eros. Adonis, raised from death, found again his Venus in Olympus. Job, victorious over evil, recovered more than he had lost. The law is a test of courage. To love life more than one fears the menaces of death is to merit life. The elect are those who dare. Woe to the timid. Thus the slaves of law, who make themselves the tyrants of conscience and the servants of fear, and those who begrudge the man should hope. And the Pharisees of all the synagogues and of all the churches are those who receive the reproofs and the curses of the Father. Was not the Christ excommunicated and crucified by the synagogue? Was not Savonarola burned by the order of the sovereign pontiff of the Christian religion? Are not the Pharisees today just what they were in the time of Caiaphas? If anyone speaks to them in the name of intelligence and love, will they listen? In rescuing the children of liberty from the tyranny of the Pharaohs, Moses inaugurated the reign of the Father, breaking the insupportable yoke of Mosaic Pharisaism. Jesus welcomed all men to the brotherhood of the only Son of God. When the last ideals fall, when the last material chains of conscience break, and the last of them that killed the prophets, and the last of them that stifled the word, confounded then will be the reign of the Holy Ghost. Then glory to the Father who drowned the host of Pharaoh in the Red Sea. Glory to the Son who tore the veils of the temple and whose cross, overweighing the crown of the Caesars, broke the forehead of the Caesars against the earth. Glory to the Holy Ghost, who shall sweep from the earth by his terrible breath all the thieves and all the executioners, to make room for the banquet of the children of God. Glory to the Holy Ghost, who has promised victory over earth and over heaven to the angel of liberty. The angel of liberty was born before the dawn of the first day, before even the awakening of intelligence. And God called him the morning star. O Lucifer, voluntarily and disdainfully thou didst detach thyself from the heaven, where the sun drowned thee in his splendor, to plough with thine own rays the unworked fields of night. Thou shinest when the sun sets, and thy sparkling gaze precedes the daybreak. Thou fallest to rise again, thou tastest of death to understand life better. For the ancient glories of the world, thou art the evening star, for truth renascent, the lovely star of dawn. Liberty is not license, for license is tyranny. Liberty is the guardian of duty, because it reclaims right. Lucifer, of whom the dark ages have made the genius of evil, will be truly the angel of light, when having conquered liberty at the price of infamy, he will make use of it to submit himself to eternal order, inaugurating thus the glories of voluntary obedience. Subnote, right, droit, a word much in evidence at the time with no true English equivalent, save in such phrases as the right to work. By itself, it is only used in the plural, which will not do here and throughout this treatise. Right is only the root of duty. One must possess in order to give. This is how a lofty and profound poetry explains the fall of the angels. God hath given to his spirits light and life. Then he said to them, love. What is to love? Replied the spirits. To love is to give oneself to others, replied God. Those who love will suffer, but they will be loved. We have the right to give nothing, and we wish to suffer nothing, said the spirits, hating love. Remain in your right, answered God, and let us separate. I and mine wish to suffer, and even to die, to love. It is our duty. The fallen angel is then he who from the beginning refused to love. He does not love, and that his whole torture he does not give, and that is his poverty. He does not suffer, and that is his nothingness. He does not die, and that is his exile. The fallen angel is not Lucifer, the light bearer. It is Satan who calumniated love. To be rich is to give. To give nothing is to be poor. To live is to love. To love nothing is to be dead. To be happy is to devote oneself. To exist only for oneself is to cast away oneself, and to exile oneself in hell. Heaven is the harmony of generous thoughts. Hell is the conflict of cowardly instincts. The key of the mysteries. The man of right is Cain, who kills Abel from envy. The man of duty is Abel, who dies for Cain for love. Such has been the mission of Christ, the great Abel of humanity. It is not for right that we should dare all. It is for duty. Duty is the expansion and the enjoyment of liberty. Isolated right is the father of slavery. Duty is devotion. Right is selfishness. Duty is sacrifice. Right is theft and rapine. Duty is love, and right is hate. Duty is infinite life. Right is eternal death. If one must fight to conquer right, it is only to acquire the power of duty. What use have we for freedom unless to love and to devote ourselves to God? If one must break the law, it is when law imprisons love and fear. He that saveth his life shall lose it, says the holy book, and he who consents to lose it will save it. Duty is love. Perish every obstacle to love. Silence, ye oracles of hate. Destruction to the false gods of selfishness and fear. Shame to the slaves, the misers of love. God loves prodigal children. Chapter 5, the Quinere. The Quinere is the number of religion, for it is the number of God, united to that of woman. Subnote, almost too visible, a sneer of the atheist and woman despiser. Faith is not the stupid credulity of an awe-struck ignorance. Faith is the consciousness and confidence of love. Faith is the cry of reason, which persists in denying the absurd, even in the presence of the unknown. Faith is a sentiment necessary to the soul. just as breathing is to life. It is the dignity of courage and the reality of enthusiasm. Faith does not consist of the affirmation of the symbol of that, but of a genuine and constant aspiration towards the truths, which are veiled by all symbolisms. If a man rejects an unworthy idea of divinity, breaks its false images, revolts against hateful idolaters, you will call him an atheist. The authors of the persecutions in fallen Rome called the first Christians atheists because they did not adore the idols of Caligula or of Nero. To deny a religion, even to deny all religions, rather than adhere to formulae which conscience rejects, is a courageous and sublime act of faith. Every man who suffers for his convictions is a martyr of faith. He explains himself badly, it may be, but he prefers justice and truth to everything. Do not condemn him without understanding him. To believe in the supreme truth is not to define it, and to declare that one believes in it is to recognize that one does not know it. The Apostle St. Paul declares all faith contained in these two things: to believe that God is, and that he rewards them who seek him. Faith is a greater thing than all religions, because it states the articles of belief with less precision. Any dogma constitutes but a belief and belongs to our particular communion. Faith is a sentiment which is common to the whole of humanity. The more one discusses with the object of obtaining greater accuracy, the less one believes. Every new dogma is a belief which a sect appropriates to itself, and thus in some sort steals from universal faith. Let us leave sectarians to make and remake the dogmas. Let us leave the superstitions to detail and formulate their superstitions. As the Master said, let the dead bury their dead. Let us believe in the indicible truth. Let us believe in that absolute which reason admits without understanding it. Let us believe in what we feel without knowing it. Let us believe in the supreme reason. Let us believe in infinite love and pity, the stupidities of scholasticism and the barbarities of false religion. O man, tell me what thou hopest, and I will tell thee what thou art worth. Thou dost pray, thou dost fast, thou dost keep vigil. Dost thou then believe that so thou wilt escape alone or almost alone from the enormous ruin of mankind devoured by a jealous God? Thou art impious and a hypocrite. Dost thou turn life into an orgy and hope for the slumber of nothingness? Thou art sick and insensate. Art thou ready to suffer as others and for others, and hope for the salvation of all? Thou art a wise and just man. To hope is to fear not. to be afraid of God. What blasphemy! The act of hope is prayer. Prayer is the flowering of the soul in eternal wisdom and in eternal love. It is the gaze of the Spirit towards truth and the sigh of the heart towards supreme beauty. It is the smile of the child upon its mother. It is the murmur of the lover who reaches out towards the kisses of his mistress. It is the soft joy of a loving soul as it expands in an ocean of love. It is the sadness of the bride in the absence of the bridegroom. It is the sigh of the traveler who thinks of his fatherland. It is the thought of the poor man who works to support his wife and children. Let us pray in silence. Let us raise toward our unknown Father a look of confidence and of love. Let us accept with faith and resignation the part which He assigns to us in the toils of life, and every throb of our hearts will be a word of prayer. Have we need to inform God of what we ask from Him? Does not He know what is necessary for us? If we weep, let us offer Him our tears. If we rejoice, let us turn towards Him our smile. If He smite us, let us bow the head. If He caress us, let us sleep within His arms. Our prayer will be perfect when we pray without knowing whom we pray. Prayer is not a noise which strikes the ear. It is a silence which penetrates the heart. The key of the mysteries. Soft tears come to moisten the eyes, and sighs escape like incense smoke. One feels oneself in love, ineffably in love, with all that is beauty, truth, and justice. One throbs with a new life, and one fears no more to die. For prayer is the eternal life of intelligence and love. It is the life of God upon earth. Love one another. That is the law and the prophets. Meditate and understand this word. And when you have understood, read no more, seek no more, doubt no more, love. I have already said to you, to love is to give. The impious man is he who absorbs others. The pious man is he who loses himself in humanity. The heart of man concentrate in himself the fire with which God animates it. It is a hell which devours all and fills itself only with ashes. If he radiates it without, it becomes a tender sun of love. Man owes himself to his family. His family owes itself to the fatherland, and the fatherland to humanity. The egoism of man merits isolation and despair. That of the family, ruin and exile. That of the fatherland, war and invasion. The man who isolates himself from every human love, saying, I will serve God, deceives himself. For said St. John the Apostle, if he loveth not his neighbor whom he hath seen, how shall he love God whom he hath not seen? One must render to God that which is God's, but one must not refuse even to Caesar that which is Caesar's. God is he who gives life. Caesar can only give death. One must love God and not fear Caesar, as it is written in the Holy Book. He that taketh the sword shall perish by the sword. You wish to be good? Then be just. You wish to be just? Then be free. The vices which make man like the brute are the first enemies of his liberty. Consider the drunkard. Tell me if this unclean brute can be called free. The miser curses the life of his father, and like the crow hungers for corpses. The goal of the ambitious man is ruins. It is the delirium of envy. The debauch spits upon the breast of his mother and fills with abortions the entrails of death. All these loveless hearts are punished by the most cruel of all tortures, hate. Because, take it to heart, the expiation is implicit in the sin. The man who does evil is like an earthen pot ill made. He will break himself. Fatality wills it. With the debris of the world, God makes stars. With the debris of souls, he makes angels.
Trust is truth shall be thy shield and buckler. Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night, nor for the arrow that flies by day, nor for the
Oh, girl.
it don't matter. I like what women want.
So now I have a wife, so I just stop like. Or
You have a wife?
Yeah, I have.
You're a married man? Wait a minute.
Which wife, legend? Tell us, please. Titi, the Turkish woman.
Really?
MashaAllah, she's a foot.
Earlier.
No, so why would you do it again? Because that apology covered that time I did. It don't, bro. That's not how that works, bro, with me. And you ain't Jesus, nigga. So you wrong again. You offended me again, bro. Talk to the Lord about it, bro. Listen to this. And I'm telling you. And so now I'm telling everybody else. Now I'm taking to the congregation. Y'all see this nigga right here? Doing this trash, bro. And I'm saying, hey man, this is offensive, man. And I don't dig that, bro. I don't even feel like arguing and joking with you. Because I seen how you had to deal with Yoshi earlier. Yoshi had to deal with you. And I like having fun a lot, but that was extremely immature. And now you get right back at it again. I don't understand how people school with having non-believers break down scriptures. I'm not cool with nothing. You sit there and listen to it.
Evil. And so there's all I don't have to explain the problem of the word is there to you because you're already familiar with that one.
Yeah.
But
my neighbor is a Satanist and he kicks his dog and he beats up his children and he sells fentanyl to the kids next door. Right. That's good enough.
But then the other word evil, the way it's being used there, kind of it implies that it's like something substantive itself, right? Of course. Your neighbor is made out of evil or something like this.
Yeah, bullshit. Yeah.
Yep. And another part of the theory is that the whenever we make a moral judgment, including something like that is evil, but more generally just like that's good, that's bad.
Well, you can just say I don't like that.
Right. That too. I'm an emotivist, so I basically think that all moral judgments reduce down to I don't like that or I like that.
Yeah, I think that's a valid thing to consider.
Right. And for me, what that means is that everything reduces down to folks. And so it's really rooted in...
And to everyone's personal experience.
Into our personal experience.
Yeah, that's it. We've got a lifetime of personal experience and a bunch of stories that we've made up or inherited or somehow come into contact with. And that's it. That's what we got. We've got however much experience and whatever stories we've accumulated to try to make sense out of that experience.
Yep.
And our stories we've inherited the stuff. What?
I said, and our feelings about those experiences. Yep.
Well, the feelings about the experience, the
feelings that arise.
Well, those are just more experiences again. I mean, that's the thing is ultimately there isn't anything but experience. I mean, because even the stories come to us through experience. Either we read them or we hear them. So it gets a little self-revolving and complicated because you can't get away from it. There isn't really anything but immediate sensory experience. The rest is all immediate sensory experience too.
Well, I'm not an idealist in that I think there's only sense experience, because I think it's even when we say like the experiences come, well, they come from where, right? But I do agree, of course, that it's not like I can get out of my experience. I can't somehow step out.
Well, that's the thing. The word experience is one of those reifications. There is no such thing as an experience. I mean, that's just a way we struggle with language to try to talk about this stuff. There aren't any experiences. It's constant flow of change, basically.
That's actually
multi-channel change.
I made that exact point in the essay I wrote, which is that Thomas Nagel's famous definition of consciousness, which is that there is something which it is like to be. I kind of problematize that definition first because the substantizing that it does by referring to consciousness as something. I don't even get into the to be side of it, but no, it's true. We tend to want to turn everything into an object. But the point I was trying to make is that yes, I agree that there's no. I can't say anything intelligible, so to speak, without appealing to my experience.
Well, you can't say anything about anything but your experience. That's the only thing you have.
Yes, but I can also posit that my experience correlates to something that is
you can make up all sorts of stories. Yes.
Yeah,
you can do and those stories. Well, science is a really good story, so some stories can be very helpful.
Absolutely.
Good stories, yeah. But bad stories, ooh.
Yeah. But the scientific story, I think, would posit that there's something which is not my experience, but which is real.
Oh, yeah, that's part of its thing, but I think that may be about to go out the window.
Really? Why do you think that?
Yeah. Do you know who Elon Barinholtz is?
Oh, I think so.
Let me put it this way. I see a sequence
For initiates of the
Albert
Kabbalah,
Einstein,
God is the absolute unity which creates and animates numbers. The unity of the human intelligence demonstrates the unity of God. The key of numbers is that of creeds, because signs are analogical figures of the harmony which proceeds from numbers. Mathematics could never demonstrate blind fatality, because they are the expression of the exactitude, which is the character of the highest reason. Unity demonstrates the analogy of contraries. And Fenelon compelled the admiration of even the most impious centuries, quelled and advanced the laughter of the children of Voltaire before the imposing dignity of their virtues. The key of the mysteries. It is by charity, finally, that the folly of the cross has become the wisdom of the nations, because every noble heart has understood that it is greater to believe with those who love, and to devote themselves than to doubt with the egotists and with the slaves of pleasure. And we indicate them only as curiosities of research. It is no part of our task to make innovations in dogma. And what we assert in our character as an initiate is entirely subordinate to our submission in our character as a Christian. So note 1. This passage is typical of the sublime irony of Levi and the key to the whole of his paradoxes. Sketch of the prophetic theology of numbers. Chapter 1, Unity. Unity is the principle and the synthesis of numbers. And we indicate he had saved the heretics. He himself had lost power over men and over demons. Came the bride of Eros, Adonis, raised from death, found again as Venus in Olympus, Job, victorious over evil, recovered more than he had lost. The law is a test of courage. To love life more than one fears the menaces of death is to merit life. The elect are those who dare. Woe to the timid. Thus the slaves of law, who make themselves the tyrants of conscience, then man saw her to be keep vigil. Dost thou then believe that so thou wilt escape alone or almost alone from the enormous ruin of mankind? It is not Lucifer the light bearer, it is Satan who calumniated love. To be rich is to give nothing is to be poor, to live is to love, To love nothing is to be dead. To be happy is to devote oneself. To exist only for oneself is to cast away oneself. Does not he know what is necessary for us? If we weep, let us offer him our tears. If we rejoice, family owes itself to the fatherland, and the fatherland to humanity, by the most cruel of all tortures, hate. Because, take it to heart, the expiation is implicit in the sin. To ourselves. The enormous ruin of mankind, oracles of hate, destruction to the false gods of selfishness and to the false gods of selfish a faith, the social expressions of the tendencies of faith at a given epoch. It is that which proves the church to be infallible, evidentially, and in fact. God is necessarily the most unknown of all beings because he is only defined by negative experience. He is all that we are not. He is the infinite opposed to the finite by hypothesis. Faith and consequently hope and love are so free that man, far from being able to impose them on others, does not even impose them on himself. These, says religion, then man saw her to be so beautiful and understood her to be raised from death, found again is Venus in Olympus, Job, victorious over evil, because of exile. Liberty is not license, for license is tyranny. It is no part of our task to make innovations in dogma. And what we assert in our character life
Trip to the bin and then couch time. How heavy could it be? Whoa. Hey, you're supposed to hold garbage, not become it. Come on, I just bought these back. Classic banana peel. Really? Great. Locked up.
It's an 83. It's
Hey, John, what do you got for us?
This is sensitive. They call him the
They call him the goldfish.
Large pepperoni for confidential informant John Kidover.
associated with atheists and anarchists. It picked up these appalling blasphemies from their lying and lawless lips. I had no doubt that a few more years of experience of the advantages of the company of Christian gentlemen would wean him from these incoherent and infantile paradoxes. I hastened, however, to change the subject. I reminded him of the time boot and saddle. I said with brusque bonhomie, "Friend Thornley is getting impatient." Green clapped his hand on his head and pressed my hand. "You poor man," he said. How I pity a man who is not tortured to the limit of endurance by the fact of his being a man.
Literally, that is like.
A meek, mild, morbid, associated with atheists and anarchists. It picked up these appalling blasphemies from their lying and lawless lips.
Beautiful color.
I had no doubt that a few more years of experience of the advantages of the company of Christian gentlemen would wean him from these incoherent and infantile paradoxes. I hastened, however, to change the subject. I reminded him of the time Putin settled. He said with brusque bonne homie, "Friend Thornley is getting impatient." Queen tapped his hand on his head and pressed my hand. "You poor, poor man," he said. "How I pity a man who is not tortured to the limit of endurance by the fact of his being a man." A meek, mild, morbid, associated with atheists and anarchists. It picked up these appalling blasphemies from their lying and lawless lips. I had no doubt that a few more years of experience of the advantages of the company of Christian gentlemen would wean him from these incoherent and infantile paradoxes. I hastened, however, to change the subject. I reminded him of the time Putin settled. He said with brusque bonne homie,
This is the one
"Friend Thornley is getting this
Oh my god, I was thinking that too. She looks intersex. I think
Oh, wow. Sunshine, no wind, 72 degrees on.
No. I'm telling you. Some of these photos are very sus.
Oh my god. Wait, is that her on the front right? Is that not Malibu?
Danny, did you have a
I thought that was Malibu for a second.
Danny, did you have a nose job?
No.
No, what the fuck? Her nose looks better in this picture than it does now.
Ew.
So I think her nose looks smaller now.
My eyebrows look like shit. Like, I don't know. Look at the shape of them.
No, Danny, this is not you. If this is you, you're a tranny.
No, she's not. Stop being mean to her.
No, this isn't
That's
you.
like
This is a tranny man.
That's me. Yeah, that is me. Look, they're pushing me out of the way because they're like, why the fuck are you in the middle of
I
our
forgot to
picture?
screenshot that. Can you send me the screenshot, please?
Oh, did she remove it already?
Yeah.
I have it open.
Wait, shit. Wait, I got it. Actually, never mind.
What are you gonna do with it? Like,
Okay,
I don't get it.
No, I got it. Alright, I need to.
Do with this picture?
Danny, do what you want with it, but I'm gonna get in the shower and wash my balls, and I'm gonna try to not think about you.
Oh my-
Bye.
Guys, do you all know the meme where you're trying to put your charger in the plug and against the wall and you can't find it? I'm that meme right now. Do you know what I'm talking
Why
about?
do you screenshot the picture of Malibu, Sahi?
Oh my gosh, this is so annoying. Go in. This is what.
Leave that picture down.
I know.
I love how Dimitri is the one sharing. There's more.
I love this photo so much. I might frame it.
There's more memes
I want to see it. Let's work, Danny. It's
So
so
he
fun.
has more pictures of me from Dimitri that he didn't post. So what is he saving it for a rainy day? Whatever.
Did Dimitri just post this, Danny? Yeah.
Oh, wait.
She was going to see photos of him, so she started posting photos of her.
Call me back.
I see what happened. So he had posted the picture and then